Chapter 41 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 41. From the workshop of the Golden Key there issued forth a tinkling sound, so merry and good-humored that it suggested the idea of someone working blithely, and made quite pleasant music. No man who hammered on at a dull, monotonous duty could have brought such cheerful notes from steel and iron. None but a chirping, healthy, honest-hearted fellow who made the best of everything and felt it kindly towards everybody could have done it for an instant. He might have been a coppersmith and still been musical. If he'd sat in a jolting wagon full of rods of iron, it seemed as if he would have brought some harmony out of it. Tink, 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 clear as a silver bell, and audible at every pause of the street's harsher noises, as though it said, "I don't care. Nothing puts me out. I'm resolved to be happy." Women scolded, children squalled, heavy carts went rumbling by, horrible cries proceeded from the lungs of hawkers. Still it struck in again, no higher, no lower, no louder, no softer, not thrusting itself on people's notice a bit the more for having been outdone by louder sounds. Tink, 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 tink. It was a perfect embodiment of the still, small voice, free from all cold, hoarseness, huskiness, or unhealthiness of any kind. Foot passengers slackened their pace and were disposed to linger near it. Neighbors who'd got up splenetic that morning felt good humor stealing on them as they heard it, and by degrees became quite sprightly. Mothers danced their babies to its ringing. Still the same magical tink, tink, tink came gaily from the workshop of the Golden Key. Who but the locksmith could have made such music? A gleam of sun shining through the unsashed window and checkering the dark workshop with a broad patch of light fell full upon him as though attracted by his sunny heart. There he stood working at his anvil, his face all radiant with exercise and gladness, his sleeves turned up, his wig pushed off his shining forehead, the easiest, freest, happiest man in all the world. Beside him sat a sleek cat, purring and winking in the light, and falling every now and then into an idle doze, as from excess of comfort. Toby looked on from a tall bench hard by, one beaming smile from his broad nut-brown face down to the slack-baked buckles in his shoes. The very locks that hung around had something jovial in their rust, and seemed like gouty gentlemen of hearty natures, disposed to joke on their infirmities. There was nothing surly or severe in the whole scene. It seemed impossible that any one of the innumerable keys could fit a churlish strong-box or a prison door. Cellars of beer and wine, rooms where there were fires, books, gossip, and cheering laughter, these were their proper sphere of action. Places of distrust and cruelty and restraint they would have left quadruple locked forever. Tink, tink, tink. The locksmith paused at last and wiped his brow. The silence roused the cat, who, jumping softly down, crept to the door and watched with tiger eyes a birdcage in an opposite window. Gabriel lifted Toby to his mouth and took a hearty draught. Then, as he stood upright, with his head flung back and his portly chest thrown out, you would have seen that Gabriel's lower man was clothed in military gear. Glancing at the wall beyond, there might have been espied, hanging on their several pegs, a cap and feather, broadsword, sash, and coat of scarlet, which any man learned in such matters would have known from their make and pattern to be the uniform of a sergeant in the Royal East London Volunteers. As the locksmith put his mug down, empty, on the bench, whence it had smiled on him before, he glanced at these articles with a laughing eye, and looking at them with his head a little on one side, as though he would get them all into focus, said, leaning on his hammer. "Time was now, I remember, when I was like to run mad with the desire to wear a coat of that colour. If anyone, except my father, had called me a fool for my pains, how I should have fired and fumed! But what a fool I must have been, surely." "Ah," sighed Mrs. Varden, who had entered unobserved. "A fool indeed! A man at your time of life, Varden, should know better now." "Why, what a ridiculous woman you are, Martha," said the locksmith, turning round with a smile. "Certainly," replied Mrs. V. with great demureness. "Of course I am." "I know that, Varden. Thank you." "I mean," began the locksmith. "Yes," said his wife, "I know what you mean. You speak quite plain enough to be understood, Varden. It's very kind of you to adapt yourself to my capacity, I'm sure." "Tut, tut, Martha," rejoined the locksmith. "Don't take offence at nothing. I mean, how strange is it of you to run down volunteering when it's done to defend you and all the other women, and our own fireside and everybody else's in case of need." "It's unchristian," cried Mrs. Varden, shaking her head. "Unchristian," said the locksmith. "Why, what the devil!" Mrs. Varden looked at the ceiling, as in expectation that the consequence of this profanity would be the immediate descent of the four-post bedstead on the second floor, together with the best sitting-room on the first. But no visible judgment occurring, she heaved a deep sigh and begged her husband, in a tone of resignation, to go on, and by all means to blaspheme as much as possible, because he knew she liked it. The locksmith did for a moment seem disposed to gratify her, but he gave a great gulp and mildly rejoined, "I was going to say, what on earth do you call it unchristian for? Which would be most unchristian, Martha, to sit quietly down and let our houses be sacked by a foreign army, or to turn out like men and drive 'em off. Shouldn't I be a nice sort of a Christian if I crept into a corner of my own chimney and looked on while a parcel of whiskered savages bore off Dolly, or you?" When he said, "or you," Mrs. Varden, despite herself, relaxed into a smile. There was something complimentary in the idea. "In such a state of things as that, indeed," she simpered. "As that?" repeated the locksmith. "Well, that would be the state of things directly. Even Miggs would go. Some black tambourine player with a great turban on would be bearing her off, and unless the tambourine player was proof against kicking and scratching, it's my belief he'd have the worst of it. Ha, ha, ha! I'd forgive the tambourine player. I wouldn't have him interfered with on any account, poor fellow." And here the locksmith laughed again so heartily that tears came into his eyes, much to Mrs. Varden's indignation, who thought the capture of so sound a Protestant and estimable a private character as Miggs by a pagan Negro a circumstance too shocking and awful for contemplation. The picture Gabriel had drawn, indeed, threatened serious consequences and would indubitably have led to them. But luckily, at that moment a light footstep crossed the threshold, and Dolly, running in, threw her arms around her old father's neck and hugged him tight. "Here she is at last," cried Gabriel. "And how well you look, Doll, and how late you are, my darling." How well she looked? Well, why, if he had exhausted every laudatory adjective in the dictionary, it wouldn't have been praise enough. When and where was there ever such a plump, roguish, comely, bright-eyed, enticing, bewitching, captivating, maddening little puss in all this world as Dolly? What was the Dolly of 5 years ago to the Dolly of that day? How many coachmakers, saddlers, cabinet-makers, and professors of other useful arts had deserted their fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, and, most of all, their cousins, for the love of her? How many unknown gentlemen, supposed to be of mighty fortunes, if not titles, had waited round the corner after dark and tempted Miggs the Incorruptible with golden guineas to deliver offers of marriage folded up in love letters? How many disconsolate fathers and substantial tradesmen had waited on the locksmith for the same purpose, with dismal tales of how their sons had lost their appetites and taken to shut themselves up in dark bedrooms, and wandering in desolate suburbs with pale faces, and all because of Dolly Varden's loveliness and cruelty. How many young men in all previous times of unprecedented steadiness had turned suddenly wild and wicked for the same reason, and in an ecstasy of unrequited love taken to wrench off door-knockers and invert the boxes of rheumatic watchmen. How had she recruited the king's service, both by sea and land, through rendering desperate his loving subjects between the ages of 18 and 25. How many young ladies had publicly professed, with tears in their eyes, that for their taste she was much too short, too tall, too bold, too cold, too stout, too thin, too fair, too dark, too everything but handsome. How many old ladies taking counsel together had thanked heaven their daughters were not like her, and had hoped she might come to no harm, and had thought she would come to no good, and had wondered what people saw in her, and had arrived at the conclusion that she was going off in her looks, or had never come on in them, and that she was a thorough imposition and a popular mistake. And yet here was this same Dolly Varden, so whimsical and hard to please that she was Dolly Varden still, all smiles and dimples and pleasant looks, and caring no more for the 50 or 60 young fellows who at that very moment were breaking their hearts to marry her, than if so many oysters had been crossed in love and opened afterwards. Dolly hugged her father, as has been already noted, and having hugged her mother also, accompanied both into the little parlour, where the cloth was already laid for dinner, and where Miss Miggs, a trifle more rigid and bony than of yore, received her with a sort of hysterical gasp, intended for a smile. Into the hands of that young virgin she delivered her bonnet and walking dress, all of a dreadful, artful, and designing kind, and then said with a laugh which rivaled the locksmith's music, "How glad I always am to be at home again!" "And how glad we always are, Doll," said her father, putting back the dark hair from her sparkling eyes, "to have you at home. Give me a kiss." If there had been anybody of the male kind there to see her do it, but there was not. It was a mercy. "I don't like your being at the Warren," said the locksmith. "I can't bear to have you out of my sight." "And what is the news over yonder, Doll?" "What news there is, I think you know already," replied his daughter. "I'm sure you do, though." "Aye," cried the locksmith. "What's that?" "Come, come," said Dolly. "You know very well. I want you to tell me why Mr. Haredale, oh, how gruff he is again, to be sure, has been away from home for some days past, and why he's travelling about. We know he is travelling because of his letters, without telling his own niece why or wherefore." "Miss Emma doesn't want to know, I'll swear," returned the locksmith. "I don't know that," said Dolly, "but I do at any rate. Do tell me. Why is he so secret? And what is this ghost story which nobody used to tell Miss Emma, and which seems to be mixed up with his going away? Now I see you know by your colouring so." "What the story means, or is, or has to do with it, I know no more than you, my dear," returned the locksmith, "except that it's some foolish fear of little Solomon's, which has indeed no meaning in it, I suppose. As to Mr. Haredale's journey, he goes, as I believe—" "Yes," said Dolly. "As I believe," resumed the locksmith, pinching her cheek, "on business, Doll. What it may be is quite another matter. Read Bluebeard, and don't be too curious, pet. It's no business of yours or mine, depend upon that. And here's dinner, which is much more to the purpose." Dolly must have remonstrated against this summary dismissal of the subject, notwithstanding the appearance of dinner. But at the mention of Bluebeard, Mrs. Varden interposed, protesting she could not find it in her conscience to sit tamely by and hear her child recommended to peruse the adventures of a Turk and Mussulman, far less of a fabulous Turk, which she considered that potentate to be. She held that, in such stirring and tremendous times as those in which they lived, it would be much more to the purpose if Dolly became a regular subscriber to the Thunderer, where she would have an opportunity of reading Lord George Gordon's speeches word for word, which would be a greater comfort and solace to her than 150 Bluebeards ever could impart. She appealed in support of this proposition to Miss Miggs, then in waiting, who said that indeed the peace of mind she had derived from the perusal of that paper generally, but especially of one article of the very last week as ever was, entitled "Great Britain Drenched in Gore," exceeded all belief. The same composition, she added, had also wrought such a comforting effect on the mind of a married sister of hers, then resident at Golden Lion Court, number 27, second bell handle on the right-hand doorpost, that being in a delicate state of health, and in fact expecting an addition to her family, she'd been seized with fits directly after its perusal, and had raved of the Inquisition ever since, to the great improvement of her husband and friends. Miss Miggs went on to say that she would recommend all those whose hearts were hardened to hear Lord George themselves, whom she commended first in respect of his steady Protestantism, then of his oratory, then of his eyes, then of his nose, then of his legs, and lastly of his figure generally, which she looked upon as fit for any statue, prince, or angel, to which sentiment Mrs. Varden fully subscribed. Mrs. Varden, having cut in, looked at a box upon the mantel-shelf, painted in imitation of a very red-brick dwelling-house, with a yellow roof, having atop a real chimney down which voluntary subscribers dropped their silver, gold, or pence into the parlour, and on the door the counterfeit presentment of a brass plate, whereon was legibly inscribed "Protestant Association," and looking at it said that it was to her a source of poignant misery to think that Varden never had, of all his substance, dropped anything into that temple, save once in secret, as she afterwards discovered, 2 fragments of tobacco pipe, which she hoped would not be put down to his last account. That Dolly, she was grieved to say, was no less backward in her contributions, better loving, as it seemed, to purchase ribbons and such gauds, than to encourage the great cause, then in such heavy tribulation, and that she did entreat her father she much feared could not be moved, not to despise, but imitate the bright example of Miss Miggs, who flung her wages, as it were, into the very countenance of the Pope, and bruised his features with her quarter's money. "Oh, Mim," said Miggs, "don't allude to that. I had no intentions, Mim, that nobody should know. Such sacrifices as I can make are quite a widder's mite." "It's all I have," cried Miggs, with a great burst of tears, for with her they never came on by degrees. "But it's made up to me in other ways. It's well made up." This was quite true, though not perhaps in the sense that Miggs intended. As she never failed to keep her self-denial full in Mrs. Varden's view, it drew forth so many gifts of caps and gowns and other articles of dress, that upon the whole the red brick house was perhaps the best investment for her small capital she could possibly have hit upon, returning her interest at the rate of 7 or 8% in money, and 50 at least in personal repute and credit. "You needn't cry, Miggs," said Mrs. Varden, herself in tears. "You needn't be ashamed of it, though your poor mistress is on the same side." Miggs howled at this remark in a peculiarly dismal way, and said she knowed that master hated her, that it was a dreadful thing to live in families and have dislikes, and not give satisfactions, that to make divisions was a thing she could not bear to think of, neither could her feelings let her do it, that if it was master's wishes that she and him should part, it was best they should part, and she hoped he might be the happier for it, and always wished him well, and that he might find somebody as would meet his dispositions. It would be a hard trial, she said, to part from such a missus, but she could meet any suffering when her conscience told her she was in the rights, and therefore she was willing even to go that lengths. She did not think, she added, that she could long survive the separations, but as she was hated and looked upon unpleasant, perhaps her dying as soon as possible would be the best endings for all parties. With this affecting conclusion, Miss Miggs shed more tears and sobbed abundantly. "Can you bear this, Varden?" said his wife in a solemn voice, laying down her knife and fork. "Why, not very well, my dear," rejoined the locksmith, "but I try to keep my temper." "Don't let there be words on my account, Mim," sobbed Miggs. "It's much the best that we should part. I wouldn't stay, oh, gracious me, and make dissensions, not for annual gold mine and found in tea and sugar." Lest the reader should be at any loss to discover the cause of Miss Miggs' deep emotion, it may be whispered apart that, happening to be listening, as her custom sometimes was, when Gabriel and his wife conversed together, she'd heard the locksmith's joke relative to the foreign black who played the tambourine, and bursting with the spiteful feelings which the taunt awoke in her fair breast, exploded in the manner we've witnessed. Matters having now arrived at a crisis, the locksmith, as usual, and for the sake of peace and quietness, gave in. "What are you crying for, girl?" he said. "What's the matter with you? What are you talking about hatred for? I don't hate you. I don't hate anybody. Dry your eyes and make yourself agreeable in heaven's name, and let us all be happy while we can." The Allied powers, deeming it good generalship to consider this a sufficient apology on the part of the enemy, and confession of having been in the wrong, did dry their eyes and take it in good part. Miss Miggs observed that she bore no malice, no, not to her greatest foe, whom she rather loved the more indeed the greater persecution she sustained. Mrs. Varden approved of this meek and forgiving spirit in high terms, and incidentally declared as a closing article of agreement that Dolly should accompany her to the Clerkenwell branch of the association that very night. This was an extraordinary instance of her great prudence and policy, having had this end in view from the first, and entertaining a secret misgiving that the locksmith, who was bold when Dolly was in question, would object. She'd backed Miss Miggs up to this point, in order that she might have him at a disadvantage. The maneuver succeeded so well that Gabriel only made a wry face, and with the warning he had just had fresh in his mind, did not dare to say one word. The difference ended, therefore, in Miggs being presented with a gown by Mrs. Varden and half a crown by Dolly, as if she had eminently distinguished herself in the paths of morality and goodness. Mrs. V., according to custom, expressed her hope that Varden would take a lesson from what had passed and learn more generous conduct for the time to come. And the dinner being now cold and nobody's appetite very much improved by what had passed, they went on with it, as Mrs. Varden said, like Christians. As there was to be a grand parade of the Royal East London Volunteers that afternoon, the locksmith did no more work, but sat down comfortably with his pipe in his mouth and his arm round his pretty daughter's waist, looking lovingly on Mrs. V. from time to time, and exhibiting from the crown of his head to the sole of his foot one smiling surface of good humour. And, to be sure, when it was time to dress him in his regimentals, and Dolly, hanging about him in all kinds of graceful winning ways, helped to button and buckle and brush him up and get him into one of the tightest coats that ever was made by mortal tailor, he was the proudest father in all England. "What a handy jade it is," said the locksmith to Mrs. Varden, who stood by with folded hands. Rather proud of her husband, too, while Miggs held his cap and sword at arm's length, as if mistrusting that the lighter might run someone through the body of its own accord. "But never marry a soldier, Doll, my dear." Dolly didn't ask why not, or say a word indeed, but stooped her head down very low to tie his sash. "I never wear this dress," said honest Gabriel, "but I think of poor Joe Willett. I love Joe. He was always a favourite of mine. Poor Joe. Dear heart, my girl, don't tie me in so tight." Dolly laughed, not like herself at all, the strangest little laugh that could be, and held her head down lower still. Poor Joe, resumed the locksmith, muttering to himself. I always wish he had come to me. I might have made it up between them if he had. Old John made a great mistake in his way of acting by that lad, a great mistake. Have you nearly tied that sash, my dear? What an ill-made sash it was! There it was, loose again and trailing on the ground. Dolly was obliged to kneel down and recommence at the beginning. Never mind, young Willett, Varden, said his wife, frowning. You might find someone more deserving to talk about, I think. Miss Miggs gave a great sniff to the same effect. Nay, Martha, cried the locksmith, don't let us bear too hard upon him. If the lad is dead indeed, we'll deal kindly by his memory. A runaway and a vagabond, said Mrs. Varden. Miss Miggs expressed her concurrence, as before. A runaway, my dear, but not a vagabond, returned the locksmith in a gentle tone. He behaved himself well, did Joe, always, and was a handsome, manly fellow. Don't call him a vagabond, Martha. Mrs. Varden coughed, and so did Miggs. He tried hard to gain your good opinion, Martha, I can tell you, said the locksmith, smiling and stroking his chin. Ah, that he did. It seems but yesterday that he followed me out to the Maypole door one night and begged me not to say how like a boy they used him. Say here at home, he meant, though at the time I recollect I didn't understand. And how's Miss Dolly, sir, says Joe, pursued the locksmith, musing sorrowfully. Ah, poor Joe. Well, I declare, cried Miggs. Oh, goodness gracious me. What's the matter now? Said Gabriel, turning sharply to her. Why, if here ain't Miss Dolly, said the handmaid, stooping down to look into her face, a-giving way to floods of tears. Oh, Mim! Oh, sir! Rally, it's give me such a turn, cried the susceptible damsel, pressing her hand upon her side to quell the palpitations of her heart, that you might knock me down with a feather. The locksmith, after glancing at Miss Miggs as if he could have wished to have a feather brought straightway, looked on with a broad stare while Dolly hurried away, followed by that sympathizing young woman. Then turning to his wife, stammered out, Is Dolly ill? Have I done anything? Is it my fault? Your fault? Cried Mrs. V. reproachfully. There, you'd better make haste out. What have I done? Said poor Gabriel. It was agreed that Mr. Edward's name was never to be mentioned, and I have not spoken of him, have I? Mrs. Varden merely replied that she had no patience with him, and bounced off after the other two. The unfortunate locksmith wound his sash about him, girded on his sword, put on his cap, and walked out. I am not much of a dab at my exercise, he said under his breath, but I shall get into fewer scrapes at that work than at this. Every man came into the world for something. My department seems to be to make every woman cry without meaning it. It's rather hard. But he forgot it before he reached the end of the street, and went on with a shining face, nodding to the neighbors, and showering about his friendly greetings like mild spring rain. This ends chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 42. The Royal East London Volunteers made a brilliant sight that day, formed into lines, squares, circles, triangles, and what-not, to the beating of drums and the streaming of flags, and performed a vast number of complex evolutions, in all of which Sergeant Varden bore a conspicuous share. Having displayed their military prowess to the utmost in these warlike shows, they marched in glittering order to the Chelsea Bun House, and regaled in the adjacent taverns until dark. Then at sound of drum they fell in again, and returned amidst the shouting of his Majesty's lieges to the place from whence they came. The homeward march being somewhat tardy, owing to the unsoldier-like behaviour of certain corporals, who, being gentlemen of sedentary pursuits in private life and excitable out of doors, broke several windows with their bayonets, and rendered it imperative on the commanding officer to deliver them over to a strong guard, with whom they fought at intervals as they came along. It was 9 o'clock when the locksmith reached home. A hackney coach was waiting near his door, and as he passed it, Mr. Haredale looked from the window and called him by his name. "The sight of you is good for sore eyes, sir," said the locksmith, stepping up to him. "I wish you'd walked in, though, rather than waited here." "There's nobody at home, I find," Mr. Haredale answered. "Besides, I desired to be as private as I could." "Humph!" muttered the locksmith, looking round at his door. "Gone with Simon Tappertit to that precious branch, no doubt." Mr. Haredale invited him to come into the coach, and, if he were not tired or anxious to go home, to ride with him a little way that they might have some talk together. Gabriel cheerfully complied, and the coachman, mounting his box, drove off. "Varden," said Mr. Haredale, after a minute's pause, "you will be amazed to hear what errand I am on. It will seem a very strange one." "I have no doubt it's a reasonable one, sir, and has a meaning in it," replied the locksmith, "or it would not be yours at all." "Have you just come back to town, sir?" "But half an hour ago." "Bringing no news of Barnaby or his mother," said the locksmith dubiously. "Ah, you needn't shake your head, sir. It was a wild-goose chase. I feared that from the first. You exhausted all reasonable means of discovery when they went away. To begin again after so long a time has passed is hopeless, sir, quite hopeless." "Why, where are they?" he returned impatiently. "Where can they be? Above ground?" "God knows," rejoined the locksmith. "Many that I knew above it 5 years ago have their beds under the grass now. And the world is a wide place. It's a hopeless attempt, sir, believe me. We must leave the discovery of this mystery, like all others, to time and accident and heaven's pleasure." "Varden, my good fellow," said Mr. Haredale, "I have a deeper meaning in my present anxiety to find them out than you can fathom. It is not a mere whim, it is not the casual revival of my old wishes and desires, but an earnest, solemn purpose. My thoughts and dreams all tend to it, and fix it in my mind. I have no rest by day or night. I have no peace or quiet. I am haunted." His voice was so altered from its usual tones, and his manner bespoke so much emotion, that Gabriel, in his wonder, could only sit and look towards him in the darkness, and fancy the expression of his face. "Do not ask me," continued Mr. Haredale, "to explain myself. If I were to do so, you would think me the victim of some hideous fancy. It is enough that this is so, and that I cannot lie quietly in my bed without doing what will seem to you incomprehensible." "Since when, sir," said the locksmith after a pause, "has this uneasy feeling been upon you?" Mr. Haredale hesitated for some moments, and then replied, "Since the night of the storm. In short, since the last 19th of March. As though he feared that Varden might express surprise, or reason with him, he hastily went on. "You will think, I know, I labor under some delusion. Perhaps I do, but it is not a morbid one. It is a wholesome action of the mind, reasoning on actual occurrences. You know the furniture remains in Mrs. Rudge's house, and that it has been shut up by my orders since she went away, save once a week or so, when an old neighbor visits it to scare away the rats. I'm on my way there now." "For what purpose?" asked the locksmith. "To pass the night there," he replied, and not tonight alone, but many nights. This is a secret which I trust to you in case of any unexpected emergency. You will not come unless in case of strong necessity to me. From dusk to broad day I shall be there. Emma, your daughter, and the rest suppose me out of London, as I have been until within this hour. Do not undeceive them. This is the errand I am bound upon. I know I may confide it to you, and I rely upon your questioning me no more at this time." With that, as if to change the theme, he led the astounded locksmith back to the night of the Maypole highwaymen, to the robbery of Edward Chester, to the reappearance of the man at Mrs. Rudge's house, and to all the strange circumstances which afterwards occurred. He even asked him carelessly about the man's height, his face, his figure, whether he was like anyone he'd ever seen, like Hugh, for instance, or any man he'd known at any time, and put many questions of that sort, which the locksmith, considering them as mere devices to engage his attention and prevent his expressing the astonishment he felt, answered pretty much at random. At length they arrived at the corner of a street in which the house stood, where Mr. Haredale, alighting, dismissed the coach. "If you desire to see me safely lodged," he said, turning to the locksmith with a gloomy smile, "you can." Gabriel, to whom all former marvels had been nothing in comparison with this, followed him along the narrow pavement in silence. When they reached the door, Mr. Haredale softly opened it with a key he had about him, and closing it when Varden entered, they were left in thorough darkness. They groped their way into the ground-floor room. Here Mr. Haredale struck a light, and kindled a pocket taper he'd brought with him for the purpose. It was then, when the flame was full upon him, that the locksmith saw for the first time how haggard, pale, and changed he looked, how worn and thin he was, how perfectly his whole appearance coincided with all that he'd said so strangely as they rode along. It was not an unnatural impulse in Gabriel, after what he'd heard, to note curiously the expression of his eyes. It was perfectly collected and rational, so much so indeed that he felt ashamed of his momentary suspicion, and drooped his own when Mr. Haredale looked towards him, as if he feared they would betray his thoughts. "Will you walk through the house?" said Mr. Haredale, with a glance towards the window, the crazy shutters of which were closed and fastened. "Speak low." There was a kind of awe about the place, which would have rendered it difficult to speak in any other manner. Gabriel whispered, "Yes," and followed him upstairs. Everything was just as they had seen it last. There was a sense of closeness from the exclusion of fresh air, and a gloom and heaviness around, as though long imprisonment had made the very silence sad. The homely hangings of the beds and windows had begun to droop. The dust lay thick upon their dwindling folds, and damps had made their way through ceiling, wall, and floor. The boards creaked beneath their tread, as if resenting the unaccustomed intrusion. Nimble spiders, paralyzed by the taper's glare, checked the motion of their 100 legs upon the wall, or dropped like lifeless things upon the ground. The death watch ticked, and the scampering feet of rats and mice rattled behind the wainscot. As they looked about them on the decaying furniture, it was strange to find how vividly it presented those to whom it had belonged, and with whom it was once familiar. Grip seemed to perch again upon his high-backed chair, Barnaby to crouch in his old favorite corner by the fire, the mother to resume her usual seat and watch him as of old. Even when they could separate these objects from the phantoms of the mind which they invoked, the latter only glided out of sight, but lingered near them still, for then they seemed to lurk in closets and behind the doors, ready to start out and suddenly accost them in well-remembered tones. They went downstairs and again into the room they had just now left. Mr. Haredale unbuckled his sword and laid it on the table, with a pair of pocket pistols. then told the locksmith he would light him to the door. "But this is a dull place, sir," said Gabriel, lingering. "May no one share your watch?" He shook his head, and so plainly evinced his wish to be alone that Gabriel could say no more. In another moment the locksmith was standing in the street, whence he could see that the light once more travelled upstairs, and soon returning to the room below, shone brightly through the chinks of the shutters. If ever man were sorely puzzled and perplexed, the locksmith was that night. Even when snugly seated by his own fire, with Mrs. Varden opposite in a nightcap and night-jacket, and Dolly beside him, in a most distracting deshabille, curling her hair and smiling as if she'd never cried in all her life and never could. Even then, with Toby at his elbow and his pipe in his mouth, and Miggs, but that perhaps was not much, falling asleep in the background, he could not quite discard his wonder and uneasiness. So in his dreams. Still there was Mr. Haredale, haggard and careworn, listening in the solitary house to every sound that stirred, with the taper shining through the chinks until the day should turn it pale and end his lonely watching. This ends chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 43. Next morning brought no satisfaction to the locksmith's thoughts, nor next day, nor the next, nor many others. Often, after nightfall, he entered the street and turned his eyes towards the well-known house, and as surely as he did so, there was the solitary light, still gleaming through the crevices of the window shutter, while all within was motionless, noiseless, cheerless as a grave. Unwilling to hazard Mr. Haredale's favor by disobeying his strict injunction, he never ventured to knock at the door or to make his presence known in any way. But whenever strong interest and curiosity attracted him to the spot, which was not seldom, the light was always there. If he could have known what passed within, the knowledge would have yielded him no clue to this mysterious vigil. At twilight, Mr. Haredale shut himself up, and at daybreak he came forth. He never missed the night, always came and went alone, and never varied his proceedings in the least degree. The manner of his watch was this. At dusk he entered the house in the same way as when the locksmith bore him company, kindled a light, went through the rooms and narrowly examined them. That done, he returned to the chamber on the ground floor, and laying his sword and pistols on the table, sat by it until morning. He usually had a book with him, and often tried to read, but never fixed his eyes or thoughts upon it for 5 minutes together. The slightest noise without doors caught his ear. A step upon the pavement seemed to make his heart leap. He was not without some refreshment during the long, lonely hours, generally carrying in his pocket a sandwich of bread and meat and a small flask of wine. The latter, diluted with large quantities of water, he drank in a heated, feverish way, as though his throat were dried. But he scarcely ever broke his fast by so much as a crumb of bread. If this voluntary sacrifice of sleep and comfort had its origin, as the locksmith on consideration was disposed to think, in any superstitious expectation of the fulfillment of a dream or vision connected with the event on which he had brooded for so many years, and if he waited for some ghostly visitor who walked abroad when men lay sleeping in their beds, he showed no trace of fear or wavering. His stern features expressed inflexible resolution. His brows were puckered and his lips compressed with deep and settled purpose. And when he started at a noise and listened, it was not with the start of fear, but hope, and catching up his sword as though the hour had come at last, he would clutch it in his tight-clenched hand and listen with sparkling eyes and eager looks until it died away. These disappointments were numerous, for they ensued on almost every sound, but his constancy was not shaken. Still, every night he was at his post, the same stern, sleepless sentinel, and still night passed and morning dawned, and he must watch again. This went on for weeks. He had taken a lodging at Vauxhall in which to pass the day and rest himself, and from this place, when the tide served, he usually came to London Bridge from Westminster by water, in order that he might avoid the busy streets. One evening, shortly before twilight, he came his accustomed road upon the river's bank, intending to pass through Westminster Hall into Palace Yard, and there take boat to London Bridge as usual. There was a pretty large concourse of people assembled round the Houses of Parliament, looking at the members as they entered and departed, and giving vent to rather noisy demonstrations of approval or dislike, according to their known opinions. As he made his way among the throng, he heard once or twice the "No Popery" cry, which was then becoming pretty familiar to the ears of most men. But holding it in very slight regard, and observing that the idlers were of the lowest grade, he neither thought nor cared about it, but made his way along with perfect indifference. There were many little knots and groups of persons in Westminster Hall, some few looking upward at its noble ceiling and at the rays of evening light tinted by the setting sun, which streamed in aslant through its small windows, and growing dimmer by degrees, were quenched in the gathering gloom below. Some noisy passengers, mechanics going home from work and otherwise, who hurried quickly through, waking the echoes with their voices, and soon darkening the small door in the distance as they passed into the street beyond. Some in busy conference together on political or private matters, pacing slowly up and down with eyes that sought the ground, and seeming by their attitudes to listen earnestly from head to foot. Here a dozen squabbling urchins made a very babel in the air. There a solitary man, half clerk, half mendicant, paced up and down with hungry dejection in his look and gait. At his elbow passed an errand lad, swinging his basket round and round, and with his shrill whistle riving the very timbers of the roof, while a more observant schoolboy, halfway through, pocketed his ball, and eyed the distant beetle as he came looming on. It was that time of evening when, if you shut your eyes and opened them again, the darkness of an hour appears to have gathered in a second. The smooth-worn pavement, dusty with footsteps, still called upon the lofty walls to reiterate the shuffle and the tread of feet unceasingly, save when the closing of some heavy door resounded through the building like a clap of thunder, and drowned all other noises in its rolling sound. Mr. Haredale, glancing only at such of these groups as he passed nearest to, and then in a manner betokening that his thoughts were elsewhere, had nearly traversed the hall, when two persons before him caught his attention. One of these, a gentleman in elegant attire, carried in his hand a cane, which he twirled in a jaunty manner as he loitered on. The other, an obsequious, crouching, fawning figure, listened to what he said, at times throwing in a humble word himself, and with his shoulders shrugged up to his ears, rubbed his hands submissively, or answered at intervals by an inclination of the head, half-way between a nod of acquiescence and a bow of most profound respect. In the abstract there was nothing very remarkable in this pair, for servility waiting on a handsome suit of clothes and a cane, not to speak of gold and silver sticks or wands of office, is common enough. But there was that about the well-dressed man, yes, and about the other likewise, which struck Mr. Haredale with no pleasant feeling. He hesitated, stopped, and would have stepped aside and turned out of his path, but at the moment the other two faced about quickly and stumbled upon him before he could avoid them. The gentleman with the cane lifted his hat and had begun to tender an apology, which Mr. Haredale had begun as hastily to acknowledge and walk away, when he stopped short and cried, "Haredale, God bless me, this is strange indeed." "It is," he returned impatiently. "Yes, my dear friend," cried the other, detaining him, "why such great speed? 1 minute, Haredale, for the sake of old acquaintance." "I am in haste," he said. "Neither of us has sought this meeting. Let it be a brief one. Good night." "Fie, fie," replied Sir John, for it was he. "How very churlish! We were speaking of you. Your name was on my lips. Perhaps you heard me mention it? No? I am sorry for that. I am really sorry. You know our friend here, Haredale? This is really a most remarkable meeting." The friend, plainly very ill at ease, had made bold to press Sir John's arm and to give him other significant hints that he was desirous of avoiding this introduction. As it did not suit Sir John's purpose, however, that it should be evaded, he appeared quite unconscious of these silent remonstrances, and inclined his hand towards him as he spoke to call attention to him more particularly. The friend, therefore, had nothing for it but to muster up the pleasantest smile he could, and to make a conciliatory bow, as Mr. Haredale turned his eyes upon him. Seeing that he was recognized, he put out his hand in an awkward and embarrassed manner, which was not mended by its contemptuous rejection. "Mr. Gashford," said Haredale coldly. "It is as I have heard, then. You've left the darkness for the light, sir, and hate those whose opinions you formerly held with all the bitterness of a renegade. You are an honor, sir, to any cause. I wish the one you espouse at present much joy of the acquisition it has made." The secretary rubbed his hands and bowed, as though he would disarm his adversary by humbling himself before him. Sir John Chester again exclaimed, with an air of great gaiety, "Now, really, this is a most remarkable meeting," and took a pinch of snuff with his usual self-possession. "Mr. Haredale," said Gashford, stealthily raising his eyes, and letting them drop again when they met the other's steady gaze, "is too conscientious, too honorable, too manly, I am sure, to attach unworthy motives to an honest change of opinions, even though it implies a doubt of those he holds himself. Mr. Haredale is too just, too generous, too clear-sighted in his moral vision to—" "Yes, sir," he rejoined with a sarcastic smile, finding the secretary stopped. "You were saying—" Gashford meekly shrugged his shoulders, and looking on the ground again was silent. "No, but let us really," interposed Sir John at this juncture, "let us really, for a moment, contemplate the very remarkable character of this meeting. Haredale, my dear friend, pardon me if I think you are not sufficiently impressed with its singularity. Here we stand, by no previous appointment or arrangement, 3 old schoolfellows in Westminster Hall, 3 old boarders in a remarkably dull and shady seminary at St. Omer's, where you, being Catholics and of necessity educated out of England, were brought up, and where I, being a promising young Protestant at that time, was sent to learn the French tongue from a native of Paris." "Add to the singularity, Sir John," said Mr. Haredale, "that some of you Protestants of promise are at this moment leagued in yonder building to prevent our having the surpassing and unheard-of privilege of teaching our children to read and write. Here, in this land, where thousands of us enter your service every year, and to preserve the freedom of which we die in bloody battles abroad in heaps, and that others of you, to the number of some thousands as I learn, are led on to look on all men of my creed as wolves and beasts of prey by this man, Gashford. Add to it beside the bare fact that this man lives in society, walks the streets in broad day. I was about to say holds up his head, but that he does not, and it will be strange, and very strange, I grant you." "Oh, "You are hard upon our friend," replied Sir John, with an engaging smile. "You are really very hard upon our friend." "Let him go on, Sir John," said Gashford, fumbling with his gloves. "Let him go on. I can make allowances, Sir John. I am honoured with your good opinion, and I can dispense with Mr. Haredale's. Mr. Haredale is a sufferer from the penal laws, and I can't expect his favour." "You have so much of my favour, sir," retorted Mr. Haredale, with a bitter glance at the third party in their conversation, "that I am glad to see you in such good company. You are the essence of your great association in yourselves." "Now there you mistake," said Sir John in his most benignant way. "There, which is a most remarkable circumstance for a man of your punctuality and exactness, Haredale, you fall into error. I don't belong to the body. I have an immense respect for its members, but I don't belong to it, although I am, it is certainly true, the conscientious opponent of your being relieved. I feel it my duty to be so. It is a most unfortunate necessity, and cost me a bitter struggle. Will you try this box? If you don't object to a trifling infusion of a very chaste scent, you'll find its flavour exquisite." "I ask your pardon, Sir John," said Mr. Haredale, declining the proffer with a motion of his hand, "for having ranked you among the humble instruments who are obvious and in all men's sight. I should have done more justice to your genius. Men of your capacity plot in secrecy and safety, and leave exposed posts to the duller wits." "Don't apologize for the world," replied Sir John sweetly. "Old friends like you and I may be allowed some freedoms, or the deuce is in it." Gashford, who'd been very restless all this time, but had not once looked up, now turned to Sir John and ventured to mutter something to the effect that he must go, or my lord would perhaps be waiting. "Don't distress yourself, good sir," said Mr. Haredale. "I'll take my leave and put you at your ease," which he was about to do without ceremony, when he was stopped by a buzz and murmur at the upper end of the hall, and looking in that direction, saw Lord George Gordon coming in with a crowd of people round him. There was a lurking look of triumph, though very differently expressed, in the faces of his two companions, which made it a natural impulse on Mr. Haredale's part not to give way before this leader, but to stand there while he passed. He drew himself up, and, clasping his hands behind him, looked on with a proud and scornful aspect, while Lord George slowly advanced, for the press was great about him, towards the spot where they were standing. He had left the House of Commons but that moment, and had come straight down into the hall, bringing with him, as his custom was, intelligence of what had been said that night in reference to the Papists, and what petitions had been presented in their favour, and who had supported them, and when the bill was to be brought in, and when it would be advisable to present their own great Protestant petition. All this he told the persons about him in a loud voice, and with great abundance of ungainly gesture. Those who were nearest him made comments to each other, and vented threats and murmurings. Those who were outside the crowd cried "Silence!" and "Stand back!" or closed in upon the rest, endeavoring to make a forcible exchange of places. And so they came driving on in a very disorderly and irregular way, as it is the manner of a crowd to do. When they were very near to where the secretary, Sir John, and Mr. Haredale stood, Lord George turned round, and, making a few remarks of a sufficiently violent and incoherent kind, concluded with the usual sentiment, and called for 3 cheers to back it. While these were in the act of being given with great energy, he extricated himself from the press and stepped up to Gashford's side. Both he and Sir John being well known in the populace, they fell back a little, and left the 4 standing together. "Mr. Haredale, Lord George," said Sir John Chester, seeing that the nobleman regarded him with an inquisitive look. "A Catholic gentleman, unfortunately, most unhappily a Catholic, but an esteemed acquaintance of mine, and once of Mr. Gashford's. My dear Haredale, this is Lord George Gordon." I should have known that, had I been ignorant of his lordship's person, said Mr. Haredale. I hope there is but one gentleman in England who, addressing an ignorant and excited throng, would speak of a large body of his fellow subjects in such injurious language as I heard this moment. For shame, my lord, for shame. I cannot talk to you, sir, replied Lord George in a loud voice, and waving his hand in a disturbed and agitated manner, we have nothing in common. We have much in common, many things, all but the Almighty gave us, said Mr. Haredale, and common charity, not to say common sense and common decency, should teach you to refrain from these proceedings. If every one of those men had arms in their hands at this moment, as they have them in their heads, I would not leave this place without telling you that you disgrace your station. I don't hear you, sir, he replied in the same manner as before. I can't hear you. It is indifferent to me what you say. Don't retort, Gashford, for the secretary had made a show of wishing to do so. I can hold no communion with the worshippers of idols. As he said this, he glanced at Sir John, who lifted his hands and eyebrows, as if deploring the intemperate conduct of Mr. Haredale, and smiled in admiration of the crowd and of their leader. He retort, cried Haredale. Look'ee here, my lord, do you know this man? Lord George replied by laying his hand upon the shoulder of his cringing secretary, and viewing him with a smile of confidence. This man, said Mr. Haredale, eyeing him from top to toe, who in his boyhood was a thief, and has been from that time to this a servile, false, and truckling knave. This man, who has crawled and crept through life, wounding the hands he licked and biting those he fawned upon, this sycophant who never knew what honor, truth, or courage meant, who robbed his benefactor's daughter of her virtue and married her to break her heart, and did it with stripes and cruelty. This creature, who has whined at kitchen windows for the broken food and begged for halfpence at our chapel doors, this apostle of the faith, whose tender conscience cannot bear the altars where his vicious life was publicly denounced. Do you know this man? Oh, really? You are very, very hard upon our friend, exclaimed Sir John. Let Mr. Haredale go on, said Gashford, upon whose unwholesome face the perspiration had broken out during this speech in blotches of wet. I don't mind him, Sir John. It's quite as indifferent to me what he says as it is to my lord. If he reviles my lord, as you have heard, Sir John, how can I hope to escape? Is it not enough, my lord, Mr. Haredale continued, that I, as good a gentleman as you, must hold my property, such as it is, by a trick at which the state connives because of these hard laws, and that we may not teach our youth in schools the common principles of right and wrong, but must be denounced and ridden by such men as this? Here is a man to head your no-popery cry. For shame! For shame! The infatuated nobleman had glanced more than once at Sir John Chester, as if to inquire whether there was any truth in these statements concerning Gashford, and Sir John had as often plainly answered by a shrug or look. Oh, dear me, no, he now said, in the same loud key and in the same strange manner as before. I have nothing to say, sir, in reply, and no desire to hear anything more. I beg you won't obtrude your conversation or these personal attacks upon me. I shall not be deterred from doing my duty to my country and my countrymen by any such attempts, whether they proceed from emissaries of the Pope or not. I assure you. Come, Gashford. They had walked on a few paces while speaking, and were now at the hall door through which they passed together. Mr. Haredale, without any leave-taking, turned away to the river stairs, which were close at hand, and hailed the only boatman who remained there. But the throng of people, the foremost of whom had heard every word that Lord George Gordon said, and among all of whom the rumour had been rapidly dispersed that the stranger was a papist who was bearding him for his advocacy of the popular cause, came pouring out pell-mell, and forcing the nobleman, his secretary, and Sir John Chester on before them, so that they appeared to be at their head, crowded to the top of the stairs where Mr. Haredale waited until the boat was ready, and there stood still, leaving him on a little clear space by himself. They were not silent, however, though inactive. At first some indistinct mutterings arose among them, which were followed by a hiss or two, and these swelled by degrees into a perfect storm. Then one voice said, "Down with the papists!" and there was a pretty general cheer, but nothing more. After a lull of a few moments, one man cried out, "Stone him!" Another, "Duck him!" Another, in a stentorian voice, "No popery!" This favourite cry the rest re-echoed, and the mob, which might have been 200 strong, joined in a general shout. Mr. Haredale had stood calmly on the brink of the steps until they made this demonstration, when he looked round contemptuously and walked at a slow pace down the stairs. He was pretty near the boat when Gashford, as if without intention, turned about, and directly afterwards a great stone was thrown by some hand in the crowd, which struck him on the head and made him stagger like a drunken man. The blood sprung freely from the wound and trickled down his coat. He turned directly, and rushing up the steps with a boldness and passion which made them all fall back, demanded, "Who did that? Show me the man who hit me." Not a soul moved, except some in the rear who slunk off, and escaping to the other side of the way, looked on like indifferent spectators. "Who did that?" he repeated. "Show me the man who did it. Dog, was it you? It was your deed, if not your hand. I know you." He threw himself on Gashford as he said the words, and hurled him to the ground. There was a sudden motion in the crowd, and some laid hands upon him, but his sword was out, and they fell off again. "My lord, Sir John," he cried, "draw, one of you. You are responsible for this outrage, and I look to you. Draw if you are gentlemen." With that he struck Sir John upon the breast with the flat of his weapon, and with a burning face and flashing eyes stood upon his guard, alone before them all. For an instant, for the briefest space of time the mind can readily conceive, there was a change in Sir John's smooth face, such as no man ever saw there. The next moment he stepped forward and laid one hand on Mr. Haredale's arm, while with the other he endeavoured to appease the crowd. "My dear friend, my good Haredale, you are blinded with passion. It's very natural, extremely natural, but you don't know friends from foes." "I know them all, sir. I can distinguish well," he retorted, almost mad with rage. "Sir John, Lord George, do you hear me? Are you cowards?" "Never mind, sir," said a man, forcing his way between and pushing him towards the stairs with friendly violence. "Never mind asking that. For God's sake, get away. What can you do against this number? And there are as many more in the next street. We'll be round directly." Indeed, they began to pour in as he said the words. "You'd be giddy from that cut in the first heat of a scuffle. Now do retire, sir, or take my word for it, you'll be worse used than you would be if every man in the crowd was a woman, and that woman Bloody Mary. Come, sir, make haste, as quick as you can." Mr. Haredale, who began to turn faint and sick, felt how sensible this advice was, and descended the steps with his unknown friend's assistance. John Gruby, for John it was, helped him into the boat, and giving her a shove off, which sent her 30 feet into the tide, bade the waterman pull away like a Briton, and walked up again as composedly as if he had just landed. There was at first a slight disposition on the part of the mob to resent this interference, but John, looking particularly strong and cool, and wearing besides Lord George's livery, they thought better of it, and contented themselves with sending a shower of small missiles after the boat, which plashed harmlessly in the water, for she had by this time cleared the bridge, and was darting swiftly down the centre of the stream. From this amusement, they proceeded to give Protestant knocks at the doors of private houses, breaking a few lamps and assaulting some stray constables. But it being whispered that a detachment of Life Guards had been sent for, they took to their heels with great expedition and left the street quite clear. This ends chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 44. When the concourse separated and, dividing into chance clusters, drew off in various directions, there still remained upon the scene of the late disturbance one man. This man was Gashford, who, bruised by his late fall, and hurt in a much greater degree by the indignity he'd undergone, and the exposure of which he'd been the victim, limped up and down, breathing curses and threats of vengeance. It was not the secretary's nature to waste his wrath in words. While he vented the froth of his malevolence in those effusions, he kept a steady eye on two men who, having disappeared with the rest when the alarm was spread, had since returned, and were now visible in the moonlight at no great distance, as they walked to and fro and talked together. He made no move towards them, but waited patiently on the dark side of the street, until they were tired of strolling backwards and forwards and walked away in company. Then he followed, but at some distance, keeping them in view without appearing to have that object or being seen by them. They went up Parliament Street, past St. Martin's Church, and away by St. Giles to Tottenham Court Road, at the back of which, upon the western side, was then a place called the Green Lanes. This was a retired spot, not of a choicest kind, leading into the fields. Great heaps of ashes, stagnant pools, overgrown with rank grass and duckweed, broken turnstiles, and the upright posts of palings long since carried off for firewood, which menace all heedless walkers with their jagged and rusty nails, were the leading features of the landscape, while here and there a donkey or a ragged horse, tethered to a stake and cropping off a wretched meal from the coarse, stunted turf, were quite in keeping with the scene, and would have suggested, if the houses had not done so sufficiently of themselves, how very poor the people were who lived in the crazy huts adjacent, and how foolhardy it might prove for one who carried money or wore decent clothes to walk that way alone, unless by daylight. Poverty has its whims and shows of taste, as wealth has. Some of these cabins were turreted. Some had false windows painted on their rotten walls. One had a mimic clock upon a crazy tower of 4 feet high, which screened the chimney. Each in its little patch of ground had a rude seat or arbor. The population dealt in bones, in rags, in broken glass, in old wheels, in birds and dogs. These in their several ways of stowage filled the gardens, and shedding a perfume not of the most delicious nature in the air, filled it besides with yelps and screams and howling. Into this retreat the secretary followed the two men whom he'd held in sight, and here he saw them safely lodged in one of the meanest houses, which was but a room, and that of small dimensions. He waited without until the sound of their voices, joined in a discordant song, assured him they were making merry, and then approaching the door by means of a tottering plank which crossed the ditch in front, knocked at it with his hand. "Master Gashford," said the man who opened it, taking the pipe from his mouth in evident surprise. "Why, who would have thought of this here honour? Walk in, Master Gashford. Walk in, sir." Gashford required no second invitation, and entered with a gracious air. There was a fire in the rusty grate, for though the spring was pretty far advanced, the nights were cold, and on a stool beside it Hugh sat smoking. Dennis placed a chair, his only one, for the secretary in front of the hearth, and took a seat again upon the stool he'd left when he rose to give the visitor admission. "What's in the wind now, Muster Gashford?" he said, as he resumed his pipe and looked at him askew. "Any orders from headquarters? Are we going to begin? What is it, Muster Gashford?" "Oh, nothing, nothing," rejoined the secretary, with a friendly nod to Hugh. "We have broken the ice, though. We had a little spurt today. Eh, Dennis?" "A very little one," growled the hangman. "Not half enough for me." "Nor me neither," cried Hugh. "Give us something to do with life in it. With life in it, master. Ha ha!" "Why, you wouldn't," said the secretary with his worst expression of face and in his mildest tones, "have anything to do with death in it?" "I don't know that," replied Hugh. "I'm open to orders. I don't care, not I." "Nor I," vociferated Dennis. "Brave fellows," said the secretary, in as pastor-like a voice as if he were commending them for some uncommon act of valor and generosity. "By the by," and here he stopped and warmed his hands, then suddenly looked up, "who threw that stone today?" Mr. Dennis coughed and shook his head, as who should say, "A mystery indeed." Hugh sat and smoked in silence. "It was well done," said the secretary, warming his hands again. "I should like to know that man." "Would you?" said Dennis, after looking at his face to assure himself that he was serious. "Would you like to know that man, Muster Gashford?" "I should indeed," replied the secretary. "Why then, Lord love you," said the hangman, in his hoarsest chuckle, as he pointed with his pipe to Hugh. "There he sits. That's the man. My stars and altars, Muster Gashford," he added in a whisper, as he drew his stool close to him and jogged him with his elbow. "What an interesting blade he is. He wants as much holding in as a thoroughbred bulldog. If it hadn't been for me today, he'd have had that ere Roman down and made a riot of it in another minute." "And why not?" cried Hugh in a surly voice, as he overheard this last remark. "Where's the good of putting things off? Strike while the iron's hot, that's what I say." "Ah," retorted Dennis, shaking his head, with a kind of pity for his friend's ingenuous youth. "But suppose the iron and hot, brother. You mustn't get people's blood up before you strike, and have 'em in the humour. There wasn't quite enough to provoke 'em today, I tell you. If you'd had your way, you'd have spoilt the fun to come and ruined us." "Dennis is quite right," said Gashford smoothly. "He's perfectly correct. Dennis has great knowledge of the world."
"I ought to have, Muster Gashford, seeing what a many people I've helped out of it, eh?"
grinned the hangman, whispering the words behind his hand. The secretary laughed at this jest as much as Dennis could desire, and when he'd done, said, turning to Hugh, "Dennis's policy was mine, as you may have observed. You saw, for instance, how I fell when I was set upon. I made no resistance. I did nothing to provoke an outbreak. Oh dear, no."
"No, by the Lord Harry," cried Dennis with a noisy laugh, "you went down very quiet, Muster Gashford, and very flat besides. I thinks to myself at the time, it's all up with Muster Gashford. I never saw a man lay flatter nor more still, with the life in him, than you did today. He's a rough un to play with, is that 'ere papist, and that's a fact."
The secretary's face, as Dennis roared with laughter and turned his wrinkled eyes on Hugh, who did the like, might have furnished a study for the devil's picture. He sat quite silent until they were serious again, and then said, looking round, "We are very pleasant here. So very pleasant, Dennis, that but for my lord's particular desire that I should sup with him, and the time being very near at hand, I should be inclined to stay until it would be hardly safe to go homeward. I come upon a little business yes, I do, as you supposed. It's very flattering to you, being this. If we ever should be obliged, and we can't tell, you know. This is a very uncertain world."
"I believe you, Muster Gashford," interposed the hangman with a grave nod. "The uncertainties as I've seen in reference to this here state of existence, the unexpected contingencies as have come about. Oh, my eye!"
Feeling the subject much too vast for expression, he puffed at his pipe again and looked the rest. "I say," resumed the secretary, in a slow, impressive way, "we can't tell what may come to pass, and if we should be obliged against our wills to have recourse to violence, my lord, who has suffered terribly today as far as words can go, consigns to you two, bearing in mind my recommendation of you both as good staunch men beyond all doubt and suspicion, the pleasant task of punishing this Haredale. You may do as you please with him or his, provided that you show no mercy and no quarter, and leave no two beams of his house standing where the builder placed them. You may sack it, burn it, do with it as you like, but it must come down. It must be razed to the ground, and he and all belonging to him left as shelterless as newborn infants whom their mothers have exposed. Do you understand me?" said Gashford, pausing and pressing his hands together gently.
"Understand you, master," cried Hugh. "You speak plain now. Why, this is hearty."
"I knew you would like it," said Gashford, shaking him by the hand. "I thought you would. Good night. Don't rise, Dennis. I would rather find my way alone. I may have to make other visits here, and it's pleasant to come and go without disturbing you. I can find my way perfectly well. Good night." He was gone and had shut the door behind him. They looked at each other and nodded approvingly. Dennis stirred up the fire.
"This looks a little more like business," he said.
"Aye, indeed," cried Hugh. "This suits me."
"I've heard it said of Muster Gashford," said the hangman, "that he'd a surprising memory and wonderful firmness, that he never forgot and never forgave. Let's drink his health."
Hugh readily complied, pouring no liquor on the floor when he drank this toast, and they pledged the secretary as a man after their own hearts in a bumper. This ends chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 45. While the worst passions of the worst men were thus working in the dark, and the mantle of religion, assumed to cover the ugliest deformities, threatened to become the shroud of all that was good and peaceful in society, a circumstance occurred which once more altered the position of two persons from whom this history has long been separated, and to whom it must now return. In a small English country town, the inhabitants of which supported themselves by the labor of their hands in planting and preparing straw for those who made bonnets and other articles of dress and ornament from that material, concealed under an assumed name, and living in a quiet poverty which knew no change, no pleasures, and few cares but that of struggling on from day to day in one great toil for bread, dwelt Barnaby and his mother. Their poor cottage had known no stranger's foot since they sought the shelter of its roof 5 years before, nor had they in all that time held any commerce or communication with the old world from which they had fled. To labor in peace, and devote her labor and her life to her poor son was all the widow sought. If happiness can be said at any time to be the lot of one on whom a secret sorrow preys, she was happy now. Tranquility, resignation, and her strong love of him who needed it so much formed the small circle of her quiet joys, and while that remained unbroken, she was contented. For Barnaby himself, the time which had flown by had passed him like the wind. The daily suns of years had shed no brighter gleam of reason on his mind. No dawn had broken on his long, dark night. He would sit sometimes, often for days together, on a low seat by the fire or by the cottage door, busy at work, for he'd learnt the art his mother plied, and listening, God help him, to the tales she would repeat as a lure to keep him in her sight. He had no recollection of these little narratives. The tale of yesterday was new to him upon the morrow, but he liked them at the moment, and when the humour held him, would remain patiently within doors, hearing her stories like a little child, and working cheerfully from sunrise until it was too dark to see. At other times, and then their scanty earnings were barely sufficient to furnish them with food, though of the coarsest sort, he would wander abroad from dawn of day until the twilight deepened into night. Few in that place, even of the children, could be idle, and he had no companions of his own kind. Indeed, there were not many who could have kept up with him in his rambles, had there been a legion. But there were a score of vagabond dogs belonging to the neighbours, who served his purpose quite as well. With 2 or 3 of these, or sometimes with a full half-dozen barking at his heels, he would sally forth on some long expedition that consumed the day, and though, on their return at nightfall, the dogs would come home limping and sore-footed, and almost spent with their fatigue, Barnaby was up and off again at sunrise with some new attendants of the same class, with whom he would return in like manner. On all these travels, Grip, in his little basket at his master's back, was a constant member of the party, and when they set off in fine weather and in high spirits, no dog barked louder than the raven. Their pleasures on these excursions were simple enough. A crust of bread and scrap of meat, with water from the brook or spring, sufficed for their repast. Barnaby's enjoyments were to walk and run and leap till he was tired, then to lie down in the long grass, or by the growing corn, or in the shade of some tall tree, looking upward at the light clouds as they floated over the blue surface of the sky, and listening to the lark as she poured out her brilliant song. There were wild flowers to pluck, the bright red poppy, the gentle harebell, the cowslip, and the rose. There were birds to watch, fish, ants, worms, hares or rabbits as they darted across the distant pathway in the wood and so were gone. Millions of living things to have an interest in, and lie in wait for, and clap hands and shout in memory of when they had disappeared. In default of these, or when they wearied, there was the merry sunlight to hunt out as it crept in aslant through leaves and boughs of trees and hid far down, deep in hollow places, like a silver pool where nodding branches seemed to bathe and sport. Sweet scents of summer air breathing over fields of beans or clover, the perfume of wet leaves or moss, the life of waving trees and shadows always changing. When these, or any of them tired, or in excess of pleasing tempted him to shut his eyes, there was slumber in the midst of all these soft delights, with the gentle wind murmuring like music in his ears, and everything around melting into one delicious dream. Their hut, for it was little more, stood on the outskirts of the town, at a short distance from the high road, but in a secluded place, where few chance passengers strayed at any season of the year. It had a plot of garden ground attached, which Barnaby, in fits and starts of working, trimmed and kept in order. Within doors and without, his mother labored for their common good, and hail, rain, snow, or sunshine found no difference in her. Though so far removed from the scenes of her past life, and with so little thought or hope of ever visiting them again, she seemed to have a strange desire to know what happened in the busy world. Any old newspaper or scrap of intelligence from London she caught at with avidity. The excitement it produced was not of a pleasurable kind, for her manner at such times expressed the keenest anxiety and dread, but it never faded in the least degree. Then, and in stormy winter nights, when the wind blew loud and strong, the old expression came into her face, and she would be seized with a fit of trembling, like one who had an ague. But Barnaby noted little of this, and putting a great constraint upon herself, she usually recovered her accustomed manner before the change had caught his observation. Grip was by no means an idle or unprofitable member of the humble household. Partly by dint of Barnaby's tuition, and partly by pursuing a species of self-instruction common to his tribe, and exerting his powers of observation to the utmost, he had acquired a degree of sagacity which rendered him famous for miles around. His conversational powers and surprising performances were the universal theme, and as many people came to see the wonderful raven, and none left his exertions unrewarded. When he condescended to exhibit, which was not always, for genius is capricious, his earnings formed an important item in the common stock. Indeed, the bird himself appeared to know his value well, for though he was perfectly free and unrestrained in the presence of Barnaby and his mother, he maintained in public an amazing gravity, and never stooped to any other gratuitous performances than biting the ankles of vagabond boys, an exercise in which he much delighted, killing a fowl or two occasionally, and swallowing the dinners of various neighboring dogs, of whom the boldest held him in great awe and dread. Time had glided on in this way, and nothing had happened to disturb or change their mode of life, when, one summer's night in June, they were in their little garden, resting from the labors of the day. The widow's work was yet upon her knee, and strewn upon the ground about her, and Barnaby stood leaning on his spade, gazing at the brightness in the west, and singing softly to himself. "A brave evening, mother! If we had, chinking in our pockets, but a few specks of that gold which is piled up yonder in the sky, we should be rich for life." "We are better as we are," returned the widow with a quiet smile. "Let us be contented, and we do not want and need not care to have it, though it lay shining at our feet." "Aye," said Barnaby, resting with crossed arms on his spade, and looking wistfully at the sunset. "That's well enough, mother, but gold's a good thing to have. I wish that I knew where to find it. Grip and I could do much with gold, be sure of that." "What would you do?" she asked. "What? A world of things. We dress finely. You and I mean, not Grip. Keep horses, dogs, wear bright colors and feathers, do no more work, live delicately and at our ease. Oh, we'd find uses for it, mother, and uses that would do us good. I would I knew where gold was buried. How hard I'd work to dig it up." "You do not know," said his mother, rising from her seat and laying her hand upon his shoulder, "what men have done to win it, and how they have found too late that it glitters brightest at a distance, and turns quite dim and dull when handled." Aye, so you say, so you think," he answered, still looking eagerly in the same direction. "For all that, mother, I should like to try." "Do you not see," she said, "how red it is? Nothing bears so many stains of blood as gold. Avoid it. None have such cause to hate its name as we have. Do not so much as think of it, dear love. It has brought such misery and suffering on your head and mine as few have known, and God grant few may have to undergo. I would rather we were dead and lay down in our graves than you should ever come to love it." For a moment Barnaby withdrew his eyes and looked at her with wonder. Then, glancing from the redness in the sky to the mark upon his wrist, as if he would compare the two, he seemed about to question her with earnestness, when a new object caught his wandering attention, and made him quite forgetful of his purpose. This was a man with dusty feet and garments, who stood bareheaded behind the hedge that divided their patch of garden from the pathway, and leant meekly forward as if he sought to mingle with their conversation and waited for his time to speak. His face was turned towards the brightness too, but the light that fell upon it showed that he was blind, and saw it not.
"Blessing on those voices," said the wayfarer. "I feel the beauty of the night more keenly when I hear 'em. They are like eyes to me. Will they speak again and cheer the heart of a poor traveller?"
"Have you no guide?" asked the widow, after a moment's pause. "None but that," he answered, pointing with his staff towards the sun, "and sometimes a milder one at night, but she's idle now." "Have you travelled far?" "A weary way and long," rejoined the traveller as he shook his head. "A weary, weary way. I struck me stick just now upon the bucket of your well. Be pleased to let me have a draught of water, lady." "Why do you call me lady?" she returned. "I am as poor as you." "Your speech is soft and gentle, and I judge by that," replied the man. "The coarsest stuffs and finest silks are, apart from the sense of touch, alike to me. I cannot judge you by your dress." "Come round this way," said Barnaby, who'd passed out at the garden gate and now stood close beside him. "Put your hand in mine. You're blind and always in the dark, eh? Are you frightened in the dark? Do you see great crowds of faces now? Do they grin and chatter?" "Alas," returned the other, "I see nothing. Waking or sleeping, nothing." Barnaby looked curiously at his eyes, and touching them with his fingers, as an inquisitive child might, led him towards the house. "You have come a long distance," said the widow, meeting him at the door. "How have you found your way so far?" "Use and necessity are good teachers, as I've heard, the best of any," said the blind man, sitting down upon the chair to which Barnaby had led him, and putting his hat and stick upon the red-tiled floor. "May neither you nor your son never learn under them. They are rough masters." "You have wandered from the road, too," said the widow, in a tone of pity. "Maybe, returned the blind man with a sigh, and yet with something of a smile upon his face. "That's likely. And posts and milestones are dumb indeed to me. Thank you the more for this rest and this refreshing drink." As he spoke, he raised the mug of water to his mouth. It was clear and cold and sparkling, but not to his taste nevertheless, or his thirst was not very great, for he only wetted his lips and put it down again. He wore, hanging with a long strap round his neck, a kind of scrip or wallet in which to carry food. The widow set some bread and cheese before him, but he thanked her and said that through the kindness of a charitable he had broken his fast once since morning and was not hungry. When he'd made her this reply, he opened his wallet and took out a few pence, which was all it appeared to contain. "Might I make bold to ask," he said, turning towards where Barnaby stood looking on, "that one who has the gift of sight would lay this out for me in bread to keep me on me way? Heaven's blessing on the young feet that will bestir themselves in aid of one so helpless as a sightless man." Barnaby looked at his mother, who nodded assent, and in another moment he was gone upon his charitable errand. The blind man sat listening with an attentive face until long after the sound of his retreating footsteps was inaudible to the widow, and then said suddenly, and in a very altered tone, "There are various degrees and kinds of blindness, widow. There's a connubial blindness, ma'am, which perhaps you may have observed in the course of your own experience, in which is a kind of wilful and self-bandaging blindness. There's the blindness of party, ma'am, and public men, which is the blindness of a mad bull in the midst of a regiment of soldiers clothed in red. There's the blind confidence of youth, which is the blindness of young kittens, whose eyes have not yet opened on the world. And there is that physical blindness, man, of which I am, contrary to my own desire, a most illustrious example. Added to these, ma'am, is that blindness of the intellect of which we have a specimen in your interesting son, and which, having sometimes glimmerings and dawnings of a light, is scarcely to be trusted as a total darkness. Therefore, ma'am, I have taken the liberty to get him out of the way for a short time, while you and I confer together, and this precaution arising out of the delicacy of my sentiments towards yourself. You will excuse me, ma'am, I know." Having delivered himself of this speech with many flourishes of manner, he drew from beneath his coat a flat stone bottle, and holding the cork between his teeth, qualified his mug of water with a plentiful infusion of the liquor it contained. He politely drained the bumper to her health, and the ladies, and setting it down empty, smacked his lips with infinite relish. "I am a citizen of the world, ma'am," said the blind man, corking his bottle, "and if I seem to conduct myself with freedom, it is therefore. You wonder who I am, ma'am, and what has brought me here. Such experience of human nature as I have leads me to that conclusion, without the aid of eyes by which to read the movements of your soul as depicted in your feminine features. I will satisfy your curiosity immediately, ma'am, immediately." With that he slapped his bottle on its broad back, and having put it under his garment as before, crossed his legs and folded his hands, and settled himself in his chair, previous to proceeding any further. The change in his manner was so unexpected, the craft and wickedness of his deportment were so much aggravated by his condition, for we are accustomed to see in those who have lost a human sense something in its place almost divine, and this alteration bred so many fears in her whom he addressed, that she could not pronounce one word. After waiting, as it seemed, for some remark or answer, and waiting in vain, the visitor resumed. "Madam, my name is Stagg. A friend of mine, who's desired the honour of meeting with you any time these 5 years past, has commissioned me to call upon you. I should be glad to whisper that gentleman's name in your ear." "Zounds, ma'am, are you deaf? Do you hear me say that I should be glad to whisper my friend's name in your ear?" "You need not repeat it," said the widow with a stifled groan. "I see too well from whom you come." "But as a man of honour, ma'am," said the blind man, striking himself on the breast, "whose credentials must not be disputed, I take leave to say that I will mention that gentleman's name. Aye," he added, seeming to catch with his quick ear the very motion of her hand, "but not aloud. With your leave, ma'am, I desire the favour of a whisper." She moved towards him and stooped down. He muttered a word in her ear, and wringing her hands, she paced up and down the room like one distracted. The blind man, with perfect composure, produced his bottle again, mixed another glassful, put it up as before, and drinking from time to time, followed her with his face in silence. "You are slow in conversation, widow," he said after a time, pausing in his draught. "We shall have to talk before your son." "What would you have me do?" she answered. "What do you want?" "We are poor, widow, we are poor," he retorted, stretching out his right hand and rubbing his thumb upon its palm. "Poor," she cried, "and what am I?" "Comparisons are odious," said the blind man. "I don't know, I don't care. I say that we are poor. My friend's circumstances are indifferent, and so are mine. We must have our rights, widow, or we must be bought off. But you know that as well as I. So where is the use of talking?" She still walked wildly to and fro. At length, stopping abruptly before him, she said, "Is he near here?"
"He is, close at hand."
"Then I am lost."
"Not lost, widow," said the blind man calmly, "only found. Shall I call him?"
"Not for the world," she answered, with a shudder.
"Very good," he replied,
crossing his legs again, for he'd made as though he would rise and walk to the door.
"As you please, widow. His presence is not necessary that I know of, but both he and I must live. To live, we must eat and drink. To eat and drink, we must have money. I say no more."
"Do you know how pinched and destitute I am?" she retorted. "I do not think you do, or can. If you had eyes and could look around you on this poor place, you would have pity on me. Oh, let your heart be softened by your own affliction, friend, and have some sympathy with mine." The blind man snapped his fingers as he answered,
"Beside the question, ma'am, beside the question. I have the softest heart in the world, but I can't live upon it. Many a gentleman lives well upon a soft head, who would find a heart of the same quality a very great drawback. Listen to me. This is a matter of business, with which sympathies and sentiments have nothing to do. As a mutual friend, I wish to arrange it in a satisfactory manner, if possible, and thus the case stands. If you are very poor now, it's your own choice. You have friends who, in case of need, are always ready to help you. My friend is in a more destitute and desolate situation than most men, and you and he being linked together in a common cause, he naturally looks to you to assist him. He has boarded and lodged with me a long time, for as I said just now, I am very soft-hearted, and I quite approve of his entertaining this opinion. You've always had a roof over your head. He has always been an outcast. You have your son to comfort and assist you. He has nobody at all. The advantages must not be all on one side. You are in the same bout, and we must divide the ballast a little more equally." She was about to speak, but he checked her and went on. "The only way of doing this is by making up a little purse now and then for my friend, and that's what I advise. He bears you no malice that I know of, ma'am, so little that although you've treated him harshly more than once, and driven him, I may say, out of doors, he has that regard for you that I believe even if you disappointed him now, he would consent to take charge of your son and make a man of him." He laid a great stress on these latter words, and paused as if to find out what effect they had produced. She only answered by her tears. "He is a likely lad," said the blind man thoughtfully, "for many purposes, and not ill-disposed to try his fortune in a little change and bustle, if I may judge from what I heard of his talk with you tonight. Come, in a word, my friend has pressing necessity for £20. You, who can give up an annuity, can get that sum for him. It's a pity you should be troubled. You seem very comfortable here, and it's worth that much to remain so. £20, widow, is a moderate demand. You know where to apply for it. A post will bring it you. £20. She was about to answer him again, but again he stopped her. "Don't say anything hastily. You might be sorry for it. Think of it a little while. £20 of other people's money. How easy. Turn it over in your mind. I'm in no hurry. Night's coming on, and if I don't sleep here, I shall not go far. £20. Consider of it, ma'am. For 20 minutes, give each pound a minute. That's a fair allowance. I'll enjoy the air the while, which is very mild and pleasant in these parts." With these words, he groped his way to the door, carrying his chair with him.
Then, seating himself under a spreading honeysuckle, and stretching his legs across the threshold so that no person could pass in or out without his knowledge, he took from his pocket a pipe, flint, steel, and tinder-box, and began to smoke. It was a lovely evening of that gentle kind, and at that time of year when the twilight is most beautiful. Pausing now and then to let his smoke curl slowly off, and to sniff the grateful fragrance of the flowers, he sat there at his ease, as though the cottage were his proper dwelling, and he held undisputed possession of it all his life, waiting for the widow's answer and for Barnaby's return. This ends chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 46. When Barnaby returned with the bread, the sight of the pious old pilgrim smoking his pipe and making himself so thoroughly at home appeared to surprise even him, the more so as that worthy person, instead of putting up a loaf in his wallet as a scarce and precious article, tossed it carelessly on the table, and producing his bottle, bade him sit down and drink. "For I carry some comfort, you see," he said. "Taste that. Is it good?" The water stood in Barnaby's eyes as he coughed from the strength of a draught, and answered in the affirmative. "Drink some more," said the blind man. "Don't be afraid of it. You don't taste anything like that often, eh?" "Often?" cried Barnaby. "Never." "Too poor?" returned the blind man with a sigh. "Aye, that's bad. Your mother, poor soul, would be happier if she was richer, Barnaby." "Why, so I tell her. The very thing I told her just before you came tonight, when all that gold was in the sky," said Barnaby, drawing his chair nearer to him and looking eagerly in his face. "Tell me, is there any way of being rich that I could find out?" "Any way? 100 ways." Aye, he returned. "Do you say so? What are they?" "Nay, mother, it's for your sake I ask, not mine. For yours, indeed. What are they?" The blind man turned his face, on which there was a smile of triumph, to where the widow stood in great distress, and answered, "Why, they are not to be found out by stay-at-homes, my good friend." "By stay-at-homes!" cried Barnaby, plucking at his sleeve. "But I am not one. Now, there you mistake. I am often out before the sun, and travel home when he's gone to rest. I am away in the woods before the day has reached the shady places, and am often there where the bright moon is peeping through the boughs and looking down upon the other moon that lives in the water. As I walk along, I try to find among the grass and moss some of that small money for which she works so hard and used to shed so many tears. As I lie asleep in the shade, I dream of it, dream of digging it up in heaps and spying it out hidden under bushes and seeing it sparkle as the dewdrops do among the leaves. But I never find it. Tell me where it is. I'd go there if the journey were a whole year long, because I know she would be happier when I came home and brought some with me. Speak again. I'll listen to you if you talk all night." The blind man passed his hand lightly over the poor fellow's face, and finding that his elbows were planted on the table, that his chin rested on his 2 hands, that he leaned eagerly forward, and that his whole manner expressed the utmost interest and anxiety, paused for a minute as though he desired the widow to observe this fully, and then made answer. "It's in the world, bold Barnaby, the merry world, not in solitary places like those you pass your time in, but in crowds, and where there's noise and rattle." "Good, good," cried Barnaby, rubbing his hands. "Yes, I love that. Grip loves it too. It suits us both. That's brave. The kind of places, said the blind man, that a young fellow likes, and in which a good son might do more for his mother, and himself to boot, in a month, than he could here in all his life. That is, if he had a friend, you know, and someone to advise with. You hear this, mother? Cried Barnaby, turning to her with delight. Never tell me we shouldn't heed it, if it lay shining at our feet. Why do you heed it so much now? Why do you toil from morning until night? Surely, said the blind man, surely. Have you no answer, widow? Is your mind, he slowly added, not made up yet? Let me speak with you, she answered, apart. Lay a hand upon my sleeve, said Stagg, arising from the table, and lead me where you will. Courage, bold Barnaby, we'll talk more of this. I've a fancy for you. Wait there till I come back. Now, widow. She led him out at the door and into the little garden where they stopped. You are a fit agent, she said, in a half-breathless manner, and well represent the man who sent you here. I'll tell him that you said so, Stagg retorted. He has a regard for you, and will respect me the more, if possible, for your prize. We must have our rights, widow. Rights? Do you know, she said, that a word from me— Why do you stop? Returned the blind man calmly, after a long pause. Do I know that a word from you would place my friend in the last position of the dance of life? Yes, I do. What of that? It will never be spoken, widow. You are sure of that? Quite. So sure that I don't come here to discuss the question. I say we must have our rights, or we must be bought off. Keep to that point, or let me return to my young friend, for I have an interest in the lad, and desire to put him in the way of making his fortune. Bah! You needn't speak, he added hastily. I know what you would say. You've hinted at it once already. Have I no feeling for you, because I am blind? No, I've not. Why do you expect me, being in darkness, to be better than men who have their sight? Why should you? Is the hand of heaven more manifest in my having no eyes than in your having two? It's the cant of you folks to be horrified if a blind man robs, or lies, or steals. Oh, yes, it's far worse in him, who can barely live on the few halfpence that are thrown to him in the streets, than in you, who can see and work and are not dependent on the mercies of the world. A curse on you! You with our 5 senses may be wicked at your pleasure. We who are 4, and want the most important, are to live and be moral on our affliction. For true charity and justice of rich to poor, all the world over. He paused a moment when he said these words, and caught the sound of money jingling in her hand. Well, he cried, quickly resuming his former manner, that should lead to something. The point, widow. First, answer me one question, she replied. You say he is close at hand. Has he left London? Being close at hand, widow, it would seem he has, returned the blind man. I mean, for good? You know that? Yes, for good. The truth is, widow, that his making a longer stay there might have had disagreeable consequences. He's come away for that reason. Listen, said the widow, telling some money out upon a bench beside them. Count. 6, said the blind man, listening attentively. Any more? They are the savings, she answered, of 5 years. 6 guineas. He put out his hand for one of the coins, felt it carefully, put it between his teeth, rung it on the bench, and nodded to her to proceed. These have been scraped together and laid by, lest sickness or death should separate my son and me. They've been purchased at the price of much hunger, hard labor, and want of rest. If you can take them, do, on condition that you leave this place upon the instant and enter no more into that room where he sits now, expecting your return." "6 guineas," said the blind man, shaking his head. "Thou of the fullest white that were ever coined, fall very far short of £20, widow." "For such a sum, as you know, I must write to a distant part of the country. To do that and receive an answer, I must have time." "2 days," said Stagg. "More." "4 days." "A week. Return on this day week at the same hour, but not to the house. Wait at the corner of the lane." "Of course," said the blind man with a crafty look. "I shall find you there." "Where else can I take refuge? Is it not enough that you have made a beggar of me, and that I have sacrificed my whole store, so hardly earned, to preserve this home?" "Humph!" said the blind man, after some consideration. "Set me with my face towards the point you speak of, and in the middle of the road. Is this the spot?" "It is." "On this day week at sunset, and think of him within doors. For the present, good night." She made him no answer, nor did he stop for any. He went slowly away, turning his head from time to time and stopping to listen, as if he were curious to know whether he was watched by anyone. The shadows of night were closing fast around, and he was soon lost in the gloom. It was not, however, until she had traversed the lane from end to end and made sure that he was gone, that she re-entered the cottage and hurriedly barred the door and window. "Mother," said Barnaby, "what is the matter? Where is the blind man?" "He's gone." "Gone!" he cried, starting up. "I must have more talk with him. Which way did he take?" "I don't know," she answered, folding her arms about him. "You must not go out tonight. There are ghosts and dreams abroad." "Aye?" said Barnaby, in a frightened whisper. "It is not safe to stir. We must leave this place tomorrow." "This place? This cottage? And the little garden, mother?" "Yes, tomorrow morning at sunrise. We must travel to London, lose ourselves in that wide place. There would be some trace of us in any other town. Then travel on again and find some new abode." Little persuasion was required to reconcile Barnaby to anything that promised change. In another minute he was wild with delight, in another full of grief at the prospect of parting with his friends the dogs, in another wild again. Then he was fearful of what she had said to prevent his wandering abroad that night, and full of terrors and strange questions. His light-heartedness in the end surmounted all his other feelings, and lying down in his clothes to the end that he might be ready on the morrow, he soon fell fast asleep before the poor turf fire. His mother did not close her eyes, but sat beside him watching. Every breath of wind sounded in her ears like that dreaded footstep at the door, or like that hand upon the latch, and made the calm summer night a night of horror. At length the welcome day appeared. When she had made the little preparations which were needful for their journey, and had prayed upon her knees with many tears, she roused Barnaby, who jumped up gaily at her summons. His clothes were few enough, and to carry grip was a labor of love. As the sun shed his earliest beams upon the earth, they closed the door of their deserted home and turned away. The sky was blue and bright, the air was fresh and filled with 1,000 perfumes. Barnaby looked upward and laughed with all his heart. But it was a day he usually devoted to a long ramble, and one of the dogs, the ugliest of them all, came bounding up and jumping round him in the fullness of his joy. He had to bid him go back in a surly tone, and his heart smote him while he did so. The dog retreated, turned with a half-incredulous, half-imploring look, came a little back, and stopped. It was the last appeal of an old companion and a faithful friend, cast off. Barnaby could bear no more, and as he shook his head and waved his playmate home, he burst into tears. "Oh, mother, mother, how mournful he will be when he scratches at the door and finds it always shut." There was such a sense of home in the thought, that though her own eyes overflowed, she would not have obliterated the recollection of it, either from her own mind or from his, for the wealth of the whole wide world. This ends chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 47. In the exhaustless catalogue of heaven's mercies to mankind, the power we have of finding some germs of comfort in the hardest trials must ever occupy the foremost place, not only because it supports and upholds us when we most require to be sustained, but because in this source of consolation there is something, we have reason to believe, of a divine spirit, something of that goodness which detects amidst our own evil doings a redeeming quality, something which, even in our fallen nature, we possess in common with the angels, which had its being in the old time when they trod the earth, and lingers on it yet in pity. How often on their journey did the widow remember with a grateful heart that out of his deprivation Barnaby's cheerfulness and affection sprung. How often did she call to mind that but for that he might have been sullen, morose, unkind, far removed from her, vicious perhaps, and cruel. How often had she cause for comfort in his strength and hope and in his simple nature. Those feeble powers of mind which rendered him so soon forgetful of the past, save in brief gleams and flashes. Even they were a comfort now. The world to him was full of happiness. In every tree and plant and flower, in every bird and beast and tiny insect whom a breath of summer wind laid low upon the ground, he had delight. His delight was hers, and where many a wise son would have made her sorrowful, this poor light-hearted idiot filled her breast with thankfulness and love. Their stock of money was low, but from the hoard she had told into the blind man's hand, the widow had withheld 1 guinea. This, with the few pence she possessed besides, was to 2 persons of their frugal habits a goodly sum in bank. Moreover, they had grip in company, and when they must otherwise have changed the guinea, it was but to make him exhibit outside an alehouse door, or in a village street, or in the grounds or gardens of a mansion of the better sort, and scores who would have given nothing in charity were ready to bargain for more amusement from a talking bird. One day, for they moved slowly, and although they had many rides in carts and wagons, were on the road a week, Barnaby, with Grip upon his shoulder and his mother following, begged permission at a trim lodge to go up to the great house at the other end of the avenue and show his raven. The man within was inclined to give them admittance, and was indeed about to do so, when a stout gentleman with a long whip in his hand, and a flushed face which seemed to indicate that he had had his morning's draught, rode up to the gate, and called in a loud voice, and with more oaths than the occasion seemed to warrant, to have it opened directly. "Who hast thou got here?" said the gentleman angrily, as the man threw the gate wide open, and pulled off his hat. "Who are these? Eh? Art a beggar, woman?" The widow answered with a curtsy that they were poor travellers. "Vagrants," said the gentleman, "vagrants and vagabonds. Thee wish to be made acquainted with the cage, dost thee? The cage, the stocks, and the whipping post? Where dost come from? she told him in a timid manner, for he was very loud, hoarse, and red-faced, and besought him not to be angry, for they meant no harm, and would go upon their way that moment.
"Don't be too sure of that," replied the gentleman. "We don't allow vagrants to roam about this place. I know what thou want'st. Stray linen drying on hedges and stray poultry, eh? What hast got in that basket, lazy hound?"
"Grip, grip, grip. Grip the clever, grip the wicked, grip the knowing. Grip, grip, grip,"
cried the raven, whom Barnaby had shut up on the approach of this stern personage.
"I'm a devil, I'm a devil, I'm a devil. Never say die. Hurrah! Bow, wow, wow. Polly, put the kettle on and we'll all have tea."
"Take the vermin out, scoundrel," said the gentleman, "and let me see him."
Barnaby, thus condescendingly addressed, produced his bird, but not without much fear and trembling, and set him down upon the ground, which he'd no sooner done than Grip drew 50 corks at least, and then began to dance, at the same time eyeing the gentleman with surprising insolence of manner, and screwing his head so much on one side that he appeared desirous of screwing it off upon the spot. The cork-drawing seemed to make a greater impression on the gentleman's mind than the raven's power of speech, and was indeed particularly adapted to his habits and capacity. He desired to have that done again, but despite his being very peremptory, and notwithstanding that Barnaby coaxed to the utmost, Grip turned a deaf ear to the request, and preserved a dead silence.
"Bring him along," said the gentleman, pointing to the house.
But Grip, who had watched the action, anticipated his master by hopping on before them, constantly flapping his wings and screaming "Cook!" meanwhile, as a hint perhaps that there was company coming, and a small collation would be acceptable. Barnaby and his mother walked on either side of the gentleman on horseback, who surveyed each of them from time to time in a proud and coarse manner, and occasionally thundered out some question, the tone of which alarmed Barnaby so much that he could find no answer, and as a matter of course could make him no reply. On one of these occasions, when the gentleman appeared disposed to exercise his horsewhip, the widow ventured to inform him in a low voice, and with tears in her eyes, that her son was of weak mind.
"An idiot, eh?"
said the gentleman, looking at Barnaby as he spoke.
"And how long hast thou been an idiot?"
"She knows," was Barnaby's timid answer, pointing to his mother. Always, I believe." "From his birth," said the widow.
"I don't believe it," cried the gentleman. "Not a bit of it. It's an excuse not to work. There's nothing like flogging to cure that disorder. I'd make a difference in him in 10 minutes, I'll be bound."
"Heaven has made none in more than twice 10 years, sir," said the widow mildly.
"Then why don't you shut him up? We pay enough for county institutions, damn 'em. But thou'd rather drag him about to excite charity, of course. I know thee."
Now this gentleman had various endearing appellations among his intimate friends. By some he was called a country gentleman of the true school, by some a fine old country gentleman, by some a sporting gentleman, by some a thoroughbred Englishman, by some a genuine John Bull. But they all agreed in one respect, and that was that it was a pity there were not more like him, and that because there were not, the country was going to rack and ruin every day. He was in the Commission of the Peace, and could write his name almost legibly. But his greatest qualifications were that he was more severe with poachers, was a better shot, a harder rider, had better horses, kept better dogs, could eat more solid food, drink more strong wine, go to bed every night more drunk, and get up every morning more sober than any man in the county. In knowledge of horseflesh he was almost equal to a farrier, in stable learning he surpassed his own head groom, and in gluttony not a pig on his estate was a match for him. He had no seat in Parliament himself, but he was extremely patriotic, and usually drove his voters up to the poll with his own hands. He was warmly attached to church and state, and never appointed to the living in his gift any but a 3-bottle man and a first-rate fox hunter. He mistrusted the honesty of all poor people who could read and write, and had a secret jealousy of his own wife, a young lady whom he had married for what his friends called the good old English reason that her father's property adjoined his own, for possessing those accomplishments in a greater degree than himself. In short, Barnaby being an idiot, and Grip a creature of mere brute instinct, it would be very hard to say what this gentleman was. He rode up to the door of a handsome house approached by a great flight of steps, where a man was waiting to take his horse, and led the way into a large hall, which, spacious as it was tainted with the fumes of last night's stale debauch. Greatcoats, riding whips, bridles, top boots, spurs, and such gear were strewn about on all sides, and formed, with some huge stag's antlers and a few portraits of dogs and horses, its principal embellishments. Throwing himself into a great chair, in which, by the by, he often snored away the night, when he'd been, according to his admirers, a finer country gentleman than usual, he bade the man to tell his mistress to come down, and presently there appeared, a little flurried as it seemed by the unwonted summons, a lady much younger than himself, who had the appearance of being in delicate health and not too happy.
"Here, thou'st no delight in following the hounds, as an English woman should have," said the gentleman. "See to this here. That'll please thee, perhaps."
The lady smiled, sat down at a little distance from him, and glanced at Barnaby with a look of pity.
"He's an idiot, the woman says,"
observed the gentleman, shaking his head.
"I don't believe it."
"Are you his mother?"
asked the lady. She answered yes.
"What's the use of asking her?" said the gentleman, thrusting his hands into his breeches pockets. "She'll tell thee so, of course. Most likely he's hired at so much a day. There, get on. Make him do something."
Grip, having by this time recovered his urbanity, condescended, at Barnaby's solicitation, to repeat his various phrases of speech, and to go through the whole of his performances with the utmost success. The corks and the never say die afforded the gentleman so much delight that he demanded the repetition of this part of the entertainment, until Grip got into his basket and positively refused to say another word, good or bad. The lady, too, was much amused with him, and the closing point of his obstinacy so delighted her husband that he burst into a roar of laughter and demanded his price. Barnaby looked as though he didn't understand his meaning. Probably he did not.
"His price," said the gentleman, rattling the money in his pockets. "What dost want for him? How much?"
"He's not to be sold,"
replied Barnaby, shutting up the basket in a great hurry and throwing the strap over his shoulder. "Mother, come away."
"Thou seest how much of an idiot he is, book learner," said the gentleman, looking scornfully at his wife. "He can make a bargain. What dost want for him, old woman?"
"He is my son's constant companion," said the widow. "He is not to be sold, sir, indeed."
"Not to be sold?" cried the gentleman, growing 10 times redder, hoarser, and louder than before. "Not to be sold?"
"Indeed, no," she answered. "We've never thought of parting with him, sir, I do assure you." He was evidently about to make a very passionate retort, when a few murmured words from his wife happening to catch his ear, he turned sharply round and said,
What?"
"We can hardly expect them to sell the bird against their own desire," she faltered. "If they preferred to keep him—"
"Prefer to keep him," he echoed. "These people who go tramping about the country a-pilfering and vagabondizing on all hands prefer to keep a bird when a landed proprietor and a justice asks his price. That old woman's been to school. I know she has. Don't tell me no." he roared to the widow. "I say yes."
Barnaby's mother pleaded guilty to the accusation and hoped there was no harm in it.
"No harm," said the gentleman. "No harm. No harm, ye old rebel, not a bit of harm. If my clerk was here, I'd set ye in the stocks, I would, or lay ye in jail for prowling up and down on the lookout for petty larcenies, ye limb of a gypsy. Here, Simon, put these pilferers out. Shove 'em into the road. Out with 'em. You don't want to sell the bird, ye that come here to beg, don't ye? If they aren't out in double quick, set the dogs upon 'em."
They waited for no further dismissal, but fled precipitately, leaving the gentleman to storm away by himself, for the poor lady had already retreated, and making a great many vain attempts to silence Grip, who, excited by the noise, took corks enough for a city feast as they hurried down the avenue, and appeared to congratulate himself beyond measure on having been the cause of the disturbance. When they had nearly reached the lodge, another servant, emerging from the shrubbery, feigned to be very active in ordering them off. But this man put a crown into the widow's hand, and whispering that his lady sent it, thrust them gently from the gate. This incident only suggested to the widow's mind, when they halted at an alehouse some miles further on, and heard the justice's character as given by his friends, that perhaps something more than capacity of stomach and tastes for the kennel and the stable were required to form either a perfect country gentleman, a thoroughbred Englishman, or a genuine John Bull, and that possibly the terms were sometimes misappropriated, not to say disgraced. She little thought then that a circumstance so slight would ever influence their future fortunes, but time and experience enlightened her in this respect. "Mother," said Barnaby, as they were sitting next day in a wagon which was to take them within 10 miles of the capital, "we're going to London first, you said. Shall we see that blind man there?" She was about to answer, "Heaven forbid," but checked herself and told him, no, she thought not. Why did he ask? "He's a wise man," said Barnaby, with a thoughtful countenance. "I wish that we may meet with him again. What was it that he said of crowds? That gold was to be found where people crowded, and not among the trees and in such quiet places. He spoke as if he loved it. London is a crowded place. I think we shall meet him there." "But why do you desire to see him, love?" she asked. "Because," said Barnaby, looking wistfully at her, "he talked to me about gold, which is a rare thing, and say what you will, a thing you would like to have, I know, and because he came and went away so strangely, just as white-headed old men come sometimes to my bed's foot in the night, and say what I can't remember when the bright day returns. He told me he'd come back. I wonder why he broke his word." "But you never thought of being rich or gay before, dear Barnaby. You've always been contented." He laughed and bade her say that again, then cried, oh yes, and laughed once more. Then something passed that caught his fancy, and the topic wandered from his mind and was succeeded by another just as fleeting. But it was plain from what he had said, and from his returning to the point more than once that day and on the next, that the blind man's visit, and indeed his words, had taken strong possession of his mind. Whether the idea of wealth had occurred to him for the first time on looking at the golden clouds that evening, and images were often presented to his thoughts by outward objects quite as remote and distant, or whether their poor and humble way of life had suggested it by contrast long ago, or whether the accident, as he would deem it, of the blind man's pursuing the current of his own remarks had done so at the moment, or he had been impressed by the mere circumstance of the man being blind, and therefore unlike anyone with whom he had talked before, it was impossible to tell. She tried every means to discover, but in vain, and the probability is that Barnaby himself was equally in the dark. It filled her with uneasiness to find him harping on this string, but all that she could do was to lead him quickly to some other subject and to dismiss it from his brain. To caution him against their visitor, to show any fear or suspicion in reference to him, would only be, she feared, to increase that interest with which Barnaby regarded him, and to strengthen his desire to meet him once again. She hoped, by plunging into the crowd, to rid herself of her terrible pursuer, and then, by journeying to a distance and observing increased caution, if that were possible, to live again unknown in secrecy and peace. They reached, in course of time, their halting place within 10 miles of London, and lay there for the night, after bargaining to be carried on for a trifle next day, in a light van which was returning empty, and was to start at 5 o'clock in the morning. The driver was punctual, the road good, save for the dust, the weather being very hot and dry, and at 7 in the forenoon of Friday, the 2nd of June, 1780, they alighted at the foot of Westminster Bridge, bade their conductor farewell, and stood alone, together, on the scorching pavement. For the freshness which night sheds upon such busy thoroughfares had already departed, and the sun was shining with uncommon lustre. This ends chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 48. Uncertain where to go next, and bewildered by the crowd of people who were already astir, they sat down in one of the recesses on the bridge to rest. They soon became aware that the stream of life was all pouring one way, and that a vast throng of persons were crossing the river from the Middlesex to the Surrey shore, in unusual haste and evident excitement. They were for the most part in knots of 2 or 3, or sometimes half a dozen. They spoke little together. Many of them were quite silent, and hurried on as if they had one absorbing object in view, which was common to them all. They were surprised to see that nearly every man in this great concourse, which still came pouring past without slackening in the least, wore in his hat a blue cockade, and that the chance passengers who were not so decorated appeared timidly anxious to escape observation or attack, and gave them the wall as if they would conciliate them. This, however, was natural enough, considering their inferiority in point of numbers. For the proportion of those who wore blue cockades to those who were dressed as usual was at least 40 or 50 to 1. There was no quarreling, however. The blue cockades went swarming on, passing each other when they could, and making all the speed that was possible in such a multitude, and exchanged nothing more than looks, and very often not even those, with such of the passers-by as were not of their number. At first the current of people had been confined to the 2 pathways, and but a few more eager stragglers kept the road. But after half an hour or so, the passage was completely blocked up by the great press, which, being now closely wedged together and impeded by the carts and coaches it encountered, moved but slowly, and was sometimes at a stand for 5 or 10 minutes together. After the lapse of nearly 2 hours, the numbers began to diminish visibly, and gradually dwindling away by little and little, left the bridge quite clear, save that, now and then, some hot and dusty man, with the cockade in his hat, and his coat thrown over his shoulder, went panting by, fearful of being too late, or stopped to ask which way his friends had taken, and being directed, hastened on again like one refreshed. In this comparative solitude, which seemed quite strange and novel after the late crowd, the widow had for the first time an opportunity of inquiring of an old man who came and sat beside them what was the meaning of that great assemblage.
"Why, where have you come from?" he returned, "that you haven't heard of Lord George Gordon's great association? This is the day that he presents the petition against the Catholics. God bless him."
"What have all these men to do with that?" she said.
"What have they to do with it?" the old man replied. "Why, how you talk! Don't you know his lordship has declared he won't present it to the house at all, unless it is attended to the door by 40,000 good and true men at least? There's a crowd for you."
"A crowd indeed," said Barnaby. "Do you hear that, mother?"
"And they're mustering yonder, as I'm told," resumed the old man, "nigh upon 100,000 strong. Ah, let Lord George alone. He knows his power. There'll be a good many faces inside them 3 windows over there," and he pointed to where the House of Commons overlooked the river, "that'll turn pale when good Lord George gets up this afternoon, and with reason, too. Aye, let his lordship alone. Let him alone. He knows."
And so, with much mumbling and chuckling and shaking of his forefinger, he rose with the assistance of his stick and tottered off. "Mother," said Barnaby, "that's a brave crowd he talks of. Come." "Not to join it," cried his mother.
Yes, he answered, plucking at her sleeve.
"Why not? Come." "You don't know," she urged, "what mischief they may do, where they may lead you, what their meaning is. Dear Barnaby, for my sake."
"For your sake," he cried, patting her hand. "Well, it is for your sake, mother. You remember what the blind man said about the gold. Here's a brave crowd. Come,
or wait till I come back."
Yes, wait here."
She tried with all the earnestness her fears engendered to turn him from his purpose, but in vain. He was stooping down to buckle on his shoe when a hackney coach passed them rather quickly, and a voice inside called to the driver to stop. "Young man," said a voice within.
"Who's that?" cried Barnaby, looking up.
"Do you wear this ornament?" returned the stranger, holding out a blue cockade. "In heaven's name, no. Pray do not give it him," exclaimed the widow. "Speak for yourself, woman," said the man within the coach coldly. "Leave the young man to his choice. He's old enough to make it and to snap your apron strings. He knows without your telling whether he wears the sign of a loyal Englishman or not." Barnaby, trembling with impatience, cried,
Yes, I do,"
as he had cried a dozen times already. The man threw him a cockade and, crying, "Make haste to St. George's Fields," ordered the coachman to drive on fast, and left them. With hands that trembled with his eagerness to fix the bauble in his hat, Barnaby was adjusting it as best he could, and hurriedly replying to the tears and entreaties of his mother, when 2 gentlemen passed on the opposite side of the way. Observing them, and seeing how Barnaby was occupied, they stopped, whispered together for an instant, turned back, and came over to them. "Why are you sitting there?" said one of them, who was dressed in a plain suit of black, wore long, lank hair, and carried a great cane. "Why have you not gone with the rest?" "I am going, sir," replied Barnaby, finishing his task, and putting his hat on with an air of pride. "I shall be there directly."
"Say my lord, young man, when his lordship does you the honor of speaking to you," said the second gentleman mildly. "If you don't know Lord George Gordon when you see him, it's high time you should."
"Nay, Gashford," said Lord George, as Barnaby pulled off his hat again and made him a low bow. "It's no great matter on a day like this, which every Englishman will remember with delight and pride. Put on your hat, friend, and follow us, for you lag behind and are late. It's past 10 now. Didn't you know that the hour for assembling was 10 o'clock? Barnaby shook his head and looked vacantly from one to the other.
"You might have known it, friend," said Gashford. "It was perfectly understood. How came you to be so ill-informed?"
"He cannot tell you, sir," the widow interposed. "It's of no use to ask him. We are but this morning come from a long distance in the country, and know nothing of these matters." "The cause has taken a deep root, and has spread its branches far and wide," said Lord George to his secretary. This is a pleasant hearing. I thank heaven for it."
"Amen,"
cried Gashford with a solemn face. "You do not understand me, my lord," said the widow. "Pardon me, but you cruelly mistake my meaning. We know nothing of these matters. We have no desire or right to join in what you are about to do. This is my son, my poor afflicted son, dearer to me than my own life. In mercy's name, my lord, go your way alone, and do not tempt him into danger."
"My good woman," said Gashford, "how can you? Dear me, what do you mean by tempting, and by danger? Do you think his lordship is a roaring lion, going about and seeking whom he may devour? God bless me!"
"No, no, my lord, forgive me," implored the widow, laying both her hands upon his breast, and scarcely knowing what she did or said in the earnestness of her supplication. "But there are reasons why you should hear my earnest mother's prayer, and leave my son with me. Oh, do! He is not in his right senses. He's not, indeed." "It is a bad sign of the wickedness of these times," said Lord George, evading her touch and colouring deeply, "that those who cling to the truth and support the right cause are set down as mad. Have you the heart to say this of your own son, unnatural mother?"
"I am astonished at you," said Gashford, with a kind of meek severity. "This is a very sad picture of female depravity."
"He has surely no appearance," said Lord George, glancing at Barnaby and whispering in his secretary's ear, "of being deranged. And even if he had, we must not construe any trifling peculiarity into madness. Which of us," and here he turned red again, "would be safe if that were made the law?"
"Not one," replied the secretary. "In that case, the greater the zeal, the truth, and talent, the more direct the call from above, the clearer would be the madness. With regard to this young man, my lord," he added, with a lip that slightly curled as he looked at Barnaby, who stood twirling his hat and stealthily beckoning them to come away, "he is as sensible and self-possessed as anyone I ever saw."
"And you desired to make one of this great body," said Lord George, addressing him, "and intended to make one, did you?"
Yes, yes," said Barnaby, with sparkling eyes. "To be sure I did. I told her so myself."
"I see," replied Lord George, with a reproachful glance at the unhappy mother. "I thought so. Follow me and this gentleman, and you shall have your wish." Barnaby kissed his mother tenderly on the cheek, and bidding her be of good cheer, for their fortunes were both made now, did as he was desired. She, poor woman, followed too, with how much fear and grief it would be hard to tell. They passed quickly through the bridge road, where the shops were all shut up, for the passage of the great crowd and the expectation of their return had alarmed the tradesmen for their goods and windows, and where in the upper stories all the inhabitants were congregated, looking down into the street below, with faces variously expressive of alarm, of interest, expectancy, and indignation. Some of these applauded, and some hissed, but regardless of these interruptions, for the noise of a vast congregation of people at a little distance sounded in his ears like the roaring of the sea, Lord George Gordon quickened his pace, and presently arrived before St. George's Fields. They were really fields at that time, and of considerable extent. Here an immense multitude was collected, bearing flags of various kinds and sizes, but all of the same color, blue like the cockades, some sections marching to and fro in military array, and others drawn up in circles, squares, and lines. A large portion, both of the bodies which paraded the ground and of those which remained stationary, were occupied in singing hymns or psalms. With whomsoever this originated, it was well done, for the sound of so many thousand voices in the air must have stirred the heart of any man within him, and could not fail to have a wonderful effect upon enthusiasts, however mistaken. Scouts had been posted in advance of the great body to give notice of their leader's coming. These falling back, the word was quickly passed through the whole host, and for a short interval there ensued a profound and death-like silence, during which the mass was so still and quiet that the fluttering of a banner caught the eye and became a circumstance of note. Then they burst into a tremendous shout, into another, and another, and the air seemed rent and shaken as if by the discharge of cannon. "Gashford!" cried Lord George, pressing his secretary's arm tight within his own, and speaking with as much emotion in his voice as in his altered face. "I am called indeed now. I feel and know it. I am the leader of a host. If they summoned me at this moment with one voice to lead them on to death, I'd do it. Yes, and fall first myself."
"It is a proud sight," said the secretary. "It is a noble day for England and for the great cause throughout the world. Such homage, my lord, as I, an humble but devoted man, can render."
"What are you doing?" cried his master, catching him by both hands, for he'd made a show of kneeling at his feet. "Do not unfit me, dear Gashford, for the solemn duty of this glorious day." But tears stood in the eyes of the poor gentleman as he said the words. "Let us go among them. We have to find a place in some division for this new recruit. Give me your hand." Gashford slid his cold, insidious palm into his master's grasp, and so, hand in hand, and followed still by Barnaby and by his mother too, they mingled with the concourse. They had by this time taken to their singing again, and as their leader passed between their ranks, they raised their voices to their utmost. Many of those who were banded together to support the religion of their country, even unto death, had never heard a hymn or psalm in all their lives. But these fellows, having for the most part strong lungs, and being naturally fond of singing, chanted any ribaldry or nonsense that occurred to them, feeling pretty certain that it would not be detected in the general chorus, and not caring much if it were. Many of these voluntaries were sung under the very nose of Lord George Gordon, who, quite unconscious of their burden, passed on with his usual stiff and solemn deportment, very much edified and delighted by the pious conduct of his followers. So they went on and on, up this line, down that, round the exterior of this circle, and on every side of that hollow square. And still there were lines and squares and circles out of number to review. The day being now intensely hot, and the sun striking down its fiercest rays upon the field, those who carried heavy banners began to grow faint and weary. Most of the number assembled were fain to pull off their neckcloths and throw their coats and waistcoats open, and some, towards the centre, quite overpowered by the excessive heat, which was of course rendered more unendurable by the multitude around them, lay down upon the grass, and offered all they had about them for a drink of water. Still, no man left the ground, not even of those who were so distressed. Still Lord George, streaming from every pore, went on with Gashford, and still Barnaby and his mother followed close behind them. They had arrived at the top of a long line of some 800 men in single file, and Lord George had turned his head to look back, when a loud cry of recognition, in that peculiar and half-stifled tone which a voice has when it is raised in the open air and in the midst of a great concourse of persons, was heard, and a man stepped with a shout of laughter from the rank, and smote Barnaby on the shoulders with his heavy hand. "How now?" he cried. "Barnaby Rudge! Why, where have you been hiding for these 100 years?" Barnaby had been thinking within himself that the smell of a trodden grass brought back his old days at cricket, when he was a young boy and played on Cligwell Green. Confused by this sudden and boisterous address, he stared in a bewildered manner at the man, and could scarcely say, "What? Hugh!" "Hugh!" echoed the other. "Aye, Hugh. Maypole Hugh. You remember my dog? He's alive now, and will know you, I warrant." What, you wear the colour, do you? Well done, ha ha ha! You know this young man, I see, said Lord George. Know him, my lord, as well as I know my own right hand. My captain knows him. We all know him. Will you take him into your division? It hasn't in it a better, nor a nimbler, nor a more active man than Barnaby Rudge, said Hugh. Show me the man who says it has. Fall in, Barnaby. He shall march, my lord, between me and Dennis, and he shall carry, he added, taking a flag from the hand of a tired man who tendered it, the gayest silken streamer in this valiant army. In the name of God, no! Shrieked the widow, darting forward. Barnaby, my lord! See, he'll come back! Barnaby! Barnaby! Women in the field, cried Hugh, stepping between them and holding her off. Holla! My captain there! What's the matter here? Cried Simon Tappertit, bustling up in a great heat. Do you call this order? Nothing like it, Captain, answered Hugh, still holding her back with his outstretched hand. It's against all orders. Ladies are carrying off our gallant soldiers from their duty. The word of command, Captain. They're filing off the ground. Quick! Close, said Simon, with the whole power of his lungs. Form! March! She was thrown to the ground. The whole field was in motion. Barnaby was whirled away into the heart of a dense mass of men, and she saw him no more. This ends chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 49. The mob had been divided from its first assemblage into 4 divisions: the London, the Westminster, the Southwark, and the Scotch. Each of these divisions being subdivided into various bodies, and these bodies being drawn up in various forms and figures. The general arrangement was, except to the few chiefs and leaders, as unintelligible as the plan of a great battle to the meanest soldier in the field. It was not without its method, however, for in a very short space of time after being put in motion, the crowd had resolved itself into 3 great parties, and were prepared, as had been arranged, to cross the river by different bridges, and make for the House of Commons in separate detachments. At the head of that division which had Westminster Bridge for its approach to the scene of action, Lord George Gordon took his post, with Gashford at his right hand, and sundry ruffians of most unpromising appearance forming a kind of staff about him. The conduct of a second party, whose route lay by Blackfriars, was entrusted to a committee of management, including perhaps a dozen men, while the third, which was to go by London Bridge and through the main streets, in order that their numbers and their serious intentions might be better known and appreciated by the citizens, were led by Simon Tappertit, assisted by a few subalterns selected from the Brotherhood of United Bulldogs, Dennis the Hangman, Hugh, and some others. The word of command being given, each of these great bodies took the road assigned to it, and departed on its way in perfect order and profound silence. That which went through the city greatly exceeded the others in number, and was of such prodigious extent that when the rear began to move, the front was nearly 4 miles in advance, notwithstanding that the men marched 3 abreast and followed very close upon each other. At the head of this party, in the place where Hugh, in the madness of his humor, had stationed him, and walking between that dangerous companion and the hangman, went Barnaby, as many a man among the thousands who looked on that day afterwards remembered well. Forgetful of all the other things in the ecstasy of the moment, his face flushed and his eyes sparkling with delight, heedless of the weight of the great banner he carried, and mindful only of its flashing in the sun and rustling in the summer breeze. On he went, proud, happy, elated past all telling, the only light-hearted, undesigning creature in the whole assembly. "What do you think of this?" asked Hugh, as they passed through the crowded streets, and looked up at the windows which were thronged with spectators. "They have all turned out to see our flags and streamers. Eh, Barnaby? Why, Barnaby's the greatest man of all the pack. His flag's the largest of the lot, the brightest too. There's nothing in the show like Barnaby. All eyes are turned on him. Ha, ha, ha." "Don't make that din, brother," growled the hangman, glancing with no very approving eyes at Barnaby as he spoke. "I hope he don't think there's nothing to be done but carrying that there piece of blue rag like a boy at a breaking up. You're ready for action, I hope, eh? You, I mean," he added, nudging Barnaby roughly with his elbow. "What are you staring at? Why don't you speak?" Barnaby had been gazing at his flag, and looked vacantly from his questioner to Hugh. "He don't understand your ways," said the latter. "Here, I'll explain it to him. Barnaby, old boy, attend to me." "I'll attend," said Barnaby, looking anxiously round, "but I wish I could see her somewhere." "See who?" demanded Dennis in a gruff voice. "You ain't in love, I hope, brother. That ain't the sort of thing for us, you know. We mustn't have no love here." "She would be proud indeed to see me now, eh, Hugh?" said Barnaby. "Wouldn't it make her glad to see me at the head of this large show? She'd cry for joy, I know she would. Where can she be? She never sees me at my best, and what do I care to be gay and fine if she's not by?" "Why, what palaver's this?" asked Mr. Dennis, with supreme disdain. "We ain't got no sentimental members among us, I hope." "Don't be uneasy, brother," cried Hugh. "He's only talking of his mother." "Of his what?" said Mr. Dennis, with a strong oath. "His mother." "And have I combined myself with this here section, and turned out on this here memorable day to hear men talk about their mothers?" growled Mr. Dennis with extreme disgust. "The notion of a man's sweetheart's bad enough, but a man's mother—" And here his disgust was so extreme that he spat upon the ground and could say no more. "Barnaby's right," cried Hugh with a grin, "and I say it. Look'ee, bold lad, if she's not here to see, it's because I've provided for her, and sent half a dozen gentlemen, every one of 'em with a blue flag, but not half as fine as yours, to take her in state to a grand house all hung round with gold and silver banners, and everything else you please, where she'll wait till you come and want for nothing." "Aye," said Barnaby, his face beaming with delight. "Have you indeed? That's a good hearing. That's fine. Kind Hugh." "But nothing to what will come, bless you," retorted Hugh, with a wink at Dennis, who regarded his new companion in arms with great astonishment. "No, indeed?" cried Barnaby. "Nothing at all," said Hugh. "Money, cocked hats and feathers, red coats and gold lace, all the fine things there are, ever were or will be, will belong to us if we are true to that noble gentleman, the best man in the world. Carry our flags for a few days and keep 'em safe. That's all we've got to do." "Is that all?" cried Barnaby, with glistening eyes, as he clutched his pole the tighter. "I warrant you I keep this one safe, then. You've put it in good hands. You know me, Hugh. Nobody shall wrest this flag away." "Well said," cried Hugh. "Ha ha! Nobly said. That's the old stout Barnaby that I've climbed and leaped with many and many a day. I knew I was not mistaken in Barnaby. Don't you see, man," he added in a whisper as he slipped to the other side of Dennis, "that the lad's a natural and can be got to do anything if you take him the right way? Letting alone the fun he is, he's worth 12 men in earnest, as you'd find if you try to fall with him. Leave him to me. You shall soon see whether he's of use or not." Mr. Dennis received these explanatory remarks with many nods and winks, and softened his behavior towards Barnaby from that moment. Hugh, laying his finger on his nose, stepped back into his former place, and they proceeded in silence. It was between 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon when the three great parties met at Westminster, and, uniting into one huge mass, raised a tremendous shout. This was not only done in token of their presence, but as a signal to those on whom the task devolved that it was time to take possession of the lobbies of both houses, and of the various avenues of approach, and of the gallery stairs. To the last named place, Hugh and Dennis, still with their pupil between them, rushed straightway, Barnaby having given his flag into the hands of one of their own party, who kept them at the outer door. Their followers pressing on behind, they were borne as on a great wave to the very doors of the gallery, whence it was impossible to retreat, even if they had been so inclined, by reasons of the throng which choked up the passages. It is a familiar expression in describing a great crowd, that a person might have walked upon the people's heads. In this case it was actually done, for a boy who had by some means got among the concourse, and was in imminent danger of suffocation, climbed to the shoulders of a man beside him, and walked upon the people's hats and heads into the open street, traversing in his passage the whole length of 2 staircases and a long gallery. Nor was the swarm without less dense, for a basket which had been tossed into the crowd was jerked from head to head and shoulder to shoulder, and went spinning and whirling on above them until it was lost to view, without ever once falling in among them or coming near the ground. Through this vast throng, sprinkled doubtless here and there with honest zealots, but composed for the most part of the very scum and refuse of London, whose growth was fostered by bad criminal laws, bad prison regulations, and the worst conceivable police, such of the members of both Houses of Parliament as had not taken the precautions to be already at their posts were compelled to fight and force their way. Their carriages were stopped and broken, the wheels wrenched off, the glasses shivered to atoms, the panels beaten in. Drivers, footmen, and masters pulled from their seats and rolled in the mud. Lords, commoners, and reverend bishops, with little distinction of person or party, were kicked and pinched and hustled, passed from hand to hand through various stages of ill usage, and sent to their fellow senators at last with their clothes hanging in ribbons about them, their bag-wigs torn off, themselves speechless and breathless, and their persons covered with the powder which had been cuffed and beaten out of their hair. One lord was so long in the hands of the populace that the peers as a body resolved to sally forth and rescue him, and were in the act of doing so when he happily appeared among them covered with dirt and bruises, and hardly to be recognized by those who knew him best. The noise and uproar were on an increase every moment. The air was filled with execrations, hoots, and howlings. The mob raged and roared like a mad monster as it was, unceasingly, and each new outrage served to swell its fury. Within doors, matters were even yet more threatening. Lord George, preceded by a man who carried the immense petition on a porter's knot through the lobby to the door of the House of Commons, where it was received by 2 officers of the House who rolled it up to the table ready for presentation, had taken his seat at an early hour before the Speaker went to prayers. His followers pouring in at the same time, the lobby and all the avenues were immediately filled, as we have seen. Thus the members were not only attacked in their passage through the streets, but were set upon within the very walls of Parliament, while the tumult, both within and without, was so great that those who attempted to speak could scarcely hear their own voices, far less consult upon the course it would be wise to take in such extremity, or animate each other to dignified and firm resistance. So sure as any member just arrived, with dress disordered and disheveled hair, came struggling through the crowd in the lobby, it yelled and screamed in triumph, and when the door of the house, partially and cautiously opened by those within for his admission, gave them a momentary glimpse of the interior, they grew more wild and savage, like beasts at the sight of prey, and made a rush against the portal, which strained its locks and bolts in their staples and shook the very beams. The strangers' gallery, which was immediately above the door of the house, had been ordered to be closed on the first rumor of disturbance, and was empty, save that now and then Lord George took his seat there, for the convenience of coming to the head of the stairs which led to it, and repeating to the people what had passed within. It was on these stairs that Barnaby, Hugh, and Dennis were posted. There were 2 flights, short, steep, and narrow, running parallel to each other, and leading to the 2 little doors communicating with a low passage which opened on the gallery. Between them was a kind of well or unglazed skylight for the admission of light and air into the lobby, which might be some 18 or 20 feet below. Upon one of these little staircases, not that at the head of which Lord George appeared from time to time, but the other, Gashford stood with his elbow on the banister and his cheek resting on his hand, with his usual crafty aspect. Whenever he varied this attitude in the slightest degree, so much as by the gentlest motion of his arm, the uproar was certain to increase, not merely there, but in the lobby below, from which place, no doubt, some man who acted as fugleman to the rest was constantly looking up and watching him. "Order!" cried Hugh, in a voice which made itself heard even above the roar and tumult, as Lord George appeared at the top of the staircase. "News! News from my lord!" The noise continued, notwithstanding his appearance, until Gashford looked round. There was silence immediately, even among the people in the passages without, and on the other staircases, who could neither see nor hear, but to whom, notwithstanding, the signal was conveyed with marvellous rapidity. "Gentlemen," said Lord George, who was very pale and agitated, "we must be firm. They talk of delays, but we must have no delays. They talk of taking your petition into consideration next Tuesday, but we must have it considered now. Present appearances look bad for our success, but we must succeed and will." "We must succeed and will," echoed the crowd. And so among their shouts and cheers and other cries, he bowed to them and retired, and presently came back again. There was another gesture from Gashford, and a dead silence directly. "I am afraid," he said this time, "that we have little reason, gentlemen, to hope for any redress from the proceedings of Parliament. But we must redress our own grievances. We must meet again. We must put our trust in Providence, and it will bless our endeavors." This speech, being a little more temperate than the last, was not so favorably received. When the noise and exasperation were at their height, he came back once more, and told them that the alarm had gone forth for many miles round, that when the king heard of their assembling together in that great body, he had no doubt his majesty would send down private orders to have their wishes complied with, and, with the manner of his speech as childish, irresolute, and uncertain as his matter, was proceeding in this strain, when 2 gentlemen suddenly appeared at the door where he stood, and pressing past him and coming a step or 2 lower down upon the stairs, confronted the people. The boldness of this action quite took them by surprise. They were not the less disconcerted when one of the gentlemen, turning to Lord George, spoke thus, in a loud voice that they might hear him well, but quite coolly and collectedly. "You may tell these people, if you please, my lord, that I am General Conway, of whom they have heard, and that I oppose this petition and all their proceedings and yours. I am a soldier, you may tell them, and I will protect the freedom of this place with my sword. You see, my lord, that the members of this house are all in arms today. You know that the entrance to it is a narrow one. You cannot be ignorant that there are men within these walls who are determined to defend that pass to the last, and before whom many lives must fall if your adherents persevere. Have a care what you do."
"And, my Lord George," said the other gentleman, addressing him in like manner, "I desire them to hear this from me, Colonel Gordon, your near relation. If a man among this crowd whose uproar strikes us deaf crosses the threshold of the House of Commons, I swear to run my sword that moment, not into his, but into your body."
With that, they stepped back again, keeping their faces towards the crowd, took each an arm of the misguided nobleman, drew him into the passage, and shut the door, which they directly locked and fastened on the inside. This was so quickly done, and the demeanor of both gentlemen, who were not young gentlemen either, was so gallant and resolute, that the crowd faltered and stared at each other with irresolute and timid looks. Many tried to turn towards the door. Some of the faintest-hearted cried they had best go back, and called to those behind to give way. And the panic and confusion were increasing rapidly, when Gashford whispered to Hugh, "What now?" Hugh roared aloud, turning towards them. "Why go back? Where can you do better than here, boys? One good rush against these doors, and one below at the same time, will do the business. Rush on, then. As to the door below, let those stand back who are afraid. Let those who are not afraid try who shall be the first to pass it. Here goes! Look out down there!" Without the delay of an instant, he threw himself headlong over the banisters into the lobby below. He'd hardly touched the ground when Barnaby was at his side. The chaplain's assistant and some members who were imploring the people to retire immediately withdrew. And then, with a great shout, both crowds threw themselves against the door pell-mell and besieged the house in earnest. At that moment, when a second onset must have brought them into collision with those who stood on the defensive within, in which case great loss of life and bloodshed would inevitably have ensued, the hindmost portion of the crowd gave way, and the rumor spread from mouth to mouth that a messenger had been dispatched by water for the military, who were forming in the street. Fearful of sustaining a charge in the narrow passages in which they were so closely wedged together, the throng poured out as impetuously as they had flocked in. As the whole stream turned at once, Barnaby and Hugh went with it. And so, fighting and struggling and trampling on fallen men and being trampled on in turn themselves, they and the whole mass floated by degrees into the open street, where a large detachment of the guards, both horse and foot, came hurrying up, clearing the ground before them so rapidly that the people seemed to melt away as they advanced. The word of command to halt being given, the soldiers formed across the street. The rioters, breathless and exhausted with their late exertions, formed likewise, though in a very irregular and disorderly manner. The commanding officer rode hastily into the open space between the two bodies, accompanied by a magistrate and an officer of the House of Commons, for whose accommodation a couple of troopers had hastily dismounted. The riot act was read, but not a man stirred. In the first rank of the insurgents, Barnaby and Hugh stood side by side. Somebody had thrust into Barnaby's hands when he came out into the street his precious flag, which, being now rolled up and tied round the pole, looked like a giant quarterstaff as he grasped it firmly and stood upon his guard. If ever man believed with his whole heart and soul that he was engaged in a just cause, and that he was bound to stand by his leader to the last, Poor Barnaby believes it of himself and Lord George Gordon. After an ineffectual attempt to make himself heard, the magistrate gave the word, and the horse guards came riding in among the crowd. But even then he galloped here and there, exhorting the people to disperse, and although heavy stones were thrown at the men, and some were desperately cut and bruised, they had no orders but to make prisoners of such of the rioters as were the most active, and to drive the people back with the flat of their sabres. As the horses came in among them, the throng gave way at many points, and the guards, following up their advantage, were rapidly clearing the ground, when 2 or 3 of the foremost, who were in a manner cut off from the rest by the people closing round them, made straight towards Barnaby and Hugh, who had no doubt been pointed out as the 2 men who dropped into the lobby, laying about them now with some effect, and inflicting on the most turbulent of their opponents a few slight flesh wounds, under the influence of which a man dropped here and there into the arms of his fellows amid much groaning and confusion. At the sight of gashed and bloody faces, seen for a moment in the crowd, then hidden by the press around them, Barnaby turned pale and sick. But he stood his ground, and grasping his pole more firmly yet, kept his eye fixed upon the nearest soldier, nodding his head meanwhile as Hugh, with a scowling visage, whispered in his ear. The soldier came spurring on, making his horse rear as the people pressed about him, cutting at the hands of those who would have grasped his rein and forced his charger back, and waving to his comrades to follow. And still Barnaby, without retreating an inch, waited for his coming. Some called to him to fly, and some were in the very act of closing round him to prevent his being taken, when the pole swept into the air above the people's heads, and the man's saddle was empty in an instant. Then he and Hugh turned and fled, the crowd opening to let them pass, and closing up again so quickly that there was no clue to the course they had taken. Panting for breath, hot, dusty, and exhausted with fatigue, they reached the riverside in safety, and getting into a boat with all despatch, were soon out of any immediate danger. As they glided down the river, they plainly heard the people cheering, and supposing they might have forced the soldiers to retreat, lay upon their oars for a few minutes, uncertain whether to return or not. But the crowd passing along Westminster Bridge soon assured them that the populace were dispersing, and Hugh rightly guessed from this that they had cheered the magistrate for offering to dismiss the military on condition of their immediate departure to their several homes, and that he and Barnaby were better where they were. He advised, therefore, that they should proceed to Blackfriars, and going ashore at the bridge, make the best of their way to the Boot, where there was not only good entertainment and safe lodging, but where they would certainly be joined by many of their late companions. Barnaby assenting, they decided on this course of action, and pulled for Blackfriars accordingly. They landed at a critical time, and fortunately for themselves at the right moment. For coming into Fleet Street, they found it in an unusual stir, and inquiring the cause, were told that a body of horse guards had just galloped past, and that they were escorting some rioters whom they'd made prisoners to Newgate for safety. Not at all ill-pleased to have so narrowly escaped the cavalcade, they lost no more time in asking questions, but hurried to the Boot with as much speed as Hugh considered it prudent to make, without appearing singular or attracting an inconvenient share of public notice. This ends chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 50. They were among the first to reach the tavern, but they'd not been there many minutes when several groups of men who had formed part of the crowd came straggling in. Among them were Simon Tappertit and Mr. Dennis, both of whom, but especially the latter, greeted Barnaby with the utmost warmth, and paid him many compliments on the prowess he had shown. "Which," said Dennis with an oath, as he rested his bludgeon in a corner with his hat upon it, and took a seat at the same table with them, "it does me good to think of. There was an opportunity, but it led to nothing. For my part, I don't know what would. There's no spirit among the people in these here times. Bring something to eat and drink here. I'm disgusted with humanity."
On what account?
asked Mr. Tappertit, who'd been quenching his fiery face in a half-gallon can. "Don't you consider this a good beginning, mister?" "Give me security that it aren't an ending," rejoined the hangman. "When that soldier went down, we might have made London ours, but no, we stand and gape and look on. The justice, I wish he had had a bullet in each eye, as he would have had if we'd gone to work my way, says, 'My lads, if you'll give me your word to disperse, I'll order off the military.' Our people sets up a hurrah, throws up the game with the winning cards in their hands, and skulks away like a pack of tame curs as they are." "Ah," said the hangman, in a tone of deep disgust, "it makes me blush for my fellow creatures. I wish I'd been born an ox, I do." "You'd have been quite as agreeable a character if you had been, I think," returned Simon Tappertit, going out in a lofty manner. "Don't be too sure of that," rejoined the hangman, calling after him. "If I was a horned animal at the present moment, with the smallest grain of sense, I'd toss every man in this company, excepting them two," meaning Hugh and Barnaby, "for his manner of conducting himself this day." With which mournful review of their proceedings, Mr. Dennis sought consolation in cold boiled beef and beer, but without at all relaxing the grim and dissatisfied expression of his face, the gloom of which was rather deepened than dissipated by their grateful influence. The company who were thus libelled might have retaliated by strong words, if not by blows, but they were dispirited and worn out. The greater part of them had fasted since morning. All had suffered extremely from the excessive heat, and between the day's shouting, exertion, and excitement, many had quite lost their voices, and so much of their strength that they could hardly stand. Then they were uncertain what to do next, fearful of the consequences of what they'd done already, and sensible that after all they had carried no point, but had indeed left matters worse than they had found them. Of those who'd come to the boot, many dropped off within an hour, such of them as were really honest and sincere, never after the morning's experience to return or to hold any communication with their late companions. Others remained but to refresh themselves, and then went home desponding. Others, who had theretofore been regular in their attendance, avoided the place altogether. The half-dozen prisoners whom the guards had taken were magnified by report into 100 at least, and their friends, being faint and sober, so slackened in their energy and so drooped beneath these dispiriting influences that by 8 o'clock in the evening Dennis, Hugh, and Barnaby were left alone. Even they were fast asleep upon the benches, when Gashford's entrance roused them.
"Oh, you are here, then," said the secretary. "Dear me."
"Why, where should we be, Muster Gashford?" Dennis rejoined as he rose into a sitting posture. "Oh, nowhere," he returned, with excessive mildness. "The streets are filled with blue cockades. I rather thought you might have been among them. I'm glad you are not." "You have orders for us, master, then?" said Hugh.
"Oh dear, no, not I. No orders, my good fellow. What orders should I have? You are not in my service."
"Muster Gashford," remonstrated Dennis, "we belong to the cause, don't we?"
"The cause,"
repeated the secretary, looking at him in a sort of abstraction. "There is no cause. The cause is lost."
"Lost?"
"Oh, yes. You've heard, I suppose? The petition is rejected by 192 to 6. It's quite final. We might have spared ourselves some trouble." That and my lord's vexation are the only circumstances I regret. I am quite satisfied in all other respects." As he said this, he took a penknife from his pocket, and putting his hat upon his knee, began to busy himself in ripping off the blue cockade which he had worn all day, at the same time humming a psalm tune which had been very popular in the morning, and dwelling on it with a gentle regret. His two adherents looked at each other, and at him, as if they were at a loss how to pursue the subject. At length Hugh, after some elbowing and winking between himself and Mr. Dennis, ventured to stay his hand, and to ask him why he meddled with that riband in his hat. "Because," said the secretary, looking up with something between a snarl and a smile, "because to sit still and wear it, or to fall asleep and wear it, is a mockery. That's all, friend." "What would you have us do, master?" cried Hugh. "Nothing," returned Gashford, shrugging his shoulders. "Nothing. When my lord was reproached and threatened for standing by you, I, as a prudent man, would have had you do nothing. When the soldiers were trampling you under their horses' feet, I would have had you do nothing. When one of them was struck down by a daring hand, and I saw confusion and dismay in all their faces, I would have had you do nothing. Just what you did, in short. This is the young man who had so little prudence and so much boldness. Ah, I am sorry for him."
"Sorry, master?" cried Hugh. "Sorry, Master Gashford," echoed Dennis.
"In case there should be a proclamation out tomorrow, offering £500 or some such trifle for his apprehension, and in case it should include another man who dropped into the lobby from the stairs above," said Gashford coldly. "Still, do nothing."
"Fire and fury, master!" cried Hugh, starting up. "What have we done that you should talk to us like this?"
"Nothing," returned Gashford with a sneer. "If you are cast into prison, if the young man," here he looked hard at Barnaby's attentive face, "is dragged from us and from his friends, perhaps from people whom he loves and whom his death would kill, is thrown into jail, brought out and hanged before their eyes, still do nothing. You'll find it your best policy, I have no doubt."
"Come on," cried Hugh, striding towards the door. "Dennis, Barnaby, come on."
"Where? To do what?" said Gashford, slipping past them and standing with his back against it.
"Anywhere. Anything," cried Hugh. "Stand aside, master, or the window will serve our turn as well. Let us out."
"Ha ha ha! You are of such an impetuous nature," said Gashford, changing his manner for one of the utmost good fellowship and the pleasantest raillery. "You are such an excitable creature. But you'll drink with me before you go?"
"Oh, yes, certainly," growled Dennis, drawing his sleeve across his thirsty lips. "No malice, brother. Drink with Master Gashford."
Hugh wiped his heated brow and relaxed into a smile. The artful secretary laughed outright. "Some liquor here. Be quick, or he'll not stop even for that. He is a man of such desperate ardour," said the smooth secretary, whom Mr. Dennis corroborated with sundry nods and muttered oaths. "Once roused, he is a fellow of such fierce determination." Hugh poised his sturdy arm aloft, and clapping Barnaby on the back, bade him fear nothing. They shook hands together. Poor Barnaby, evidently possessed with the idea that he was among the most virtuous and disinterested heroes in the world, and Gashford laughed again. "I hear," he said smoothly, as he stood among them with a great measure of liquor in his hand, and filled their glasses as quickly and as often as they chose. "I hear, but I cannot say whether it is true or false, that the men who are loitering in the streets tonight are half disposed to pull down a Romish chapel or two, and that they only want leaders. I even heard mention of those in Duke Street, Lincoln's Inn Fields, and in Warwick Street, Golden Square. But come and report, you know. You are not going?"
"To do nothing, master, eh?" cried Hugh. "No jails and halter for Barnaby and me. They must be frightened out of that. Leaders are wanted, are they? Now, boys."
"A most impetuous fellow," cried the secretary. "Ah, a courageous, boisterous, most vehement fellow. A man who—"
There was no need to finish the sentence, for they had rushed out of the house and were far beyond hearing. He stopped in the middle of a laugh, listened, drew on his gloves, and clasping his hands behind him, paced the deserted room for a long time, then bent his steps towards the busy town and walked into the streets. They were filled with people, for the rumor of that day's proceedings had made a great noise. Those persons who did not care to leave home were at their doors or windows, and one topic of discourse prevailed on every side. Some reported that the riots were effectually put down, others that they'd broken out again. Some said that Lord George Gordon had been sent under a strong guard to the Tower, others that an attempt had been made upon the king's life, that the soldiers had been again called out, and that the noise of musketry in a distant part of the town had been plainly heard within an hour. As it grew darker, these stories became more direful and mysterious, and often, when some frightened passenger ran past with tidings that the rioters were not far off and were coming up, the doors were shut and barred, lower windows made secure, and as much consternation engendered as if the city were invaded by a foreign army. Gashford walked stealthily about, listening to all he heard, and diffusing or confirming, whenever he had an opportunity, such false intelligence as suited his own purpose, and, busily occupied in this way, turned into Holborn for the 20th time, when a great many women and children came flying along the street, often panting and looking back, and the confused murmur of numerous voices struck upon his ear. Assured by these tokens, and by the red light which began to flash upon the houses on either side, that some of his friends were indeed approaching, he begged a moment's shelter at a door which opened as he passed, and running with some other persons to an upper window, looked out upon the crowd. They had torches among them, and the chief faces were distinctly visible. That they had been engaged in the destruction of some building was sufficiently apparent, and that it was a Catholic place of worship was evident from the spoils they bore as trophies, which were easily recognizable for the vestments of priests and rich fragments of altar furniture. Covered with soot and dirt and dust and lime, their garments torn to rags, their hair hanging wildly about them, their hands and faces jagged and bleeding with the wounds of rusty nails. Barnaby, Hugh, and Dennis hurried on before them all like hideous madmen. After them, the dense throng came fighting on, some singing, some shouting in triumph, some quarreling among themselves, some menacing the spectators as they passed, some with great wooden fragments on which they spent their rage as if they had been alive, rending them limb from limb, and hurling the scattered morsels high into the air, some in a drunken state, unconscious of the hurts they had received from falling bricks and stones and beams, one borne upon a shutter in the very midst, covered with a dingy cloth, a senseless, ghastly heap. Thus, a vision of coarse faces, with here and there a blot of flaring, smoky light, a dream of demon heads and savage eyes, and sticks and iron bars uplifted in the air and whirled about, a bewildering horror in which so much was seen and yet so little, which seemed so long and yet so short, in which there were so many phantoms not to be forgotten all through life, and yet so many things that could not be observed in one distracting glimpse. It flitted onward and was gone. As it passed away upon its work of wrath and ruin, a piercing scream was heard. A knot of persons ran towards the spot, Gashford, who just then emerged into the street among them. He was on the outskirts of the little concourse, and could not see or hear what passed within. But one who had a better place informed him that a widow woman had descried her son among the rioters.
"Is that all?" said the secretary.
turning his face homewards.
"Well, I think this looks a little more like business."
This ends chapter 50. Chapter 51 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 51. Promising as these outrages were to Gashford's view, and much like business as they looked, they extended that night no farther. The soldiers were again called out, again they took 6 prisoners, and again the crowd dispersed after a short and bloodless scuffle. Hot and drunken though they were, they had not yet broken all bounds and set all law and government at defiance. Something of their habitual deference to the authority erected by society for its own preservation yet remained among them, and had its majesty been vindicated in time, the secretary would have had to digest the bitter disappointment. By midnight the streets were clear and quiet, and, save that there stood in 2 parts of the town a heap of nodding walls and pile of rubbish, where there had been at sunset a rich and handsome building, everything wore its usual aspect. Even the Catholic gentry and tradesmen, of whom there were many resident in different parts of the city and its suburbs, had no fear for their lives or property, and but little indignation for the wrong they'd already sustained in the plunder and destruction of their temples of worship. An honest confidence in the government under whose protection they had lived for many years, and a well-founded reliance on the good feeling and right thinking of the great mass of the community with whom, notwithstanding their religious differences, they were every day in habits of confidential, affectionate, and friendly intercourse, reassured them, even under the excesses that had been committed, and convinced them that they who were Protestants in anything but the name were no more to be considered as abettors of these disgraceful occurrences than they themselves were chargeable with the uses of the block, the rack, the gibbet, and the stake in cruel Mary's reign. The clock was on the stroke of 1, when Gabriel Varden, with his lady and Miss Miggs, sat waiting in the little parlour. This fact, the toppling wicks of the dull-wasted candles, the silence that prevailed, and, above all, the nightcaps of both maid and matron, were sufficient evidence that they had been prepared for bed some time ago, and had some reason for sitting up so far beyond their usual hour. If any other corroborative testimony had been required, it would have been abundantly furnished in the actions of Miss Miggs, who, having arrived at that restless state and sensitive condition of the nervous system which are the result of long watching, did, by a constant rubbing and tweaking of her nose, a perpetual change of position, arising from the sudden growth of imaginary knots and knobs in her chair, a frequent friction of her eyebrows, the incessant recurrence of a small cough, a small groan, a gasp, a sigh, a sniff, a spasmodic start, and by other demonstrations of that nature, so filed down and rasped, as it were, the patience of a locksmith, that after looking at her in silence for some time, he at last broke out into this apostrophe: "Miggs, my good girl, go to bed, do go to bed. You are really worse than the dripping of 100 water butts outside the window, or the scratching of as many mice behind the waistcoat. I can't bear it. Do go to bed, Miggs, to oblige me. Do."
"You haven't got nothing to untie, sir," returned Miss Miggs, "and therefore your request does not surprise me. But Mrs. has, and while you sit up, Mim," she added, turning to the locksmith's wife, "I couldn't, no, not if 20 times the quantity of cold water was apparently running down my back at this moment, go to bed with a quiet spirit."
Having spoken these words, Miss Miggs made divers efforts to rub her shoulders in an impossible place, and shivered from head to foot, thereby giving the beholders to understand that the imaginary cascade was still in full flow, but that a sense of duty upheld her under that and all other sufferings and nerved her to endurance. Mrs. Varden being too sleepy to speak, and Miss Miggs having, as the phrase is, said her say, the locksmith had nothing for it but to sigh and be as quiet as he could. But to be quiet with such a basilisk before him was impossible. If he looked another way, it was worse to feel that she was rubbing her cheek or twitching her ear or winking her eye or making all kinds of extraordinary shapes with her nose than to see her do it. If she was for a moment free from any of these complaints, it was only because of her foot being asleep, or of her arm having got the fidgets, or of her leg being doubled up with the cramp, or of some other horrible disorder which racked her whole frame. If she did enjoy a moment's ease, then with her eyes shut and her mouth wide open, she would be seen to sit very stiff and upright in her chair, then to nod a little way forward and to stop with a jerk, then to nod a little farther forward and stop with another jerk, then to recover herself and to come forward again, lower, 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 by very slow degrees, until, just as it seemed impossible that she could preserve her balance for another instant, and the locksmith was about to call out in an agony to save her from dashing down upon her forehead and fracturing her skull, then all of a sudden, and without the smallest notice, she would come upright and rigid again with her eyes open, and in her countenance an expression of defiance, sleepy but yet most obstinate, which plainly said, "I've never once closed them since I looked at you last, and I'll take my oath of it." At length, after the clock had struck 2, there was a sound at the street door, as if somebody had fallen against the knocker by accident. Miss Miggs, immediately jumping up and clapping her hands, cried with a drowsy mingling of the sacred and profane, "Alleluia, Mim! There's Simmons' knock." "Who's there?" said Gabriel. "Me," cried the well-known voice of Mr. Tappertit. Gabriel opened the door and gave him admission. He did not cut a very insinuating figure, for a man of his stature suffers in a crowd, and having been active in yesterday morning's work, his dress was literally crushed from head to foot, his hat being beaten out of all shape, and his shoes trodden down at heel like slippers. His coat fluttered in strips about him, the buckles were torn away both from his knees and feet, half his neckerchief was gone, and the bosom of his shirt was rent to tatters. Yet, notwithstanding all these personal disadvantages, despite his being very weak from heat and fatigue, and so begrimed with mud and dust that he might have been in a case for anything of the real texture, either of his skin or apparel, that the eye could discern, he stalked haughtily into the parlor, and throwing himself into a chair and endeavoring to thrust his hands into the pockets of his small clothes, which were turned inside out and displayed upon his legs like tassels, surveyed the household with a gloomy dignity. "Simon," said the locksmith gravely, "how comes it that you return home at this time of night and in this condition? Give me an assurance that you have not been among the rioters, and I am satisfied." "Sir," replied Mr. Tappertit, with a contemptuous look, "I wonder at your assurance in making such demands." "You've been drinking," said the locksmith. "As a general principle, and in the most offensive sense of the word, sir," returned his journeyman with great self-possession, "I consider you a liar. In that last observation you have unintentionally, sir, struck upon the truth." "Martha," said the locksmith, turning to his wife and shaking his head sorrowfully, while a smile at the absurd figure beside him still played upon his open face, "I trust it may turn out that this poor lad is not the victim of the knaves and fools we have so often had words about, and who have done so much harm today. If he's been at Warwick Street or Duke Street tonight—" "He has been at neither, sir," cried Mr. Tappertit in a loud voice, which he suddenly dropped into a whisper as he repeated, with eyes fixed upon the locksmith.
"He has been at neither."
"I'm glad of it, with all my heart," said the locksmith in a serious tone. "For if he had been, and it could be proved against him, Martha, your great association would have been to him the cart that draws men to the gallows and leaves them hanging in the air. It would, as sure as we're alive." Mrs. Varden was too much scared by Simon's altered manner and appearance, and by the accounts of the rioters which had reached her ears that night, to offer any retort, or to have recourse to her usual matrimonial policy. Miss Miggs wrung her hands and wept.
"He was not at Duke Street or at Warwick Street, G. Varden," said Simon sternly, "but he was at Westminster. Perhaps, sir, he kicked a county member. Perhaps, sir, he tapped a lord. You may stare, sir, I repeat it. Blood flowed from noses, and perhaps he tapped a lord. Who knows? This," he added, putting his hand into his waistcoat pocket and taking out a large tooth, at the sight of which both Miggs and Mrs. Varden screamed, "this was a bishop's. Beware, G. Varden."
"Now, I would rather," said the locksmith hastily, "have paid £500 than had this come to pass. You idiot! Do you know what peril you stand in?"
"I know it, sir," replied his journeyman,
"and it is my glory. I was there. Everybody saw me there. I was conspicuous and prominent. I will abide the consequences." The locksmith, really disturbed and agitated, paced to and fro in silence, glancing at his former apprentice every now and then, and at length stopping before him, said, "Get to bed, and sleep for a couple of hours, that you may wake penitent and with some of your senses about you. Be sorry for what you have done, and we will try to save you. If I call him by 5 o'clock, said Varden, turning hurriedly to his wife, and he washes himself clean and changes his dress, he may get to the Tower stairs and away by the Gravesend tide boat before any search is made for him. From there he can easily get on to Canterbury, where your cousin will give him work till this storm is blown over. I am not sure that I do right in screening him from the punishment he deserves, but he has lived in this house, man and boy, for 12 years, and I should be sorry if this one day's work he made a miserable end. Lock the front door, Miggs, and show no light towards the street when you go upstairs. Quick, Simon, get to bed." "And do you suppose, sir," retorted Mr. Tappertit, with a thickness and slowness of speech which contrasted forcibly with the rapidity and earnestness of his kind-hearted master, "and do you suppose, sir, that I am base and mean enough to accept your servile proposition? Miscreant!" "Whatever you please, Sim, but get to bed. Every minute is of consequence. The light here, Miggs." "Yes, yes, oh do! Go to bed directly," cried the two women together. Mr. Tappertit stood upon his feet, and pushing his chair away to show that he needed no assistance, answered, swaying himself to and fro, and managing his head as if it had no connection whatever with his body. "You spoke of Miggs, sir. Miggs may be smothered." "Oh, Simon!" ejaculated that young lady in a faint voice. "Oh, Mim! Oh, sir! Oh, goodness gracious, what a turn he has give me!" "This family may all be smothered, sir," returned Mr. Tappertit, after glancing at her with a smile of ineffable disdain, "excepting Mrs. V. I've come here, sir, for her sake this night. Mrs. Varden, take this piece of paper. It's a protection, ma'am. You may need it." With these words he held out at arm's length a dirty, crumpled scrap of writing. The locksmith took it from him, opened it, and read as follows: "All good friends to our cause, I hope will be particular and do no injury to the property of any true Protestant. I am well assured that the proprietor of this house is a staunch and worthy friend to the cause. George Gordon.
What's this? Said the locksmith, with an altered face.
Something that'll do you good service, young feller, replied his journeyman, as you'll find. Keep that safe, and where you can lay your hand upon it in an instant. And chalk no popery on your door tomorrow night, and for a week to come. That's all.
This is a genuine document, said the locksmith. I know, for I have seen the hand before. What threat does it imply? What devil is abroad?
A fiery devil, retorted Sim. A flaming, furious devil. Don't you put yourself in its way, or you're done for, my buck. Be warned in time, G. Varden. Farewell.
But here the two women threw themselves in his way, especially Miss Miggs, who fell upon him with such fervor that she pinned him against the wall, and conjured him in moving words not to go forth till he was sober, to listen to reason, to think of it, to take some rest, and then determine.
I tell you, said Mr. Tappertit, that my mind is made up. My bleeding country calls me, and I go. Miggs, if you don't get out of the way, I'll pinch you.
Miss Miggs, still clinging to the rebel, screamed once vociferously, but whether in the distraction of her mind, or because of his having executed his threat, is uncertain.
Release me, said Simon, struggling to free himself from her chaste but spider-like embrace. Let me go. I have made arrangements for you in an altered state of society, and mean to provide for you comfortably in life. There, will that satisfy you?
Oh, Simon, cried Miss Miggs. Oh, my blessed Simon! Oh, Mim, what are my feelings at this conflicting moment?
Of a rather turbulent description, it would seem, for her nightcap had been knocked off in the scuffle, and she was on her knees upon the floor, making a strange revelation of blue and yellow curl papers, straggling locks of hair, tags of stay laces, and strings of it's impossible to say what, panting for breath, clasping her hands, turning her eyes upwards, shedding abundance of tears, and exhibiting various other symptoms of the acutest mental suffering.
I leave, said Simon, turning to his master with an utter disregard of Miggs' maidenly affliction, a box of things upstairs. Do what you like with 'em. I don't want 'em. I'm never coming back here any more. Provide yourself, sir, with a journeyman. I'm my country's journeyman. Henceforward that's my line of business. Be what you like in 2 hours' time, but now go up to bed, returned the locksmith, planting himself in the doorway. Do you hear me? Go to bed. I hear you, and defy you, Varden, rejoined Simon Tappertit. This night, sir, I have been in the country, planning an expedition which shall fill your bell-hanging soul with wonder and dismay. The plot demands my utmost energy. Let me pass. I'll knock you down if you come near the door, replied the locksmith. You had better go to bed.
Simon made no answer, but gathering himself up as straight as he could, plunged head foremost at his old master, and the two went driving out into the workshop together, plying their hands and feet so briskly that they looked like half a dozen, while Miggs and Mrs. Varden screamed for 12. It would have been easy for Varden to knock his old prentice down and bind him hand and foot. But as he was loath to hurt him in his then defenseless state, he contented himself with parrying his blows when he could, taking them in perfect good part when he could not, and keeping between him and the door until a favorable opportunity should present itself for forcing him to retreat upstairs and shutting him up in his own room. But in the goodness of his heart, he calculated too much upon his adversary's weakness, and forgot that drunken men who have lost the power of walking steadily can often run. Watching his time, Simon Tappertit made a cunning show of falling back,
staggered unexpectedly forward, brushed past him, opened the door — he knew the trick of that lock well — and darted down the street like a mad dog. The locksmith paused for a moment in the excess of his astonishment, and then gave chase. It was an excellent season for a run, for at that silent hour the streets were deserted, the air was cool, and the flying figure before him distinctly visible at a great distance, as it sped away with a long gaunt shadow following at its heels. But the short-winded locksmith had no chance against the man of Sim's youth and spare figure, though the day had been when he could have run him down in no time. The space between them rapidly increased, and as the rays of the rising sun streamed upon Simon in the act of turning a distant corner, Gabriel Varden was fain to give up and sit down on a doorstep to fetch his breath. Simon, meanwhile, without once stopping, fled at the same degree of swiftness to the boot, where, as he well knew, some of his company were lying, and at which respectable hostelry, for he had already acquired the distinction of being in great peril of the law, a friendly watch had been expecting him all night, and was even now on the lookout for his coming. "Go thy ways, Sim, go thy ways," said the locksmith, as soon as he could speak. "I have done my best for thee, poor lad, and would have saved thee, but the rope is round thy neck, I fear." So saying, and shaking his head in a very sorrowful and disconsolate manner, he turned back and soon re-entered his own house, where Mrs. Varden and the faithful Miggs had been anxiously expecting his return. Now Mrs. Varden, and by consequence Miss Miggs likewise, was impressed with a secret misgiving that she had done wrong, that she had, to the utmost of her small means, aided and abetted the growth of disturbances, the end of which it was impossible to foresee, that she had led remotely to the scene which had just passed, and that the locksmith's time for triumph and reproach had now arrived indeed. And so strongly did Mrs. Varden feel this, and so crestfallen was she in consequence, that while her husband was pursuing their lost journeyman, she secreted under her chair the little red-brick dwelling-house with the yellow roof, lest it should furnish new occasion for reference to the painful theme, and now hid the same still more with the skirts of her dress. But it happened that the locksmith had been thinking of this very article on his way home, and that, coming into the room and not seeing it, he at once demanded where it was. Mrs. Varden had no resource but to produce it, which she did with many tears and broken protestations that if she could have known— "Yes, yes," said Varden, "of course, I know that. I don't mean to reproach you, my dear, but recollect from this time that all good things perverted to evil purposes are worse than those which are naturally bad. A thoroughly wicked woman is wicked indeed. When religion goes wrong, she's very wrong for the same reason. Let us say no more about it, my dear." So he dropped the red-brick dwelling-house on the floor, and setting his heel upon it, crushed it into pieces. The halfpence and sixpences and other voluntary contributions rolled about in all directions, but nobody offered to touch them or to take them up. "That," said the locksmith, "is easily disposed of, and I would to heaven that everything growing out of the same society could be settled as easily." "It happens very fortunately, Varden," said his wife, with her handkerchief to her eyes, "that in case any more disturbances should happen, which I hope not, I sincerely hope not—" "I hope so too, my dear." "That in case any should occur, we have the piece of paper which that poor misguided young man brought." "Aye, to be sure," said the locksmith, turning quickly round. "Where is that piece of paper?" Mrs. Varden stood aghast as he took it from her outstretched hand, tore it into fragments, and threw them onto the grate. "Not use it?" she said. "Use it?" cried the locksmith. "No, Let them come and pull the roof about our ears. Let them burn us out of house and home. I'd neither have the protection of their leader, nor chalk their howl upon my door, though for not doing it they shot me on my own threshold. Use it. Let them come and do their worst. The first man who crosses my doorstep on such an errand as theirs had better be 100 miles away. Let him look to it. The others may have their will. I wouldn't beg or buy them off if, instead of every pound of iron in the place, there was 100 weight of gold. Get you to bed, Martha. I shall take down the shutters and go to work." "So early?" said his wife. "Aye," replied the locksmith cheerily. "So early. Come when they may, they shall not find us skulking and hiding, as if we feared to take our portion of the light of day, and left it all to them. So pleasant dreams to you, my dear, and cheerful sleep." With that he gave his wife a hearty kiss, and bade her delay no longer, or it would be time to rise before she lay down to rest. Mrs. Varden quite amiably and meekly walked upstairs, followed by Miggs, who, although a good deal subdued, could not refrain from sundry stimulative coughs and sniffs by the way, or from holding up her hands in astonishment at the daring conduct of master. This ends chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 52. A mob is usually a creature of very mysterious existence, particularly in a large city. Where it comes from or whither it goes, few men can tell. Assembling and dispersing with equal suddenness, it is as difficult to follow to its various sources as the sea itself, nor does the parallel stop here, for the ocean is not more fickle and uncertain, more terrible when roused, more unreasonable, or more cruel. The people who were boisterous at Westminster upon the Friday morning, and were eagerly bent upon the work of devastation in Duke Street and Warwick Street at night, were, in the mass, the same, allowing for the chance accessions of which any crowd is morally sure in a town where there must always be a large number of idle and profligate persons. One and the same mob was at both places. Yet they spread themselves in various directions when they dispersed in the afternoon, made no appointment for reassembling, had no definite purpose or design, and indeed, for anything they knew, were scattered beyond the hope of future union. At the Boot, which, as has been shown, was in a manner the headquarters of the rioters, there were not, upon this Friday night, 12 people. Some slept in the stable and outhouses, some in the common room, some 2 or 3 in beds. The rest were in their usual homes or haunts. Perhaps not a score in all lay in the adjacent fields and lanes, and under haystacks, or near the warmth of brick kilns, who'd not their accustomed place of rest beneath the open sky. As to the public ways within the town, they had their ordinary nightly occupants and no others. The usual amount of vice and wretchedness, but no more. The experience of one evening, however, had taught the reckless leaders of disturbance that they had but to show themselves in the streets to be immediately surrounded by materials which they could only have kept together when their aid was not required, at great risk, expense, and trouble. Once possessed of this secret, they were as confident as if 20,000 men, devoted to their will, had been encamped about them, and assumed a confidence which could not have been surpassed, though that had really been the case. All day Saturday they remained quiet. On Sunday they rather studied how to keep their men within call, and in full hope, than to follow out by any fierce measure their first day's proceedings. "I hope," said Dennis, as with a loud yawn he raised his body from a heap of straw on which he'd been sleeping, and supporting his head upon his hand, appealed to Hugh on Sunday morning.
That Muster Gashford allows some rest. Perhaps he'd have us at work again already, eh?
It's not his way to let matters drop, you may be sure of that, growled Hugh in answer. I'm in no humour to stir yet, though. I'm as stiff as a dead body, and as full of ugly scratches as if I'd been fighting all day yesterday with wild cats.
You've so much enthusiasm, that's it,
said Denis, looking with great admiration at the uncombed head, matted beard, and torn hands and face of the wild figure before him.
You're such a devil of a fellow.
You hurt yourself 100 times more than you need, because you will be foremost in everything and will do more than the rest. For the matter of that, returned Hugh, shaking back his ragged hair, and glancing towards the door of a stable in which they lay, there's one yonder as good as me. What did I tell you about him? Did I say he was worth a dozen when you doubted him? Mr. Denis rolled lazily over on his breast, and resting his chin upon his hand in imitation of the attitude in which Hugh lay, said, as he too looked towards the door,
Aye, you knew him, brother, you knew him. But who'd suppose to look at that chap now, that he could be the man he is? Isn't it 1,000 cruel pities, brother, that instead of taking his natural rest and qualifying himself for further exertions in this here honourable cause, he should be playing at soldiers like a boy? And his cleanliness, too, said Mr. Denis, who certainly had no reason to entertain a fellow feeling with anybody who was particular on that score. What weaknesses he's guilty of with respect to his cleanliness! At 5 o'clock this morning, there he was at the pump, though anyone would think he'd gone through enough the day before yesterday to be pretty fast asleep at that time. But no, when I woke for a minute or two, there he was at the pump, and if you'd seen him sticking them peacock's feathers into his hat when he'd done washing. I'm sorry he's such an imperfect character, but the best on us is incomplete in some pint of view or another.
The subject of this dialogue and of these concluding remarks, which were uttered in a tone of philosophical meditation, was, as the reader will have divined, no other than Barnaby, who, with his flag in hand, stood sentry in the little patch of sunlight at the distant door, or walked to and fro outside, singing softly to himself and keeping time to the music of some clear church bells. Whether he stood still, leaning with both hands on the flagstaff, or, bearing it upon his shoulder, paced slowly up and down, the careful arrangement of his poor dress and his erect and lofty bearing showed how high a sense he had of the great importance of his trust, and how happy and how proud it made him. To Hugh and his companion, who lay in a dark corner of the gloomy shed, he and the sunlight and the peaceful Sabbath sound to which he made response seemed like a bright picture framed by the door and set off by the stable's blackness. The whole formed such a contrast to themselves as they lay wallowing like some obscene animals in their squalor and wickedness on the 2 heaps of straw, that for a few moments they looked on without speaking and felt almost ashamed. Said Hugh at length, carrying it off with a laugh, he's a rare fellow, is Barnaby, and can do more with less rest or meat or drink than any of us. As to his soldiering, I put him on duty there. Then there was a object in it, and a proper good one, too, I'll be sworn, retorted Denis with a broad grin, and an oath of the same quality. What was it, brother? Why, you see, said Hugh, crawling a little nearer to him, that our noble captain yonder came in yesterday morning rather the worse for liquor, and was, like you and me, ditto last night. Denis looked to where Simon Tappertit lay coiled upon a truss of hay, snoring profoundly, and nodded. And our noble captain, continued Hugh with another laugh, our noble captain and I have planned for tomorrow a roaring expedition with good profit in it. Again the papists? Asked Denis. rubbing his hands.
Aye, again the papists. Against one of 'em at least, that some of us, and I for one, owe a good heavy grudge to. Not Muster Gashford's friend that he spoke to us about in my house, eh? Said Dennis, brimful of pleasant expectation.
The same man, said Hugh.
That's your sort, cried Mr. Dennis, gaily shaking hands with him. That's the kind of game. Let's have revenges and injuries and all that, and we shall get on twice as fast. Now you talk indeed. Ha ha ha!
The captain, added Hugh, has thoughts of carrying off a woman in the bustle, and ha ha ha, and so have I. Mr. Dennis received this part of the scheme with a wry face, observing that as a general principle he objected to women altogether, as being unsafe and slippery persons on whom there was no calculating with any certainty, and who were never in the same mind for 24 hours at a stretch. He might have expatiated on this suggestive theme at much greater length, but then it occurred to him to ask what connection existed between the proposed expedition and Barnaby's being posted at the stable door as sentry, to which Hugh cautiously replied in these words, "Why, the people we mean to visit were friends of his once upon a time, and I know that much of him to feel pretty sure that if he thought we were going to do them any harm, he'd be no friend to our side, but would lend a ready hand to the other. So I've persuaded him, for I know him of old, that Lord George has picked him out to guard this place tomorrow while we're away, and that it's a great honour, and so he's on duty now, and as proud of it as if he was a general. Ah, what do you say to me for a careful man as well as a devil of a one?" Mr. Dennis exhausted himself in compliments, and then added,
"But about the expedition itself?"
"About that," said Hugh, "you shall hear all particulars from me and the great captain conjointly and both together. For see, he's waking up. Rouse yourself, lion heart. Ah, put a good face upon it, and drink again. Another hair of the dog that bit you, captain. Call for drink. There's enough of gold and silver cups and candlesticks buried underneath my lord," he added, rolling back the straw, and pointing to where the ground was newly turned, "to pay for it, if it was a score of casks full. Drink, captain." Mr. Tappertit received these jovial promptings with a very bad grace, being much the worse both in mind and body for his 2 nights of debauch, and but indifferently able to stand upon his legs. With Hugh's assistance, however, he contrived to stagger to the pump, and having refreshed himself with an abundant draught of cold water, and a copious shower of the same refreshing liquid on his head and face, he ordered some rum and milk to be served, and upon that innocent beverage and some biscuits and cheese made a pretty hearty meal. That done, he disposed himself in an easy attitude on the ground beside his 2 companions, who were carousing after their own tastes, and proceeded to enlighten Mr. Dennis in reference to tomorrow's project. That their conversation was an interesting one was rendered manifest by its length and by the close attention of all 3. That it was not of an oppressively grave character, but was enlivened by various pleasantries arising out of the subject, was clear from their loud and frequent roars of laughter, which startled Barnaby on his post, and made him wonder at their levity. But he was not summoned to join them until they had eaten and drunk and slept and talked together for some hours, not indeed until the twilight, when they informed him that they were about to make a slight demonstration in the streets, just to keep the people's hands in, as it was Sunday night, and the people might otherwise be disappointed, and that he was free to accompany them if he would. Without the slightest preparation, saving that they carried clubs and wore the blue cockade, they sallied out into the streets, and, with no more settled design than that of doing as much mischief as they could, paraded them at random. Their numbers rapidly increasing, they soon divided into parties, and agreeing to meet by and by, in the fields near Welbeck Street, scoured the town in various directions. The largest body, and that which augmented with the greatest rapidity, was the one to which Hugh and Barnaby belonged. This took its way towards Moorfields, where there was a rich chapel, and in which neighborhood several Catholic families were known to reside. Beginning with the private houses so occupied, they broke open the doors and windows, and while they destroyed the furniture and left but the bare walls, made a sharp search for tools and engines of destruction, such as hammers, pokers, axes, saws, and such like instruments. Many of the rioters made belts of cord, of handkerchiefs, of any material they found at hand, and wore these weapons as openly as pioneers upon a field day. There was not the least disguise or concealment. Indeed, on this night, very little excitement or hurry. From the chapels, they tore down and took away the very altars, benches, pulpits, pews, and flooring. From the dwelling houses, the very wainscoting and stairs. This Sunday evening's recreation they pursued like mere workmen who had a certain task to do, and did it. 50 resolute men might have turned them at any moment. A single company of soldiers could have scattered them like dust. But no man interposed, no authority restrained them, and, except by the terrified persons who fled from their approach, they were as little heeded as if they were pursuing their lawful occupations with the utmost sobriety and good conduct. In the same manner, they marched to the place of rendezvous agreed upon, made great fires in the fields, and reserving the most valuable of their spoils, burnt the rest. Priestly garments, images of saints, rich stuffs and ornaments, altar furniture and household goods were cast into the flames and shed a glare on the whole country round. But they danced and howled and roared about these fires till they were tired, and were never for an instant checked. As the main body filed off from this scene of action and passed down Welbeck Street, they came upon Gashford, who had been a witness of their proceedings, and was walking stealthily along the pavement. Keeping up with him, and yet not seeming to speak, Hugh muttered in his ear, "Is this better, master?"
"No," said Gashford, "it is not."
"What would you have?" said Hugh. "Fevers are never at their height at once. They must get on by degrees."
"I would have you," said Gashford, pinching his arm with such malevolence that his nails seemed to meet in the skin, "I would have you put some meaning into your work. Fools! Can you make no better bonfires than of rags and scraps? Can you burn nothing whole?"
"A little patience, master," said Hugh. "Wait but a few hours, and you shall see. Look for a redness in the sky tomorrow night." With that he fell back into his place beside Barnaby, and when the secretary looked after him, both were lost in the crowd. This ends chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 53. The next day was ushered in by merry peals of bells, and by the firing of the Tower guns. Flags were hoisted on many of the church steeples. The usual demonstrations were made in honor of the anniversary of the king's birthday, and every man went about his pleasure or business as if the city were in perfect order, and there were no half-smouldering embers in its secret places, which, on the approach of night, would kindle up again and scatter ruin and dismay abroad. The leaders of the riot, rendered still more daring by the success of last night, and by the booty they had acquired, kept steadily together, and only thought of implicating the mass of their followers so deeply that no hope of pardon or reward might tempt them to betray their more notorious confederates into the hands of justice. Indeed, the sense of having gone too far to be forgiven held the timid together no less than the bold. Many, who would readily have pointed out the foremost rioters and given evidence against them, felt that escape by that means was hopeless, when their every act had been observed by scores of people who had taken no part in the disturbances, who had suffered in their persons, peace, or property by the outrages of the mob, who would be most willing witnesses, and whom the government would, no doubt, prefer to any king's evidence that might be offered. Many of this class had deserted their usual occupations on the Saturday morning. Some had been seen by their employers active in the tumult. Others knew they must be suspected, and that they would be discharged if they returned. Others had been desperate from the beginning, and comforted themselves with a homely proverb that, being hanged at all, they might as well be hanged for a sheep as a lamb. They all hoped and believed, in a greater or less degree, that the government they seemed to have paralyzed would, in its terror, come to terms with them in the end, and suffer them to make their own conditions. The least sanguine among them reasoned with himself that, at the worst, there were too many to be all punished, and that he had as good a chance of escape as any other man. The great mass never reasoned or thought at all, but were stimulated by their own headlong passions, by poverty, by ignorance, by the love of mischief, and the hope of plunder. One other circumstance is worthy of remark, and that is, that from the moment of their first outbreak at Westminster, every symptom of order or preconcerted arrangement among them vanished. When they divided into parties and ran to different quarters of the town, it was on the spontaneous suggestion of the moment. Each party swelled as it went along, like rivers as they rolled towards the sea. New leaders sprang up as they were wanted, disappeared when the necessity was over, and reappeared at the next crisis. Each tumult took shape and form from the circumstances of the moment. Sober workmen, going home from their day's labor, were seen to cast down their baskets of tools and become rioters in an instant. Mere boys on errands did the like. In a word, a moral plague ran through the city. The noise and hurry and excitement had for hundreds and hundreds an attraction they had no firmness to resist. The contagion spread like a dread fever, an infectious madness, and yet not near its height, seized on new victims every hour, and society began to tremble at their ravings. It was between 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Gaspard looked into the lair described in the last chapter, and seeing only Barnaby and Dennis there, inquired for Hugh. He was out, Barnaby told him, had gone out more than an hour ago and had not yet returned. "Dennis," said the smiling secretary, in his smoothest voice, as he sat down cross-legged on a barrel. "Dennis." The hangman struggled into a sitting posture directly, and with his eyes wide open looked towards him. "How do you do, Dennis?" said Gashford, nodding. "I hope you've suffered no inconvenience from your late exertions, Dennis."
"I always will say of you, Muster Gashford," returned the hangman, staring at him, "that that quiet way of yours might almost wake a dead man. It is," he added, with a muttered oath, still staring at him in a thoughtful manner, "so awful sly."
"So distinct, Dennis?"
"Distinct," he answered, scratching his head and keeping his eyes upon the secretary's face. "I seem to hear it, Muster Gashford, in my very bones."
"I am very glad your sense of hearing is so sharp, and that I succeed in making myself so intelligible," said Gashford, in his unvarying, even tone. "Where is your friend?" Mr. Dennis looked round, as in expectation of beholding him asleep upon his bed of straw. Then, remembering he'd seen him go out, replied,
"I can't say where he is, Muster Gashford. I expected him back afore now. I hope it isn't time that we was busy, Muster Gashford."
"Nay," said the secretary, "who should know that as well as you? How can I tell you, Dennis? You are perfect master of your own actions, you know, and accountable to nobody, except sometimes to the law, eh?"
Dennis, who was very much baffled by the cool matter-of-course manner of this reply, recovered his self-possession on his professional pursuits being referred to, and pointing towards Barnaby, shook his head and frowned. "Hush!" cried Barnaby.
"Ah, do hush about that, Muster Gashford," said the hangman in a low tone. "Popular prejudices, you always forget. Well, Barnaby, my lad, what's the matter?"
"I hear him coming," he answered. "Hark! Do you mark that? That's his foot. Bless ye, I know his step, and his dog's too. Tramp, tramp, pit, pat, on they come together, and ha, 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 and here they are," he cried, joyfully welcoming Hugh with both hands, and then patting him fondly on the back, as if instead of being the rough companion he was, he'd been one of the most prepossessing of men. "Here he is, and safe too. I'm glad to see him back again, old Hugh." "I'm a Turk if he doesn't give me a warmer welcome always than any man of sense," said Hugh, shaking hands with him with a kind of ferocious friendship, strange enough to see. "How are you, boy?" "Hearty!" cried Barnaby, waving his hat. "Ha, ha, ha! And merry too, Hugh, and ready to do anything for the good cause and the right, and to help the kind, mild, pale-faced gentleman, the lord they used so ill. Eh, Hugh?" "Aye," returned his friend, dropping his hand and looking at Gashford for an instant with a changed expression before he spoke to him. "Good day, master."
"And good day to you," replied the secretary, nursing his leg. "And many good days, whole years of them, I hope. You are heated."
"So would you have been, master," said Hugh, wiping his face, "if you'd been running here as fast as I have."
"You know the news, then?" "Yes, I suppose you would have heard it."
"News? What news?"
"You don't?" cried Gashford, raising his eyebrows with an exclamation of surprise. "Dear me! Come, then I am the first to make you acquainted with your distinguished position, after all. Do you see the King's Arms atop?" he smilingly asked, as he took a large paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and held it out for Hugh's inspection.
"Well," said Hugh, "what's that to me?"
"Much, a great deal," replied the secretary. "Read it."
"I told you the first time I saw you that I couldn't read," said Hugh impatiently. "What in the devil's name's inside of it?"
"It is a proclamation from the King in Council," said Gashford, "dated today, and offering a reward of £500. £500 is a great deal of money, and a large temptation to some people, to anyone who will discover the person or persons most active in demolishing those chapels on Saturday night."
"Is that all?" cried Hugh, with an indifferent air. "I knew of that."
"Truly, I might have known you did," said Gashford, smiling and folding up a document again. "Your friend, I might have guessed. Indeed, I did guess. Was sure to tell you."
"My friend?" stammered Hugh, with an unsuccessful effort to appear surprised. "What friend?"
"Tut, tut! Do you suppose I don't know where you have been?" retorted Gashford, rubbing his hands and beating the back of one on the palm of the other, and looking at him with a cunning eye. "How dull you think me! Shall I say his name?"
"No," said Hugh, with a hasty glance towards Dennis.
"You have also heard from him, no doubt," resumed the secretary, after a moment's pause, "that the rioters who've been taken, poor fellows, are committed for trial, and that some very active witnesses have had the temerity to appear against them. Among others," and here he clenched his teeth, as if he would suppress by force some violent words that rose upon his tongue, and spoke very slowly, "among others, a gentleman who saw the work going on in Warwick Street, a Catholic gentleman, one Haredale."
Hugh would have prevented his uttering the word, but it was out already. Hearing the name, Barnaby turned swiftly round. "Duty! Duty, bold Barnaby!" cried Hugh, assuming his wildest and most rapid manner, and thrusting into his hand his staff and flag, which leant against the wall.
Mount guard without loss of time, for we are off upon our expedition. Up, Dennis, and get ready. Take care that no one turns the straw upon my bed, brave Barnaby. We know what's underneath it, eh? Now, master, quick! What have you to say? Say speedily, for the little captain and a cluster of 'em are in the fields, and only waiting for us. Sharp's the word, and strike's the action. Quick!"
Barnaby was not proof against this bustle and despatch. The look of mingled astonishment and anger which had appeared in his face when he turned towards them faded from it as the words passed from his memory, like breath from a polished mirror, and grasping the weapon which Hugh forced upon him, he proudly took his station at the door beyond their hearing.
"You might have spoiled our plans, master," said Hugh. "You, too, of all men."
"Who would have supposed that he would be so quick?" urged Gashford.
"He's as quick sometimes. I don't mean with his hands, for that you know, but with his head, as you or any man," said Hugh. "Dennis, it's time we were going. They're waiting for us. I came to tell you. Reach me my stick and belt. Here, lend a hand, master. Fling this over my shoulder and buckle it behind, will you?"
"Brisk as ever," said the secretary,
adjusting it for him as he desired.
"A man need to be brisk today. There's a brisk work afoot."
"There is there?" said Gashford.
He said it with such a provoking assumption of ignorance that Hugh, looking over his shoulder and angrily down upon him, replied,
"Is there? You know there is. Who knows better than you, master, that the first great step to be taken is to make examples of these witnesses, and frighten all men from appearing against us or any of our body any more?"
"There's one we know of," returned Gashford, with an expressive smile, "who is at least as well informed upon that subject as you or I."
"If you mean the same gentleman, I suppose we do," Hugh rejoined softly. "I tell you this, he's as good and quick information about everything as—" Here he paused and looked round, as if to make sure that the person in question was not within hearing. "As old Nick himself. Have you done that, master? How slow you are!"
"It's quite fast now," said Gashford, rising. "I say, you didn't find that your friend disapproved of today's little expedition? Ha ha! It is fortunate it jumped so well with the witness policy, for once planned it must have been carried out. And now you're going, eh?"
"Now we are going, master," Hugh replied. "Any parting words?"
"Oh dear, no," said Gashford sweetly. "None."
"You're sure?" cried Hugh, nudging the grinning Dennis. "Quite sure, eh, Master Gashford?" chuckled the hangman.
Gashford paused a moment, struggling with his caution and his malice. Then putting himself between the two men and laying a hand upon the arm of each, said in a cramped whisper,
"Do not, my good friends, I am sure you will not, forget our talk one night, in your house, Dennis, about this person. No mercy, no quarter, no two beams of his house to be left standing where the builder placed them. Fire, the saying goes, is a good servant, but a bad master. Make it his master, he deserves no better. But I'm sure you will be firm. I'm sure you will be very resolute. I am sure you will remember that he thirsts for your lives and those of all your brave companions. If you ever acted like staunch fellows, you will do so today. Won't you, Dennis? Won't you, Hugh?"
The two looked at him and at each other, then bursting into a roar of laughter, brandished their staves above their heads, shook hands, and hurried out. When they'd been gone a little time, Gashford followed. They were yet in sight, and hastening to that part of the adjacent fields in which their fellows had already mustered. Hugh was looking back, and flourishing his hat to Barnaby, who, delighted with his trust, replied in the same way, and then resumed his pacing up and down before the stable door, where his feet had worn a path already. and when Gaspard himself was far distant, and looked back for the last time, he was still walking to and fro with the same measured tread, the most devoted and the blithest champion that ever maintained a post, and felt his heart lifted up with a brave sense of duty and determination to defend it to the last. Smiling at the simplicity of the poor idiot, Gaspard betook himself to Welbeck Street by a different path from that which he knew the rioters would take, and sitting down behind a curtain in one of the upper windows of Lord George Gordon's house, waited impatiently for their coming. They were so long that although he knew it had been settled they should come that way, he had a misgiving they must have changed their plans and taken some other route. But at length the roar of voices was heard in the neighboring fields, and soon afterwards they came thronging past in a great body. However, they were not all, nor nearly all in one body, but were, as he soon found, divided into 4 parties, each of which stopped before the house to give 3 cheers, and then went on, the leaders crying out in what direction they were going, and calling on the spectators to join them. The first detachment, carrying by way of banners some relics of the havoc they'd made in Moorfields, proclaimed they were on their way to Chelsea, whence they would return in the same order, to make of the spoil they bore a great bonfire near at hand. The second gave out that they were bound for Wapping to destroy a chapel. The third that their place of destination was East Smithfield, and their object the same. All this was done in broad, bright summer day. Gay carriages and chairs stopped to let them pass, or turned back to avoid them. People on foot stood aside in doorways, or perhaps knocked and begged permission to stand at a window, or in the hall, until the rioters had passed. But nobody interfered with them, and when they'd gone by, everything went on as usual. There still remained the 4th body, and for that the secretary looked with a most intense eagerness. At last it came up. It was numerous and composed of picked men, for as he gazed down among them he recognized many upturned faces which he knew well, those of Simon Tappertit, Hugh, and Dennis in the front, of course. They halted and cheered as the others had done, but when they moved again they did not, like them, proclaim what design they had. Hugh merely raised his hat upon the bludgeon he carried, and glancing at a spectator on the opposite side of the way, was gone. Gaspard followed the direction of his glance instinctively, and saw, standing on the pavement and wearing the blue cockade, Sir John Chester. He held his hat an inch or 2 above his head to propitiate the mob, and resting gracefully on his cane, smiling pleasantly, and displaying his dress and person to the very best advantage, looked on in the most tranquil state imaginable. For all that, and quick and dexterous as he was, Gaspard had seen him recognize Hugh with the air of a patron. He had no longer any eyes for the crowd, but fixed his keen regards upon Sir John. He stood in the same place and posture until the last man in the concourse had turned the corner of a street, then very deliberately took the blue cockade out of his hat, put it carefully in his pocket, ready for the next emergency, refreshed himself with a pinch of snuff, put up his box, and was walking slowly off, when a passing carriage stopped, and a lady's hand let down the glass. Sir John's hat was off again immediately. After a minute's conversation at the carriage window, in which it was apparent that he was vastly entertaining on the subject of the mob, he stepped lightly in and was driven away. The secretary smiled, but he had other thoughts to dwell upon, and soon dismissed the topic. Dinner was brought him, but he sent it down untasted, and in restless pacings up and down the room, and constant glances at the clock, and many futile efforts to sit down and read or go to sleep or look out of the window, consumed 4 weary hours. When Bedial told him thus much time had crept away, he stole upstairs to the top of the house, and coming out upon the roof sat down, with his face towards the east. Heedless of the fresh air that blew upon his heated brow, of the pleasant meadows from which he turned, of the piles of roofs and chimneys upon which he looked, of the smoke and rising mist he vainly sought to pierce, of the shrill cries of children at their evening sports, the distant hum and turmoil of the town, the cheerful country breath that rustled past to meet it and to droop and die. He watched and watched, till it was dark, save for the specks of light that twinkled in the streets below and far away, and, as the darkness deepened, strained his gaze and grew more eager yet.
"Nothing but gloom in that direction, still," he muttered restlessly. "Dog, where is the redness in the sky you promised me?"
This ends chapter 53. Chapter 54 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 54. Rumors of the prevailing disturbances had, by this time, begun to be pretty generally circulated through the towns and villages round London, and the tidings were everywhere received with that appetite for the marvellous and love of the terrible which have probably been among the natural characteristics of mankind since the creation of the world. These accounts, however, appeared to many persons at that day, as they would to us at the present, but that we know them to be matter of history, so monstrous and improbable that a great number of those who were resident at a distance, and who were credulous enough on other points, were really unable to bring their minds to believe that such things could be, and rejected the intelligence they received on all hands as wholly fabulous and absurd. Mr. Willett, not so much perhaps on account of his having argued and settled the matter with himself, as by reason of his constitutional obstinacy, was one of those who positively refused to entertain the current topic for a moment. On this very evening, and perhaps at the very time when Gaspard kept his solitary watch, old John was so red in the face with perpetually shaking his head in contradiction of his three ancient cronies and pot companions, that he was quite a phenomenon to behold, and lighted up the maypole porch wherein they sat together like a monstrous carbuncle in a fairy tale.
"Do you think, sir,"
said Mr. Willett, looking hard at Solomon Daisy, for it was his custom in cases of personal altercation to fasten upon the smallest man in the party,
"do you think, sir, that I'm a born fool?"
"No, no, Johnny,"
returned Solomon, looking round upon the little circle of which he formed a part.
"We all know better than that. You're no fool, Johnny. No, no."
Mr. Cobb and Mr. Parks shook their heads in unison, muttering,
"No, no, Johnny, not you."
But as such compliments had usually the effect of making Mr. Willett rather more dogged than before, he surveyed them with a look of deep disdain, and returned for answer,
"Then what do you mean by coming here and telling me that this evening you're a-going to walk up to London together, you three, you, and have the evidence of your own senses?"
"And," said Mr. Willett, putting his pipe in his mouth with an air of solemn disgust,
"Aren't the evidence of my senses enough for you?"
"But we haven't got it, Johnny," pleaded Parks humbly.
"You haven't got it, sir?"
repeated Mr. Willett, eyeing him from top to toe.
"You haven't got it, sir? You have got it, sir. Don't I tell you that His Blessed Majesty, King George III, would no more stand a-rioting and rollicking in his streets than he'd stand being crowed over by his own Parliament?"
"Yes, Johnny, but that's your sense, not your senses," said the adventurous Mr. Parks.
"How do you know?" retorted John with great dignity. "You're a-contradicting pretty free, you are, sir. How do you know which it is? I'm not aware I ever told you, sir."
Mr. Parks, finding himself in the position of having got into metaphysics without exactly seeing his way out of them, stammered forth an apology and retreated from the argument. There then ensued a silence of some 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour, at the expiration of which period Mr. Willett was observed to rumble and shake with laughter, and presently remarked, in reference to his late adversary,
that he hoped he had tackled him enough.
Thereupon Messrs. Cobb and Daisy laughed and nodded, and Parkes was looked upon as thoroughly and effectually put down.
Do you suppose, if all this was true, that Mr. Haredale would be constantly away from home, as he is? Said John after another silence. Do you think he wouldn't be afraid to leave his house with them 2 young women in it, and only a couple of men or so?
Aye, but then you know, returned Solomon Daisy, his house is a goodish way out of London, and they do say that the rioters won't go more than 2 miles, or 3 at the farthest, off the stones. Besides, you know, some of the Catholic gentlefolks have actually sent trinkets and such like down here for safety. At least, so the story goes.
The story goes, said Mr. Willett testily. Yes, sir, the story goes that you saw a ghost last March, but nobody believes it.
Well, said Solomon, rising to divert the attention of his 2 friends, who tittered at this retort, believed or disbelieved, it's true. And true or not, if we mean to go to London, we must be going at once. So shake hands, Johnny, and good night.
I shall shake hands, returned the landlord, putting his into his pocket with no man as goes to London on such nonsensical errands.
The 3 cronies were therefore reduced to the necessity of shaking his elbows. Having performed that ceremony, and brought from the house their hats and sticks and greatcoats, they bade him good night and departed, promising to bring him on the morrow full and true accounts of the real state of the city, and if it were quiet, to give him the full merit of his victory. John Willett looked after them as they plodded along the road in the rich glow of a summer evening, and knocking the ashes out of his pipe, laughed inwardly at their folly until his sides were sore. When he had quite exhausted himself, which took some time, for he laughed as slowly as he thought and spoke, he sat himself comfortably with his back to the house, put his legs upon the bench, then his apron over his face, and fell sound asleep. How long he slept matters not, but it was for no brief space, for when he awoke the rich light had faded, the sombre hues of night were falling fast upon the landscape, and a few bright stars were already twinkling overhead. The birds were all at roost, the daisies on the green had closed their fairy hoods, the honeysuckle twining around the porch exhaled its perfume in a 2-fold degree, as though it lost its coyness at that silent time, and loved to shed its fragrance on the night. The ivy scarcely stirred its deep green leaves. How tranquil and how beautiful it was! Was there no sound in the air, besides the gentle rustling of the trees and the grasshopper's merry chirp? Hark! Something very faint and distant, not unlike the murmuring in a seashell. Now it grew louder, fainter now, and now it altogether died away. Presently it came again, subsided, came once more, grew louder, fainter, swelled into a roar. It was on the road and varied with its windings. All at once it burst into a distinct sound, the voices and the tramping feet of many men. It is questionable whether old John Willett even then would have thought of the rioters, but for the cries of his cook and housemaid, who ran screaming upstairs and locked themselves into one of the old garrets, shrieking dismally when they done so, by way of rendering their place of refuge perfectly secret and secure. These 2 females did afterwards depone that Mr. Willett in his consternation uttered but 1 word, and called that up the stairs in a stentorian voice 6 distinct times. But as this word was a monosyllable, which, however inoffensive when applied to the quadruped it denotes, is highly reprehensible when used in connection with females of unimpeachable character. Many persons were inclined to believe that the young women labored under some hallucination caused by excessive fear, and that their ears deceived them. Be that as it may, John Willett, in whom the very uttermost extent of dull-headed perplexity supplied the place of courage, stationed himself in the porch and waited for their coming up. Once it dimly occurred to him that there was a kind of door to the house which had a lock and bolts, and at the same time some shadowy ideas of shutters to the lower windows flitted through his brain. But he stood stock still, looking down the road in the direction in which the noise was rapidly advancing, and did not so much as take his hands out of his pockets. He had not to wait long. A dark mass looming through a cloud of dust soon became visible. The mob quickened their pace, shouting and whooping like savages. They came rushing on pell-mell, and in a few seconds he was bandied from hand to hand in the heart of a crowd of men. "Hello!" cried a voice he knew, as the man who spoke came cleaving through the throng. "Where is he? Give him to me! Don't hurt him! How now, old Jack? Ha, ha, ha!" Mr. Willett looked at him and saw it was Hugh, but he said nothing and thought nothing. "These lads are thirsty and must drink," cried Hugh, thrusting him back towards the house. "Bustle, Jack! Bustle! Show us the best, the very best, the overproof that you keep for your own drinking, Jack." John faintly articulated the words, "Who's to pay?" "He says, 'Who's to pay?'" cried Hugh, with a roar of laughter, which was loudly echoed by the crowd. Then, turning to John, he added, "Pay? Why, nobody." John stared round at the mass of faces, some grinning, some fierce, some lighted up by torches, some indistinct, some dusky and shadowy, some looking at him, some at his house, some at each other, and while he was, as he thought, in the very act of doing so, found himself, without any consciousness of having moved, in the bar, sitting down in an armchair and watching the destruction of his property, as if it were some queer play or entertainment of an astonishing and stupefying nature, but having no reference to himself that he could make out at all. Yes, here was the bar that the boldest never entered without special invitation, the sanctuary, the mystery, the hallowed ground. Here it was, crammed with men, clubs, sticks, torches, pistols, filled with a deafening noise, oaths, shouts, screams, hootings, changed all at once into a bear garden, a madhouse, an infernal temple, men darting in and out by door and window, smashing the glass, turning the taps, drinking liquor out of china punch bowls, sitting astride of casks, smoking private and personal pipes, cutting down the sacred grove of lemons, hacking and hewing at the celebrated cheese, breaking open inviolable drawers, putting things in their pockets which didn't belong to them, dividing his own money before his own eyes, wantonly wasting, breaking, pulling down, and tearing up. Nothing quiet, nothing private. Men everywhere, above, below, overhead, in the bedrooms, in the kitchen, in the yard, in the stables, clambering in at windows when there were doors wide open, dropping out of windows when the stairs were handy, leaping over the banisters into chasms of passages, new faces and figures presenting themselves every instant, some yelling, some singing, some fighting, some breaking glass and crockery, some laying the dust with the liquor they couldn't drink, some ringing the bells till they pulled them down, others beating them with pokers till they beat them into fragments. More men still, more, swarming on like insects. Noise, smoke, light, darkness, frolic, anger, laughter, groans, plunder, fear, and ruin. Nearly all the time while John looked on at this bewildering scene, Hugh kept near him, and though he was the loudest, wildest, most destructive villain there, he saved his old master's bones a score of times. Nay, even when Mr. Tappertit, excited by liquor, came up and in assertion of his prerogative politely kicked John Willett on the shins, Hugh bade him return the compliment, and if old John had had sufficient presence of mind to understand this whispered direction and to profit by it, he might no doubt, under Hugh's protection, have done so with impunity. At length the band began to reassemble outside the house, and to call to those within to join them, for they were losing time. These murmurs increasing and attaining a high pitch, Hugh and some of those who yet lingered in the bar, and who plainly were the leaders of the troop, took counsel together, apart, as to what was to be done with John, to keep him quiet until their Cligwell work was over. Some proposed to set the house on fire and leave him in it. Others, that he should be reduced to a state of temporary insensibility by knocking on the head. Others, that he should be sworn to sit where he was until tomorrow at the same hour. Others again, that he should be gagged and taken off with them, under a sufficient guard. All these propositions being overruled, it was concluded at last to bind him in his chair, and the word was passed for Dennis.
"Looky here, Jack," said Hugh, striding up to him. "We're going to tie you hand and foot, but otherwise you won't be hurt. Do you hear?"
John Willett looked at another man as if he didn't know which was the speaker, and muttered something about an ordinary every Sunday at 2:00.
"You won't be hurt, I tell you, Jack. Do you hear me?" roared Hugh, impressing the assurance upon him by means of a heavy blow on the back. "He's so dead scared he's wool-gathering, I think. Give him a drop of something to drink here. Hand over, one of you."
A glass of liquor being passed forward, Hugh poured the contents down old John's throat. Mr. Willett feebly smacked his lips, thrust his hand into his pocket, and inquired what was to pay, adding as he looked vacantly round that he believed there was a trifle of broken glass.
"He's out of his senses for the time, it's my belief,"
said Hugh, after shaking him without any visible effect upon his system until his keys rattled in his pocket.
"Where's that Dennis?"
The word was again passed, and presently Mr. Dennis, with a long cord bound about his middle, something after the manner of a friar, came hurrying in, attended by a bodyguard of half a dozen of his men.
"Come, be alive here,"
cried Hugh, stamping his foot upon the ground.
"Make haste."
Dennis, with a wink and a nod, unwound the cord from about his person, and raising his eyes to the ceiling, looked all over it and round the walls and cornice with a curious eye, then shook his head.
"Move, man, can't you?"
cried Hugh, with another impatient stamp of his foot.
"Are we to wait here till the cry's gone for 10 miles round and our work's interrupted?"
"It's all very fine talking, brother," answered Dennis, stepping towards him, "but unless," and here he whispered in his ear, "unless we do it over the door, it can't be done at all in this here room."
"What can't?"
Hugh demanded.
"What can't?" retorted Dennis. "Why, the old man can't."
"Why, you aren't going to hang him?" cried Hugh.
"No, brother," returned the hangman with a stare. "What else?"
Hugh made no answer, but snatching the rope from his companion's hand, proceeded to bind old John himself. But his very first move was so bungling and unskilful that Mr. Dennis entreated, almost with tears in his eyes, that he might be permitted to perform the duty. Hugh consenting, he achieved it in a twinkling. "There," he said, looking mournfully at John Willett, who displayed no more emotion in his bonds than he'd shown out of them.
"That's what I call pretty and workmanlike. He's quite a picter now. But, brother, just a word with you. Now that he's ready trussed, as one may say, wouldn't it be better for all parties if we was to work him off?
It would read uncommon well in the newspapers, it would indeed. The public would think a great deal more on us."
Hugh, inferring what his companion meant, rather from his gestures than his technical mode of expressing himself, to which, as he was ignorant of his calling, he wanted the clue, rejected this proposition for the second time, and gave the word "Forward!" which was echoed by 100 voices from without.
"To the warren!"
shouted Dennis as he ran out, followed by the rest.
"A witness house, my lads!"
A loud yell followed, and the whole throng hurried off, mad for pillage and destruction. Hugh lingered behind for a few moments to stimulate himself with more drink, and to set all the taps running, a few of which had accidentally been spared. Then, glancing round the despoiled and plundered room, through whose shattered window the rioters had thrust the maypole itself, for even that had been sawn down, lighted a torch, clapped the mute and motionless John Willett on the back, and waving his light above his head and uttering a fierce shout, hastened after his companions. This ends chapter 54. Chapter 55 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 55. John Willett, left alone in his dismantled bar, continued to sit staring about him, awake as to his eyes, certainly, but with all his powers of reason and reflection in a sound and dreamless sleep. He looked round upon the room which had been for years, and was within an hour ago, the pride of his heart, and not a muscle of his face was moved. The night without looked black and cold through the dreary gaps in the casement. The precious liquids, now nearly leaked away, dripped with a hollow sound upon the floor. The maypole peered ruefully in through the broken window, like the bowsprit of a wrecked ship. The ground might have been the bottom of the sea, it was so strewn with precious fragments. Currents of air rushed in as the old doors jarred and creaked upon their hinges. The candles flickered and guttered down, and made long winding sheets. The cheery, deep red curtains flapped and fluttered idly in the wind. Even the stout Dutch kegs, overthrown and lying empty in dark corners, seemed the mere husks of good fellows whose jollity had departed, and who could kindle with a friendly glow no more. John saw this desolation, and yet saw it not. He was perfectly contented to sit there, staring at it, and felt no more indignation or discomfort in his bonds than if they had been robes of honor. So far as he was personally concerned, old time lay snoring, and the world stood still. Save for the dripping from the barrels, the rustling of such light fragments of destruction as the wind affected, and the dull creaking of the open doors, all was profoundly quiet indeed. These sounds, like the ticking of the death watch in the night, only made the silence they invaded deeper and more apparent. But quiet or noisy, it was all one to John. If a train of heavy artillery could have come up and commenced ball practice outside the window, it would have been all the same to him. He was a long way beyond surprise. A ghost couldn't have overtaken him. By and by he heard a footstep, a hurried and yet cautious footstep, coming on towards the house. It stopped, advanced again, then seemed to go quite round it. Having done that, it came beneath the window, and a head looked in. It was strongly relieved against the darkness outside by the glare of the guttering candles. A pale, worn, withered face. The eyes, but that was owing to its gaunt condition, unnaturally large and bright. The hair a grizzled black. It gave a searching glance all round the room, and a deep voice said, "Are you alone in this house?" John made no sign, though the question was repeated twice, and he heard it distinctly. After a moment's pause, the man got in at the window. John was not at all surprised at this either. There had been so much getting in and out of the window in the course of the last hour or so that he'd quite forgotten the door, and seemed to have lived among such exercises from infancy. The man wore a large, dark, faded cloak and a slouched hat. He walked up close to John and looked at him. John returned the compliment with interest. "How long have you been sitting thus?" said the man. John considered, but nothing came of it. "Which way have the party gone?" Some wandering speculations relative to the fashion of the stranger's boots got into Mr. Willet's mind by some accident or other, but they got out again in a hurry and left him in his former state. "You would do well to speak," said the man. "You may keep a whole skin, though you've nothing else left that can be hurt. Which way have the party gone?" "That," said John, finding his voice all at once, and nodding with perfect good faith. He couldn't point, he was tightly bound, in exactly the opposite direction to the right one. "You lie," said the man angrily, and with a threatening gesture. "I came that way. You would betray me." It was so evident that John's imperturbability was not assumed, but was the result of the late proceedings under his roof, that the man stayed his hand in the very act of striking him, and turned away. John looked after him without so much as a twitch in a single nerve of his face. He seized the glass, and holding it under one of the little casks until a few drops were collected, drank them greedily off. Then, throwing it down upon the floor impatiently, he took the vessel in his hands and drained it into his throat. Some scraps of bread and meat were scattered about, and on these he fell next, eating them with voracity, and pausing every now and then to listen for some fancied noise outside. When he had refreshed himself in this manner with violent haste, and raised another barrel to his lips, he pulled his hat upon his brow, as though he were about to leave the house, and turned to John. "Where are your servants?" Mr. Willet indistinctly remembered to have heard the rioters calling to them to throw the key of the room in which they were out of the window for their keeping. He therefore replied, "Locked up." "Well for them if they remain quiet, and well for you if you do the like," said the man. "Now show me the way the party went." This time Mr. Willet indicated it correctly. The man was hurrying to the door when suddenly there came towards them on the wind the loud and rapid tolling of an alarm bell, and then a bright and vivid glare streamed up, which illumined not only the whole chamber, but all the country. It was not the sudden change from darkness to this dreadful light. It was not the sound of distant shrieks and shouts of triumph. It was not this dread invasion of the serenity and peace of night that drove the man back, as though a thunderbolt had struck him. It was the bell. If the ghastliest shape the human mind has ever pictured in its wildest dreams had risen up before him, he could not have staggered backward from its touch as he did from the first sound of that loud iron voice. With eyes that started from his head, his limbs convulsed, his face most horrible to see, he raised one arm high up into the air, and holding something visionary back and down with his other hand, drove at it as though he held a knife and stabbed it to the heart. He clutched his hair and stopped his ears and travelled madly round and round, then gave a frightful cry, and with it rushed away. Still the bell tolled on and seemed to follow him, louder and louder, hotter and hotter yet. The glare grew brighter, the roar of voices deeper. The crash of heavy bodies falling shook the air. Bright streams of sparks rose up into the sky, but louder than them all, rising faster far to heaven, 1,000,000 times more fierce and furious, pouring forth dreadful secrets after its long silence, speaking the language of the dead. The bell. The bell. What hunt of spectres could surpass that dread pursuit and flight? Had there been a legion of them on his track, he could have better borne it. They would have had a beginning and an end, but here all space was full. The one pursuing voice was everywhere. It sounded in the earth, the air, shook the long grass, and howled among the trembling trees. The echoes caught it up. The owls hooted as it flew upon the breeze. The nightingale was silent and hid herself among the thickest boughs. It seemed to goad and urge the angry fire and lash it into madness. Everything was steeped in one prevailing red. The glow was everywhere. Nature was drenched in blood. Still the remorseless crying of that awful voice. The bell, the bell. It ceased, but not in his ears. The knell was at his heart. No work of man had ever voiced like that which sounded there, and warned him that it cried unceasingly to heaven. Who could hear that bell and not know what it said? There was murder in its every note, cruel, relentless, savage murder, the murder of a confiding man by one who held his every trust. Its ringing summoned phantoms from their graves. What face was that, in which a friendly smile changed to a look of half-incredulous horror, which stiffened for a moment into one of pain, then changed again into an imploring glance at heaven, and so fell idly down with upturned eyes, like the dead stags he had often peeped at when a little child, shrinking and shuddering. There was a dreadful thing to think of now, and clinging to an apron as he looked, he sank upon the ground, and groveling down as if he would dig himself a place to hide in, covered his face and ears. But no, no, no! 100 walls and roofs of brass would not shut out that bell, for in it spoke the wrathful voice of God, and from that voice the whole wide universe could not afford a refuge. While he rushed up and down, not knowing where to turn, and while he lay crouching there, the work went briskly on indeed. When they left the maypole, the rioters formed into a solid body, and advanced at a quick pace towards the warren. Rumor of their approach having gone before, they found the garden doors fast closed, the windows made secure, and the house profoundly dark, not a light being visible in any portion of the building. After some fruitless ringing at the bells and beating at the iron gates, they drew off a few paces to reconnoiter and confer upon the course it would be best to take. Very little conference was needed when all were bent upon one desperate purpose, infuriated with liquor and flushed with successful riot. The word being given to surround the house, some climbed the gates or dropped into the shallow trench and scaled the garden wall, while others pulled down the solid iron fence, and while they made a breach to enter by, made deadly weapons of the bars. The house being completely encircled, a small number of men were dispatched to break open a tool shed in the garden, and during their absence on this errand, the remainder contented themselves with knocking violently at the doors, and calling to those within to come down and open them on peril of their lives. No answer being returned to this repeated summons, and the detachment who had been sent away coming back with an accession of pickaxes, spades, and hoes, they, together with those who had such arms already, or carried, as many did, axes, poles, and crowbars, struggled into the foremost rank, ready to beset the doors and windows. They had not at this time more than a dozen lighted torches among them, but when these preparations were completed, flaming links were distributed and passed from hand to hand with such rapidity that in a minute's time at least 2/3 of the whole roaring mass bore, each man in his hand, a blazing brand. Whirling these about their heads, they raised a loud shout and fell to work upon the doors and windows. Amidst the clattering of heavy blows, the rattling of broken glass, the cries and execrations of the mob, and all the din and turmoil of the scene, Hugh and his friends kept together at the turret door, where Mr. Haredale had last admitted him and old John Willett, and spent their united force on that. It was a strong old oaken door, guarded by good bolts and a heavy bar. But it soon went crashing in upon the narrow stairs behind, and made, as it were, a platform to facilitate their tearing up into the rooms above. Almost at the same moment, a dozen other points were forced, and at every one the crowd poured in like water. A few armed servant-men were posted in the hall, and when the rioters forced an entrance there, they fired some 6 shots. But these taking no effect, and the concourse coming on like an army of devils, they only thought of consulting their own safety, and retreated, echoing their assailants' cries, and hoping in the confusion to be taken for rioters themselves, in which stratagem they succeeded, with the exception of one old man who was never heard of again, and was said to have had his brains beaten out with an iron bar. One of his fellows reported that he had seen the old man fall, and to have been afterwards burnt in the flames. The besiegers, being now in complete possession of the house, spread themselves over it from garret to cellar, and plied their demon labours fiercely. While some small parties kindled bonfires underneath the windows, others broke up the furniture and cast the fragments down to feed the flames below. Where the apertures in the wall, windows no longer, were large enough, they threw out tables, chests of drawers, beds, mirrors, pictures, and flung them whole into the fire, while every fresh addition to the blazing masses was received with shouts and howls and yells, which added new and dismal terrors to the conflagration. Those who had axes and had spent their fury on the movables chopped and tore down the doors and window frames, broke up the flooring, hewed away the rafters, and buried men who lingered in the upper rooms in heaps of ruins. Some searched the drawers, the chests, the boxes, writing desks, and closets for jewels, plate, and money, while others, less mindful of gain and more mad for destruction, cast their whole contents into the courtyard without examination, and called to those below to heap them on the blaze. Men who'd been into the cellars and had staved the casks rushed to and fro stark mad, setting fire to all they saw, often to the dresses of their own friends, and kindling the building in so many parts that some had no time for escape and were seen, with drooping hands and blackened faces, hanging senseless on the window-sills to which they had crawled, until they were sucked and drawn into the burning gulf. The more the fire crackled and raged, the wilder and more cruel the men grew, as though moving in that element they became fiends, and changed their earthly nature for the qualities that give delight in hell. The burning pile, revealing rooms and passages red hot through gaps made in the crumbling walls. The tributary fires that licked the outer bricks and stones with their long forked tongues and ran up to meet the glowing mass within. The shining of the flames upon the villains who looked on and fed them. The roaring of the angry blaze, so bright and high that it seemed in its rapacity to have swallowed up the very smoke. The living flakes the wind bore rapidly away and hurried on with, like a storm of fiery snow. The noiseless breaking of great beams of wood, which fell like feathers on the heap of ashes, and crumbled in the very act to sparks and powder. The lurid tinge that overspread the sky, and the darkness, very deep by contrast, which prevailed around. The exposure to the coarse common gaze of every little nook which usages of home had made a sacred place, and the destruction by rude hands of every little household favorite, which old associations made a dear and precious thing. All this taking place, not among pitying looks and friendly murmurs of compassion, but brutal shouts and exultations, which seemed to make the very rats who stood by the old house too long creatures with some claim upon the pity and regard of those its roof had sheltered, combined to form a scene never to be forgotten by those who saw it and were not actors in the work, so long as life endured. And who were they? The alarm bell rang, and it was pulled by no faint or hesitating hands. For a long time, but not a soul was seen. Some of the insurgents said that when it ceased, they heard the shrieks of women, and saw some garments fluttering in the air as a party of men bore away no unresisting burdens. No one could say that this was true or false in such an uproar. But where was Hugh? Who among them had seen him since the forcing of the doors? The cry spread through the body. Where was Hugh? "Here!" he hoarsely cried, appearing from the darkness, out of breath and blackened with the smoke. "We've done all we can. The fire's burning itself out, and even the corners where it hasn't spread are nothing but heaps of ruins. Disperse, my lads, while the coast's clear. Get back by different ways and meet as usual." With that he disappeared again, contrary to his wont, for he was always first to advance and last to go away, leaving them to follow homewards as they would. It was not an easy task to draw off such a throng. If Bedlam gates had been flung wide open, there would not have issued forth such maniacs as the frenzy of that night had made. There were men there who danced and trampled on the beds of flowers as though they trod down human enemies and wrenched them from the stalks, like savages who twisted human necks. There were men who cast their lighted torches in the air and suffered them to fall upon their heads and faces, blistering the skin with deep, unseemly burns. There were men who rushed up to the fire and paddled in it with their hands as if in water, and others who were restrained by force from plunging in to gratify their deadly longing. On the skull of one drunken lad, not 20 by his looks, who lay upon the ground with a bottle to his mouth, the lead from the roof came streaming down in a shower of liquid fire, white-hot, melting his head like wax. When the scattered parties were collected, men, living yet, but singed as with hot irons, were plucked out of the cellars and carried off upon the shoulders of others who strove to wake them as they went along with ribald jokes, and left them dead in the passages of hospitals. But of all the howling throng not one learnt mercy from or sickened at these sights, nor was the fierce, besotted, senseless rage of one man glutted. Slowly and in small clusters, with hoarse hurrahs and repetitions of their usual cry, the assembly dropped away. The last few red-eyed stragglers reeled after those who'd gone before. The distant noise of men calling to each other and whistling for others whom they missed grew fainter and fainter. At length even these sounds died away, and silence reigned alone. Silence indeed. The glare of the flames had sunk into a fitful, flashing light, and the gentle stars, invisible till now, looked down upon the blackening heap. A dull smoke hung upon the ruin, as though to hide it from those eyes of heaven, and the wind forbore to move it. Bare walls, roof open to the sky, chambers where the beloved dead had, many and many a fair day, risen to new life and energy, where so many dear ones had been sad and merry, which were connected with so many thoughts and hopes, regrets and changes. All gone. Nothing left but a dull and dreary blank, a smouldering heap of dust and ashes, the silence and solitude of utter desolation. This ends chapter 55. Chapter 56 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 56. The Maypole cronies, little dreaming of the change so soon to come upon their favourite haunt, struck through the forest path upon their way to London, and avoiding the main road, which was hot and dusty, kept to the bypaths in the fields. As they drew nearer to their destination, they began to make inquiries of the people whom they passed, concerning the riots, and the truth or falsehood of the stories they had heard. The answers went far beyond any intelligence that had spread to quiet Cligwell. One man told them that afternoon the guards, conveying to Newgate some rioters who'd been re-examined, had been set upon by the mob and compelled to retreat. Another, that the houses of 2 witnesses near Clare Market were about to be pulled down when he came away. Another, that Sir George Savile's house in Leicester Fields was to be burned that night, and that it would go hard with Sir George if he fell into the people's hands, as it was he who had brought in the Catholic bill. All accounts agreed that the mob were out, in stronger numbers and more numerous parties than had yet appeared, that the streets were unsafe, that no man's house or life was worth an hour's purchase, that the public consternation was increasing every moment, and that many families had already fled the city. One fellow, who wore the popular color, damned them for not having cockades in their hats, and bade them set a good watch tomorrow night upon their prison doors, for the locks would have a straining. Another asked if they were fireproof, that they walked abroad without the distinguishing mark of all good and true men. And a third, who rode on horseback and was quite alone, ordered them to throw each man a shilling in his hat towards the support of the rioters. Although they were afraid to refuse compliance with this demand, and were much alarmed by these reports, they agreed, having come so far, to go forward and see the real state of things with their own eyes. So they pushed on quicker, as men do who are excited by portentous news, and ruminating on what they had heard, spoke little to each other. It was now night, and as they came nearer to the city, they had dismal confirmation of this intelligence in 3 great fires, all close together, which burnt fiercely and were gloomily reflected in the sky. Arriving in the immediate suburbs, they found that almost every house had chalked upon its door in large characters, "No Popery," that the shops were shut, and that alarm and anxiety were depicted in every face they passed. Noting these things with a degree of apprehension which neither of the 3 cared to impart in its full extent to his companions, they came to a turnpike gate which was shut. They were passing through the turnstile on the path, when a horseman rode up from London at a hard gallop, and called to the toll-keeper in a voice of great agitation to open quickly in the name of God. The adjuration was so earnest and vehement that the man with a lantern in his hand came running out, toll-keeper though he was, and was about to throw the gate open, when happening to look behind him, he exclaimed, "Good heaven, what's that? Another fire!" At this, the 3 turned their heads and saw in the distance, straight in the direction whence they had come, a broad sheet of flame, casting a threatening light upon the clouds, which glimmered as though the conflagration were behind them, and showed like a wrathful sunset. "My mind misgives me," said the horseman, "or I know from what far building those flames come. Don't stand aghast, my good fellow. Open the gate." "Sir," cried the man, laying his hand upon his horse's bridle as he led him through, "I know you now, sir. Be advised by me, do not go on. I saw them pass, and know what kind of men they are. You will be murdered." "So be it," said the horseman, looking intently towards the fire, and not at him who spoke. "But, sir, sir," cried the man, grasping at his rein more tightly yet, "if you do go on, wear the blue riband. Here, sir," he added, taking one from his own hat, "it's necessity, not choice, that makes me wear it. It's a love of life and home, sir. Wear it for this one night, sir, only for this one night." "Do," cried the 3 friends, pressing round his horse. "Mr. Haredale, worthy sir, good gentleman, pray be persuaded."
"Who's that?"
cried Mr. Haredale, stooping down to look. "Did I hear Daisy's voice?" "You did, sir," cried the little man. "Do be persuaded, sir. This gentleman says very true. Your life may hang upon it." "Are you," said Mr. Haredale abruptly, "afraid to come with me?" "I, sir? No." "Put that riband in your hat. If we meet the rioters, swear that I took you prisoner for wearing it.
I will tell them so with my own lips, for as I hope for mercy when I die, I will take no quarter from them, nor shall they have quarter from me if we come hand to hand tonight. Up there, behind me, quick! Clasp me tight round the body and fear nothing." In an instant they were riding away at full gallop, in a dense cloud of dust, and speeding on like hunters in a dream. It was well the good horse knew the road he traversed, for never once in all the journey did Mr. Haredale cast his eyes upon the ground, or turn them for an instant from the light towards which they sped so madly. Once he said in a low voice, "It is my house," but that was the only time he spoke. When they came to dark and doubtful places, he never forgot to put his hand upon the little man to hold him more securely in his seat. But he kept his head erect and his eyes fixed on the fire, then and always. The road was dangerous enough, for they went the nearest way, headlong, far from the highway, by lonely lanes and paths, where wagon wheels had worn deep ruts, where hedge and ditch hemmed in the narrow strip of ground, and tall trees arching overhead made it profoundly dark. But on, with neither stop nor stumble, till they reached the maypole door, and could plainly see that the fire began to fade, as if for want of fuel. "Down, for but one moment," said Mr. Haredale, helping Daisy to the ground, and following himself. Willett! Where are my niece and servants? Willett!" Crying to him distractedly, he rushed into the bar. The landlord bound and fastened to his chair, the place dismantled, stripped, and pulled about his ears. Nobody could have taken shelter here. He was a strong man, accustomed to restrain himself and suppress his strong emotions, but this preparation for what was to follow, though he'd seen that fire burning and knew that his house must be razed to the ground, was more than he could bear. He covered his face with his hands for a moment and turned away his head. "Johnny, Johnny," said Solomon. And the simple-hearted fellow cried outright and wrung his hands. "Oh, dear old Johnny, here's a change! That the Maypole Bar should come to this, and we should live to see it. The old warren, too, Johnny. Mr. Haredale. Oh, Johnny, what a piteous sight this is!" Pointing to Mr. Haredale as he said these words, little Solomon Daisy put his elbows on the back of Mr. Willett's chair and fairly blubbered on his shoulder. While Solomon was speaking, old John sat, mute as a stockfish, staring at him with an unearthly glare, and displaying by every possible symptom entire and complete unconsciousness. But when Solomon was silent again, John followed with his great round eyes the direction of his looks, and did appear to have some dawning, distant notion that somebody had come to see him. "You know us, don't you, Johnny?" said the little clerk, rapping himself on the breast. "Daisy, you know, Cligwell Church. Bell ringer, little desk on Sundays, eh, Johnny?" Mr. Willett reflected for a few moments, and then muttered, as it were mechanically, "Let us sing to the praise and glory of—" "Yes, to be sure," cried the little man hastily. "That's it, that's me, Johnny. You're all right now, aren't you? Say you're all right, Johnny." "All right," pondered Mr. Willett, as if that were a matter entirely between himself and his conscience. "All right. Ah."
"They haven't been misusing you with sticks or pokers or any other blunt instruments, have they, Johnny?" asked Solomon, with a very anxious glance at Mr. Willett's head. "They didn't beat you, did they?"
John knitted his brow, looked downwards, as if he were mentally engaged in some arithmetical calculation, then upwards, as if a total would not come at his call, then at Solomon Daisy, from his eyebrow to his shoe buckle, then very slowly round the bar, and then a great Round, leaden-looking, and not at all transparent tear came rolling out of each eye. And he said, as he shook his head,
"If they'd only had the goodness to murder me, I'd have thanked 'em kindly."
"No, don't say that, Johnny," whimpered his little friend. "It's very, very bad, but not quite so bad as that. No."
"Looky here, sir,"
cried John, turning his rueful eyes on Mr. Haredale, who dropped on one knee and was hastily beginning to untie his bonds.
"Looky here, sir. The very maypole, the old dumb maypole, stares in at the winder, as if it said, 'John Willett, let's go and pitch ourselves in the nighest pool of water, as it's deep enough to hold us, for our day is over.'"
"Don't, Johnny, don't," cried his friend, no less affected with this mournful effort of Mr. Willett's imagination than by the sepulchral tone in which he'd spoken of the maypole. "Please don't, Johnny." "Your loss is great, and your misfortune a heavy one," said Mr. Haredale, looking restlessly towards the door, "and this is not a time to comfort you. If it were, I am in no condition to do so. Before I leave you, tell me one thing, and try to tell me plainly, I implore you. Have you seen or heard of Emma?"
"No," said Mr. Willett.
"Nor anyone but these bloodhounds?"
"No."
"They rode away, I trust in heaven, before these dreadful scenes began," said Mr. Haredale, who between his agitation, his eagerness to mount his horse again, and the dexterity with which the cords were tied, had scarcely yet undone one knot.
"A knife, Daisy."
"You didn't," said John, looking about as though he'd lost his pocket-handkerchief or some such slight article.
"Either of you gentlemen see a coffin anywheres, did you?"
"Willett!" cried Mr. Haredale. Solomon dropped the knife, and instantly becoming limp from head to foot, exclaimed, "Good gracious!"
"Because," said John, not at all regarding them, "a dead man called a little time ago, on his way yonder. I could have told you what name was on the plate if he'd brought his coffin with him and left it behind. If he didn't, it don't signify."
His landlord, who'd listened to these words with breathless attention, started that moment to his feet, and without a word drew Solomon Daisy to the door, mounted his horse, took him up behind again, and flew rather than galloped towards the pile of ruins which that day's sun had shone upon a stately house. Mr. Willett stared after them, listened, looked down upon himself to make quite sure that he was still unbound, and, without any manifestation of impatience, disappointment, or surprise, gently relapsed into the condition from which he had so imperfectly recovered. Mr. Haredale tied his horse to the trunk of a tree, and grasping his companion's arm, stole softly along the footpath and into what had been the garden of his house. He stopped for an instant to look upon its smoking walls, and at the stars that shone through roof and floor upon the heap of crumbling ashes. Solomon glanced timidly in his face, but his lips were tightly pressed together. A resolute and stern expression sat upon his brow, and not a tear, a look, or gesture indicating grief escaped him. He drew his sword, felt for a moment in his breast as though he carried other arms about him, then, grasping Solomon by the wrist again, went with a cautious step all round the house. He looked into every doorway and gap in the wall, retraced his steps at every rustling of the air among the leaves, and searched in every shadowed nook with outstretched hands. Thus they made the circuit of the building, but they returned to the spot from which they'd set out, without encountering any human being or finding the least trace of any concealed straggler. After a short pause, Mr. Haredale shouted twice or thrice, then cried aloud,
"Is there anyone in hiding here who knows my voice? There's nothing to fear now. If any of my people are near, I entreat them to answer."
He called them all by name. His voice was echoed in many mournful tones. Then all was silent as before. They were standing near the foot of a turret, where the alarm bell hung. The fire had raged there, and the floors had been sawn and hewn and beaten down besides. It was open to the night, but a part of a staircase still remained, winding upward from a great mound of dust and cinders. Fragments of the jagged and broken steps offered an insecure and giddy footing here and there, and then were lost again, behind protruding angles of the wall, or in the deep shadows cast upon it by other portions of the ruin, for by this time the moon had risen and shone brightly. As they stood here, listening to the echoes as they died away, and hoping in vain to hear a voice they knew, some of the ashes in this turret slipped and rolled down. Startled by the least noise in that melancholy place, Solomon looked up in his companion's face and saw that he turned towards the spot, and that he watched and listened keenly. He covered the little man's mouth with his hand and looked again. Instantly, with kindling eyes, he bade him on his life keep still and neither speak nor move. Then, holding his breath and stooping down, he stole into the turret with his drawn sword in his hand and disappeared. Terrified to be left there by himself under such desolate circumstances, and after all he had seen and heard that night, Solomon would have followed, but there had been something in Mr. Haredale's manner and his look, the recollection of which held him spellbound. He stood rooted to the spot, and scarcely venturing to breathe, looked up with mingled fear and wonder. Again the ashes slipped and rolled, very, very softly. Again, and then again, as though they crumbled underneath the tread of a stealthy foot. And now a figure was dimly visible, climbing very softly and often stopping to look down. Now it pursued its difficult way, and now it was hidden from the view again. It emerged once more into the shadowy and uncertain light, higher now, but not much, for the way was steep and toilsome, and its progress very slow. What phantom of the brain did he pursue, and why did he look down so constantly? He knew he was alone. Surely his mind was not affected by that night's loss and agony. He was not about to throw himself headlong from the summit of a tottering wall. Solomon turned sick and clasped his hands. His limbs trembled beneath him, and a cold sweat broke out upon his pallid face. If he complied with Mr. Haredale's last injunction now, it was because he had not the power to speak or move. He strained his gaze and fixed it on a patch of moonlight, into which, if he continued to ascend, he must soon emerge. When he appeared there, he would try to call to him. Again the ashes slipped and crumbled. Some stones rolled down and fell with a dull, heavy sound upon the ground below. He kept his eyes upon the piece of moonlight. The figure was coming on, for its shadow was already thrown upon the wall. Now it appeared, and now looked round at him. And now the horror-stricken clerk uttered a scream that pierced the air and cried, "The ghost! The ghost!" Long before the echo of his cry had died away, another form rushed out into the light, flung itself upon the foremost one, knelt down upon its breast, and clutched its throat with both hands. "Villain!" cried Mr. Haredale, in a terrible voice, for it was he. "Dead and buried, as all men supposed through your infernal arts, but reserved by heaven for this! At last I have you.
You, whose hands are red with my brother's blood and that of his faithful servant, shed to conceal your own atrocious guilt. You, Rudge, double murderer and monster, I arrest you in the name of God, who has delivered you into my hands. No, though you had the strength of 20 men, he added, as the murderer writhed and struggled, you could not escape me or loosen my grasp tonight. This ends chapter 56. Chapter 57 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 57. Barnaby, armed as we have seen, continued to pace up and down before the stable door, glad to be alone again, and heartily rejoicing in the unaccustomed silence and tranquillity. After the whirl of noise and riot in which the last 2 days had been passed, the pleasures of solitude and peace were enhanced 1,000-fold. He felt quite happy, and as he leaned upon his staff and mused, a bright smile overspread his face, and none but cheerful visions floated into his brain. Had he no thoughts of her, whose sole delight he was, and whom he had unconsciously plunged in such bitter sorrow and such deep affliction? Oh, yes, she was at the heart of all his cheerful hopes and proud reflections. It was she whom all this honor and distinction were to gladden. The joys and profit were for her. What delight it gave her to hear of the bravery of her poor boy! Ah, he would have known that without Hugh's telling him. And what a precious thing it was to know she lived so happily and heard with so much pride. He pictured to himself her look when they told her that he was in such high esteem, bold among the boldest, and trusted before them all. And when these frays were over, and the good Lord had conquered his enemies, and they were all at peace again, and he and she were rich, what happiness they would have in talking of these troubled times when he was a great soldier, and when they sat alone together in the tranquil twilight, and she had no longer reason to be anxious for the morrow. What pleasure would he have in the reflection that this was his doing, his, poor foolish Barnaby's, and in patting her on the cheek and saying with a merry laugh, "Am I silly now, mother? Am I silly now?" With a lighter heart and step, and eyes the brighter for the happy tear that dimmed them for a moment, Barnaby resumed his walk, and singing gaily to himself, kept guard upon his quiet post. His comrade Grip, the partner of his watch, though fond of basking in the sunshine, preferred today to walk about the stable, having a great deal to do in the way of scattering the straw, hiding under it such small articles as had been casually left about, and haunting Hugh's bed, to which he seemed to have taken a particular attachment. Sometimes Barnaby looked in and called him, and then he came hopping out. But he merely did this as a concession to his master's weakness, and soon returned again to his own grave pursuits, peering into the straw with his bill, and rapidly covering up the place, as if, Midas-like, he were whispering secrets to the earth and burying them, constantly busying himself upon the sly, and affecting, whenever Barnaby came past, to look up in the clouds and have nothing whatever on his mind. In short, conducting himself, in many respects, in a more than usually thoughtful, deep, and mysterious manner. As the day crept on, Barnaby, who had no directions forbidding him to eat and drink upon his post, but had been, on the contrary, supplied with a bottle of beer and a basket of provisions, determined to break his fast, which he had not done since morning. To this end he sat down on the ground before the door, and putting his staff across his knees, in case of alarm or surprise, summoned Grip to dinner. This call the bird obeyed with great alacrity, crying as he sidled up to his master,
"I'm a devil, I'm a Polly, I'm a kettle, I'm a Protestant, no popery."
Having learnt this latter sentiment from the gentry among whom he lived of late, he delivered it with uncommon emphasis. "Well said, Grip," cried his master, as he fed him with the daintiest bits. "Well said, old boy."
Never say die. Bow, wow, wow. Keep up your spirits. Grip, grip, grip. Hello. We'll all have tea. I'm a Protestant kettle, no popery, cried the raven.
"Gordon forever, Grip," cried Barnaby. The raven, placing his head upon the ground, looked at his master sideways, as though he would have said, "Say that again." Perfectly understanding his desire, Barnaby repeated the phrase a great many times. The bird listened with profound attention, sometimes repeating the popular cry in a low voice, as if to compare the two, and try if it would at all help him to this new accomplishment, sometimes flapping his wings or barking, and sometimes in a kind of desperation drawing a multitude of corks with extraordinary viciousness. Barnaby was so intent upon his favourite that he was not at first aware of the approach of two persons on horseback who were riding at a foot-pace and coming straight towards his post. When he perceived them, however, which he did when they were within some 50 yards of him, he jumped hastily up, and ordering Grip within doors, stood with both hands on his staff, waiting until he should know whether they were friends or foes. He had hardly done so when he observed that those who advanced were a gentleman and his servant. Almost at the same moment he recognized Lord George Gordon, before whom he stood uncovered, with his eyes turned towards the ground. "Good day," said Lord George, not reining in his horse until he was close beside him. "Well?" "All quiet, sir. All safe," cried Barnaby. "The rest are away. They went by that path. That one. A grand party." "Aye," said Lord George, looking thoughtfully at him. "And you?" "Oh, they left me here to watch, to mount guard, to keep everything secure till they came back. I'll do it, sir, for your sake. You're a good gentleman, a kind gentleman. Aye, you are. There are many against you, but we'll be a match for them, never fear." "What's that?" said Lord George, pointing to the raven who was peeping out of the stable door, but still looking thoughtfully, and in some perplexity, it seemed, at Barnaby. "Why, don't you know," retorted Barnaby, with a wondering laugh, "not know what he is? A bird, to be sure. My bird, my friend, Grip."
A devil, a kettle, a grip, a Polly, a Protestant, no popery, cried the raven.
"Though indeed," added Barnaby, laying his hand upon the neck of Lord George's horse and speaking softly, "you had good reason to ask me what he is, for sometimes it puzzles me, and I am used to him, to think he's only a bird. He's my brother, Grip is, always with me, always talking, always merry. Eh, Grip?" The raven answered by an affectionate croak, and hopping on his master's arm, which he held downwards for that purpose, submitted with an air of perfect indifference to be fondled, and turned his restless, curious eye, now upon Lord George, and now upon his man. Lord George, biting his nails in a discomfited manner, regarded Barnaby for some time in silence. Then, beckoning to his servant, said, "Come hither, John." John Gruby touched his hat and came. "Have you ever seen this young man before?" his master asked in a low voice. "Twice, my lord," said John. "I saw him in the crowd last night and Saturday." Did it seem to you that his manner was at all wild or strange?" Lord George demanded, faltering. "Mad," said John, with emphatic brevity. "And why do you think him mad, sir?" said his master, speaking in a peevish tone. "Don't use that word too freely. Why do you think him mad?" "My lord," John Gruby answered, "look at his dress, look at his eyes, look at his restless way, hear him cry, 'No popery!' Mad, my lord." "So, because one man dresses unlike another," returned his angry master, glancing at himself, "and happens to differ from other men in his carriage and manner, and to advocate a great cause which the corrupt and irreligious desert, he is to be accounted mad, is he?" "Stark, staring, raving, roaring mad, my lord," returned the unmoved John. "Do you say this to my face?" cried his master, turning sharply upon him. "To any man, my lord, who asks me," answered John. "My Gashford, I find, was right," said Lord George. "I thought him prejudiced. I ought to have known a man like him better than to have supposed it possible." "I shall never have Mr. Gashford's good word, my lord," replied John, touching his hat respectfully, "and I don't covet it." "You're an ill-conditioned, most ungrateful fellow," said Lord George. "A spy for anything I know. Mr. Gashford is perfectly correct, as I might have felt convinced he was. I have done wrong to retain you in my service. It is a tacit insult to him, as my choice and confidential friend, to do so, remembering the cause you sided with on the day he was maligned at Westminster. You will leave me tonight. Nay, as soon as we reach home. The sooner the better." "If it comes to that, I say so too, my lord. Let Mr. Gashford have his will. As to my being a spy, my lord, you know me better than to believe it, I am sure. I don't know much about causes. My cause is the cause of one man against 200, and I hope it always will be." "You have said quite enough," returned Lord George, motioning him to go back. "I desire to hear no more." "If you'll let me have another word, my lord," returned John Gruby, "I'd give this silly fellow a caution not to stay here by himself. The proclamation is in a good many hands already, and it's well known that he was concerned in the business it relates to. He'd better get to a place of safety if he can, poor creature." "You hear what this man says?" cried Lord George, addressing Barnaby, who had looked on and wondered while this dialogue passed. "He thinks you may be afraid to remain upon your post, and are kept here, perhaps, against your will. What do you say?" "I think, young man," said John in explanation, "that the soldiers may turn out and take you, and that if they do, you will certainly be hung by the neck till you're dead, dead, dead. And I think you'd better go from here as fast as you can. That's what I think." "He's a coward, Grip, a coward," cried Barnaby, putting the Raven on the ground and shouldering his staff. "Let them come. Gordon forever! Let them come." "Aye," said Lord George, "let them. Let us see who will venture to attack a power like ours, the solemn league of a whole people. This a madman. You have said well, very well. I am proud to be the leader of such men as you." Barnaby's heart swelled within his bosom as he heard these words. He took Lord George's hand and carried it to his lips, patted his horse's crest, as if the affection and admiration he had conceived for the man extended to the animal he rode. Then, unfurling his flag and proudly waving it, resumed his pacing up and down. Lord George, with a kindling eye and glowing cheek, took off his hat, and flourishing it above his head, bade him exultingly farewell, then cantered off at a brisk pace, after glancing angrily round to see that his servant followed. Honest John set spurs to his horse and rode after his master, but not before he had again warned Barnaby to retreat, with many significant gestures, which indeed he continued to make, and Barnaby to resist, until the windings of the road concealed them from each other's view. Left to himself again with a still higher sense of the importance of his post, and stimulated to enthusiasm by the special notice and encouragement of his leader, Barnaby walked to and fro in a delicious trance rather than as a waking man. The sunshine which prevailed around was in his mind. He had but one desire ungratified. If she could only see him now! The day wore on. Its heat was gently giving place to the cool of evening. A light wind sprung up, fanning his long hair, and making the banner rustle pleasantly above his head. There was a freedom and freshness in the sound and in the time which chimed exactly with his mood. He was happier than ever. He was leaning on his staff, looking towards the declining sun, and reflecting with a smile that he stood sentinel at that moment over buried gold, when 2 or 3 figures appeared in the distance, making towards the house at a rapid pace, and motioning with their hands as though they urged its inmates to retreat from some approaching danger. As they drew nearer, they became more earnest in their gestures, and they were no sooner within hearing than the foremost among them cried that the soldiers were coming up. At these words, Barnaby furled his flag and tied it round the pole. His heart beat high while he did so, but he had no more fear or thought of retreating than the pole itself. The friendly stragglers hurried past him, after giving him notice of his danger, and quickly passed into the house, where the utmost confusion immediately prevailed. As those within hastily closed the windows and the doors, they urged him by looks and signs to fly without loss of time, and called to him many times to do so. But he only shook his head indignantly in answer, and stood the firmer on his post. Finding that he was not to be persuaded, they took care of themselves, and leaving the place with only one old woman in it, speedily withdrew. As yet there had been no symptom of the news having any better foundation than in the fears of those who brought it. But the boot had not been deserted 5 minutes when there appeared, coming across the fields, a body of men who, it was easy to see, by the glitter of their arms and ornaments in the sun, and by their orderly and regular mode of advancing, for they came on as one man, were soldiers. In a very little time Barnaby knew that they were a strong detachment of the foot guards, having along with them 2 gentlemen in private clothes, and a small party of horse. The latter brought up the rear, and were not in number more than 6 or 8. They advanced steadily, neither quickening their pace as they came nearer, nor raising any cry, nor showing the least emotion or anxiety. Though this was a matter of course in the case of regular troops, even to Barnaby, there was something particularly impressive and disconcerting in it to one accustomed to the noise and tumult of an undisciplined mob. For all that, he stood his ground not a whit the less resolutely and looked on undismayed. Presently they marched into the yard and halted. The commanding officer dispatched a messenger to the horsemen, one of whom came riding back. Some words passed between them, and they glanced at Barnaby, who well remembered the man he had unhorsed at Westminster, and saw him now before his eyes. The man, being speedily dismissed, saluted and rode back to his comrades, who were drawn up apart at a short distance. The officer then gave the word to prime and load. The heavy ringing of the musket stocks upon the ground, and the sharp and rapid rattling of the ramrods in their barrels, were a kind of relief to Barnaby, deadly though he knew the purport of such sounds to be. When this was done, other commands were given, and the soldiers instantaneously formed in single file all around the house and stables, completely encircling them in every part, at a distance, perhaps, of some 6 yards. At least that seemed, in Barnaby's eyes, to be about the space left between himself and those who confronted him. The horsemen remained drawn up by themselves as before. The 2 gentlemen in private clothes, who had kept aloof, now rode forward, one on either side the officer. The proclamation having been produced and read by one of them, the officer called on Barnaby to surrender. He made no answer, but stepping within the door, before which he had kept guard, held his pole crosswise to protect it. In the midst of a profound silence, he was again called upon to yield. Still he offered no reply, Indeed, he had enough to do to run his eye backward and forward along the half-dozen men who immediately fronted him, and settle hurriedly within himself at which of them he would strike first when they pressed on him. He caught the eye of one in the center, and resolved to hew that fellow down, though he died for it. Again there was a dead silence, and again the same voice called upon him to deliver himself up. Next moment, he was back in the stable, dealing blows about him like a madman. Two of the men lay stretched at his feet. The one he had marked dropped first. He had a thought for that, even in the hot blood and hurry of the struggle. Another blow. Another. Down, mastered, wounded in the heart by a heavy blow from the butt end of a gun. He saw the weapon in the act of falling, breathless and a prisoner. An exclamation of surprise from the officer recalled him in some degree to himself. He looked round. Grip, after working in secret all the afternoon, and with redoubled vigor while everybody's attention was distracted, had plucked away the straw from Hugh's bed and turned up the loose ground with his iron bill. The hole had been recklessly filled to the brim and was merely sprinkled with earth. Golden cups, spoons, candlesticks, coined guineas, all the riches were revealed. They brought spades and a sack, dug up everything that was hidden there, and carried away more than two men could lift. They handcuffed him and bound his arms, searched him, and took away all he had. Nobody questioned or reproached him, or seemed to have much curiosity about him. The two men he had stunned were carried off by their companions in the same business-like way in which everything else was done. Finally, he was left under a guard of 4 soldiers with fixed bayonets, while the officer directed in person the search of the house and the other buildings connected with it. This was soon completed. The soldiers formed again in the yard. He was marched out with his guard about him and ordered to fall in where a space was left. The others closed up all around, and so they moved away with the prisoner in the center. When they came into the streets, he felt he was a sight, and looking up as they passed quickly along, could see people running to the windows a little too late and throwing up the sashes to look after him. Sometimes he met a staring face beyond the heads about him, or under the arms of his conductors, or peering down upon him from a wagon top or coach box. But this was all he saw, being surrounded by so many men. The very noises of the streets seemed muffled and subdued, and the air came stale and hot upon him like the sickly breath of an oven. Tramp, 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 tramp. Heads erect, soldiers square, every man stepping in exact time, all so orderly and regular, nobody looking at him, nobody seeming conscious of his presence. He could hardly believe he was a prisoner. But at the word, though only thought, not spoken, he felt the handcuffs galling his wrists, the cord pressing his arms to his side, the loaded guns leveled at his head, and those cold, bright, sharp, shining points turned towards him, the mere looking down at which, now that he was bound and helpless, made the warm current of his life run cold. This ends chapter 57. Chapter 58 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 58. They were not long in reaching the barracks, for the officer who commanded the party was desirous to avoid rousing the people by the display of military force in the streets, and was humanely anxious to give as little opportunity as possible for any attempt of rescue, knowing that it must lead to bloodshed and loss of life, and that if the civil authorities by whom he was accompanied empowered him to order his men to fire, many innocent persons would probably fall, whom curiosity or idleness had attracted to the spot. He therefore led the party briskly on, avoiding with a merciful prudence the more public and crowded thoroughfares, and pursuing those which he deemed least likely to be infested by disorderly persons. This wise proceeding not only enabled them to gain their quarters without any interruption, but completely baffled a body of rioters who had assembled in one of the main streets, through which it was considered certain they would pass, and who remained gathered together for the purpose of releasing the prisoner from their hands long after they had deposited him in a place of security, closed the barrack gates, and set a double guard at every entrance for its better protection. Arrived at this place, poor Barnaby was marched into a stone-floored room, where there was a very powerful smell of tobacco, a strong, thorough draught of air, and a great wooden bedstead, large enough for a score of men. Several soldiers in undress were lounging about or eating from tin cans. Military accoutrements dangled on rows of pegs along the whitewashed wall, and some half-dozen men lay fast asleep upon their backs, snoring in concert. After remaining here just long enough to note these things, he was marched out again and conveyed across the parade ground to another portion of the building. Perhaps a man never sees so much at a glance as when he's in a situation of extremity. The chances are 100 to 1 that if Barnaby had lounged in at the gate to look about him, he would have lounged out again with a very imperfect idea of the place, and would have remembered very little about it. But as he was taken handcuffed across the gravelled area, nothing escaped his notice. The dry, arid look of a dusty square, and of the bare brick building, the clothes hanging at some of the windows, and the men in their shirt-sleeves and braces, lolling with half their bodies out of the others, the green sun blinds at the officers' quarters, and the little scanty trees in front, the drummer boys practicing in a distant courtyard, the men at drill on the parade ground, the two soldiers carrying a basket between them, who winked to each other as he went by, and slyly pointed to their throats, the spruce sergeant who hurried past with a cane in his hand, and under his arm a clasped book with a vellum cover, the fellows in the ground-floor rooms, furbishing and brushing up their different articles of dress, who stopped to look at him, and whose voices as they spoke together echoed loudly through the empty galleries and passages. Everything, down to the stand of muskets before the guardhouse, and the drum with the pipe-clayed belt attached in one corner, impressed itself upon his observation, as though he had noticed them in the same place 100 times, or had been a whole day among them in place of one brief, hurried minute. He was taken into a small paved backyard, and there they opened a great door, plated with iron, and pierced some 5 feet above the ground with a few holes to let in air and light. Into this dungeon he was walked straightway, and having locked him up there and placed a sentry over him, they left him to his meditations. The cell, or a black hole, for it had those words painted on the door, was very dark, and having recently accommodated a drunken deserter, by no means clean. Barnaby felt his way to some straw at the farther end, and looking towards the door, tried to accustom himself to the gloom, which, coming from the bright sunshine out of doors, was not an easy task. There was a kind of portico or colonnade outside, and this obstructed even the little light that at the best could have found its way through the small apertures in the door. The footsteps of a sentinel echoed monotonously as he paced its stone pavement to and fro, reminding Barnaby of the watch he had so lately kept himself, and as he passed and repassed the door, he made the cell for an instant so black by the interposition of his body that his going away again seemed like the appearance of a new ray of light, and was quite a circumstance to look for. When the prisoner had sat some time upon the ground, gazing at the chinks, and listening to the advancing and receding footsteps of his guard, the man stood still upon his post. Barnaby, quite unable to think, or to speculate on what would be done with him, had been lulled into a kind of doze by his regular pace, but his stopping roused him, and then he became aware that 2 men were in conversation under the colonnade and very near the door of his cell. How long they'd been talking there he could not tell, for he'd fallen into an unconsciousness of his real position, and when the footsteps ceased, was answering aloud some question which seemed to have been put to him by Hugh in the stable, though of the fancied purport either of question or reply, notwithstanding that he awoke with the latter on his lips, he had no recollection whatever. The first words that reached his ears were these: "Why is he brought here, then, if he's to be taken away so soon?"
"Why, where would you have him go? Damme, he's not a safe anywheres among the king's troops, is he? What would you do with him? Would you hand him over to a pack of cowardly civilians that shake in their shoes till they wear the sowls out, with trembling at the threats of the ragamuffins he belongs to?"
"That's true enough."
"True enough. I'll tell you what. I wish, Tom Green, that I was a commissioned instead of a non-commissioned officer, in that I had the command of 2 companies, only 2 companies, of my own regiment. Call me out to stop these riots. Give me the needful authority and half a dozen rounds of ball cartridge."
"Aye," said the other voice, "that's all very well, but they won't give a needful authority. If the magistrate won't give the word, what's the officer to do?" Not very well knowing, as it seemed, how to overcome this difficulty, the other man contented himself with damning the magistrates. "With all my heart," said his friend.
"Where's the use of a magistrate?" returned the other voice. "What's a magistrate in this case but an impertinent, unnecessary, unconstitutional sort of interference? Here's a proclamation. Here's a man referred to in that proclamation. Here's proof against him, and a witness on the spot. Damn me! Take him out and shoot him, sir. Who wants a magistrate?"
"When does he go before Sir John Fielding?" asked the man who'd spoken first.
"Tonight, at 8 o'clock, returned the other. "Mark what follows. The magistrate commits him to Newgate. Our people take him to Newgate. The rioters pelt our people retire before the rioters, stones are thrown, insults are offered, not a shot's fired. Why? Because of the magistrates. Damn the magistrates!"
When he had in some degree relieved his mind by cursing the magistrates in various other forms of speech, the man was silent, save for a low growling, still having reference to those authorities, which from time to time escaped him. Barnaby, who had wit enough to know that his conversation concerned, and very nearly concerned, himself, remained perfectly quiet until they ceased to speak, when he groped his way to the door and, peeping through the air-holes, tried to make out what kind of men they were to whom he'd been listening. When he groped his way to the door and, peeping through the air-holes, tried to make out what kind of men they were to whom he'd been listening. The one who condemned the civil power in such strong terms was a sergeant, engaged just then, as the streaming ribbons in his cap announced, on the recruiting service. He stood leaning sideways against a pillar nearly opposite the door, and as he growled to himself, drew figures on the pavement with his cane. The other man had his back towards the dungeon, and Barnaby could only see his form. To judge from that, he was a gallant, manly, handsome fellow, but he'd lost his left arm. It had been taken off between the elbow and the shoulder, and his empty coat sleeve hung across his breast. It was probably this circumstance which gave him an interest beyond any that his companion could boast of, and attracted Barnaby's attention. There was something soldierly in his bearing, and he wore a jaunty cap and jacket. Perhaps he'd been in the service at one time or other. If he had, it could not have been very long, for he was but a young fellow now. "Well, well," he said thoughtfully, "let the fault be where it may, it makes a man sorrowful to come back to old England, and see her in this condition." "I suppose the pigs'll join 'em next," said the sergeant, with an imprecation on the rioters, "now that the birds have set 'em the example." "The birds," repeated Tom Green.
"Ah, Birds, the sergeant testily. That's English, ain't it? I don't know what you mean. Go to the guardhouse and see. You'll find a bird there that's got that cry as pat as any of 'em, and bawls no popery like a man, or like a devil as he says he is. I shouldn't wonder. The devil's loose in London somewhere. Damn me if I wouldn't twist his neck round on the chance if I had my way. The young man had taken 2 or 3 steps away, as if to go and see this creature, when he was arrested by the voice of Barnaby. "It's mine," he called out, half laughing and half weeping. "My pet, my friend Grip. Don't hurt him, he's done no harm. I taught him it's my fault. Let me have him if you please. He's the only friend I have left now. He'll not dance or talk or whistle for you, I know, but he will for me, because he knows me and loves me. Though you wouldn't think it. Very well. You wouldn't hurt a bird, I'm sure. You're a brave soldier, sir, and wouldn't harm a woman or a child. No, nor a poor bird, I'm certain." This latter adjuration was addressed to the sergeant, whom Barnaby judged from his red coat to be high in office and able to seal Grip's destiny by a word. But that gentleman, in reply, surlily damned him for a thief and rebel as he was, and with many disinterested imprecations on his own eyes, liver, blood, and body, assured him that if it rested with him to decide, he would put a final stopper on the bird, and his master too. "You talk boldly to a caged man," said Barnaby in anger. "If I was on the other side of a door, and there was none to part us, you'd change your note. Aye, you may toss your head, you would. Kill the bird, do, kill anything you can, and so revenge yourself on those who with their bare hands united could do as much to you." Having vented his defiance, he flung himself into the furthest corner of his prison, and muttering, "Goodbye, Grip. Goodbye, dear old Grip," shed tears for the first time since he'd been taken captive, and hid his face in the straw. He had had some fancy at first that the one-armed man would help him, or would give him a kind word in answer. He hardly knew why, but he hoped and thought so. The young fellow had stopped when he called out, and checking himself in the very act of turning round, stood listening to every word he said. Perhaps he built his feeble trust on this, perhaps on his being young and having a frank and honest manner. However that might be, he built on sand. The other went away directly he'd finished speaking, and neither answered him nor returned. No matter. They were all against him here. He might have known as much. Goodbye, old Grip. Goodbye. After some time, they came and unlocked the door and called to him to come out. He rose directly and complied, for he would not have them think he was subdued or frightened. He walked out like a man and looked from face to face. None of them returned his gaze or seemed to notice it. They marched him back to the parade by the way they'd brought him, and there they halted among a body of soldiers, at least twice as numerous as that which had taken him prisoner in the afternoon. The officer he'd seen before bade him in a few brief words take notice that if he attempted to escape, no matter how favorable a chance he might suppose he had, certain of the men had orders to fire upon him that moment. They then closed round him as before, and marched him off again. In the same unbroken order they arrived at Bow Street, followed and beset on all sides by a crowd which was continually increasing. Here he was placed before a blind gentleman, and asked if he wished to say anything. Not he. What had he got to tell them? After a very little talking, which he was careless of and quite indifferent to, they told him he was to go to Newgate, and took him away. He went out into the street, so surrounded and hemmed in on every side by soldiers that he could see nothing, but he knew there was a great crowd of people by the murmur,
and that they were not friendly to the soldiers was soon rendered evident by their yells and hisses. How often and how eagerly he listened for the voice of Hugh! There was not a voice he knew among them all. Was Hugh a prisoner too? Was there no hope? As they came nearer and nearer to the prison, the hootings of the people grew more violent. Stones were thrown, and every now and then a rush was made against the soldiers, which they staggered under. One of them, close before him, smarting under a blow upon the temple, levelled his musket, but the officer struck it upwards with his sword and ordered him on peril of his life to desist. This was the last thing he saw with any distinctness, for directly afterwards he was tossed about and beaten to and fro as though in a tempestuous sea. But, go where he would, there were the same guards about him. Twice or thrice he was thrown down, and so were they, but even then he could not elude their vigilance for a moment. They were up again and had closed about him before he, with his wrists so tightly bound, could scramble to his feet. Fenced in thus, he felt himself hoisted to the top of a low flight of steps, and then for a moment he caught a glimpse of the fighting in the crowd, and of a few red coats sprinkled together, here and there, struggling to rejoin their fellows. Next moment, everything was dark and gloomy, and he was standing in the prison lobby, the center of a group of men. A smith was speedily in attendance, who riveted upon him a set of heavy irons. Stumbling on as well as he could, beneath the usual burden of these fetters, he was conducted to a strong stone cell, where, fastening the door with locks and bolts and chains, they left him, well secured, having first, unseen by him, thrust in Grip, who, with his head drooping and his deep black plumes rough and rumpled, appeared to comprehend and to partake his master's fallen fortunes. This ends chapter 58. Chapter 59 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 59. It is necessary at this juncture to return to Hugh, who, having, as we have seen, called to the rioters to disperse from about the warren and meet again as usual, glided back into the darkness from which he had emerged, and reappeared no more that night. He paused in the copse which sheltered him from the observation of his mad companions, and waited to ascertain whether they drew off at his bidding, or still lingered and called to him to join them. Some few, he saw, were indisposed to go away without him, and made towards the spot where he stood concealed, as though they were about to follow in his footsteps, and urge him to come back. But these men, being in their turn called to by their friends, and in truth not greatly caring to venture into the dark parts of the grounds, where they might be easily surprised and taken, if any of the neighbors or retainers of the family were watching them from among the trees, soon abandoned the idea, and hastily assembling such men as they found of their mind at the moment, straggled off. When he was satisfied that the great mass of the insurgents were imitating this example, and that the ground was rapidly clearing, he plunged into the thickest portion of the little wood, and crashing the branches as he went, made straight towards a distant light, guided by that and by the sullen glow of the fire behind him. As he drew nearer and nearer to the twinkling beacon towards which he bent his course, the red glare of a few torches began to reveal itself, and the voices of men speaking together in a subdued tone broke the silence which, save for a distant shouting now and then, already prevailed. At length he cleared the wood, and springing across a ditch, stood in a dark lane where a small body of ill-looking vagabonds, whom he'd left there some 20 minutes before, waited his coming with impatience. They were gathered round an old post-chaise or chariot, driven by one of themselves, who sat postilion-wise upon the near horse. The blinds were drawn up, and Mr. Tappertit and Dennis kept guard at the two windows. The former assumed the command of the party, for he challenged Hugh as he advanced towards them, and when he did so, those who were resting on the ground about the carriage rose to their feet and clustered round him.
"Well," said Simon in a low voice, "is it all right?"
"Right enough," replied Hugh in the same tone. "They're dispersing now. Had begun before I came away."
"And is the coast clear?"
"Clear enough before our men, I take it," said Hugh. "There are not many who, knowing of their work over yonder, will want to meddle with them tonight. Who's got some drink here?" Everybody had some plunder from the cellar. Half a dozen flasks and bottles were offered directly. He selected the largest, and putting it to his mouth, sent the wine gurgling down his throat. Having emptied it, he threw it down, and stretched out his hand for another, which he emptied, likewise, at a draught. Another was given him, and this he half emptied too. Reserving what remained to finish with, he asked, "Have you got anything to eat, any of you? I'm as ravenous as a hungry wolf. Which of you was in the larder? Come."
"I was, brother," said Dennis, pulling off his hat and fumbling in the crown. "There's a matter of cold venison pasty somewhere or another here, if that'll do."
"Do," cried Hugh, seating himself on the pathway. "Bring it out. Quick, show a light here, and gather round. Let me sup in state, my lads. Ha, ha, ha." Entering into his boisterous humor, for they all had drunk deeply and were as wild as he, they crowded about him, while two of their number who had torches held them up, one on either side of him, that his banquet might not be dispatched in the dark. Mr. Dennis, having by this time succeeded in extricating from his hat a great mass of pasty, which had been wedged in so tightly that it was not easily got out, put it before him, and Hugh, having borrowed a notched and jagged knife from one of the company, fell to work upon it vigorously. "I should recommend you to swallow a little fire every day about an hour before dinner, brother," said Dennis after a pause. "It seems to agree with you, and to stimulate your appetite." Hugh looked at him, and at the blackened faces by which he was surrounded, and, stopping for a moment to flourish his knife above his head, answered with a roar of laughter. "Keep order there, will you?" said Simon Tappertit. "Why, isn't a man allowed to regale himself, noble captain?" retorted his lieutenant, parting the men who stood between them with his knife, that he might see him. "To regale himself a little bit after such work as mine? What a hard captain! What a strict captain! What a tyrannical captain! Ha, ha, ha!"
"I wish one of you fellers would hold a bottle to his mouth to keep him quiet," said Simon, "unless you want the military to be down upon us."
"And what if they are down upon us?" retorted Hugh. "Who cares? Who's afraid? Let 'em come, I say. Let 'em come. The more the merrier. Give me bold Barnaby at my side, and we two will settle the military without troubling any of you. Barnaby's the man for the military. Barnaby's health." But as the majority of those present were by no means anxious for a second engagement that night, being already weary and exhausted, they sided with Mr. Tappertit, and pressed him to make haste with his supper, for they'd already delayed too long. Knowing, even in the height of his frenzy, that they incurred great danger by lingering so near the scene of the late outrages, Hugh made an end of his meal without more remonstrance, and rising, stepped up to Mr. Tappertit and smote him on the back. "Now then," he cried, "I'm ready. There are brave birds inside this cage, eh? Delicate birds, tender, loving little doves. I caged 'em. One more peep." He thrust the little man aside as he spoke, and mounting on the steps, which were half let down, pulled down the blind by force, and stared into the chaise like an ogre into his larder. "Ha, ha, ha! And did you scratch, and pinch, and struggle, pretty mistress?" he cried, as he grasped a little hand that sought in vain to free itself from his grip. "You so bright-eyed, and cherry-lipped, and daintily made? But I love you better for it, mistress. Aye, I do. You should stab me in welcome, so that it pleased you,
and you had to cure me afterwards. I love to see you proud and scornful. It makes you handsomer than ever. And who so handsome as you at any time, my pretty one?"
"Come," said Mr. Tappertit, who'd waited during this speech with considerable impatience. "That's enough of that. Come down." The little hand seconded this admonition by thrusting Hugh's great head away with all its force, and drawing up the blind amidst his noisy laughter, and vows that he must have another look, for the last glimpse of that sweet face had provoked him past all bearing. However, as the suppressed impatience of the party now broke out into open murmurs, he abandoned this design, and taking his seat upon the bar, contented himself with tapping at the front windows of the carriage and trying to steal a glance inside. Mr. Tappertit, mounting the steps and hanging on by the door, issued his directions to the driver with a commanding voice and attitude. The rest got up behind or ran by the side of the carriage as they could, some in imitation of Hugh, endeavored to see the face he had praised so highly, and were reminded of their impertinence by hints from the cudgel of Mr. Tappertit. Thus they pursued their journey by circuitous and winding roads, preserving, except when they halted to take breath or to quarrel about the best way of reaching London, pretty good order and tolerable silence. In the meantime, Dolly, beautiful, bewitching, captivating little Dolly, her hair dishevelled, her dress torn, her dark eyelashes wet with tears, her bosom heaving, her face now pale with fear, now crimsoned with indignation, her whole self 100 times more beautiful in this heightened aspect than ever she had been before, vainly strove to comfort Emma Haredale, and to impart to her the consolation of which she stood in so much need herself. The soldiers were sure to come. They must be rescued. It would be impossible to convey them through the streets of London when they set the threats of their guards at defiance, and shrieked to the passengers for help. If they did this when they came into the more frequented ways, she was quite certain, they must be released. So poor Dolly said, and so poor Dolly tried to think. But the invariable conclusion of all such arguments was that Dolly burst into tears, cried as she wrung her hands, what would they do or think, and who would comfort them at home at the Golden Key, and sobbed most piteously. Miss Haredale, whose feelings were usually of a quieter kind than Dolly's, and not so much upon the surface, was dreadfully alarmed, and indeed had only just recovered from a swoon. She was very pale, and the hand which Dolly held was quite cold. But she bade her, nevertheless, remember that, under Providence, much must depend upon their own discretion, that if they remained quiet and lulled the vigilance of the ruffians into whose hands they had fallen, the chances of their being able to procure assistance, when they reached the town, were very much increased, that unless society were quite unhinged, a hot pursuit must be immediately commenced, and that her uncle, she might be sure, would never rest until he had found them out and rescued them. But as she said these latter words, the idea that he'd fallen in a general massacre of the Catholics that night, no very wild or improbable supposition after what they had seen and undergone, struck her dumb, and lost in the horrors they had witnessed, and those they might be yet reserved for, she sat incapable of thought or speech or outward show of grief, as rigid and almost as white and cold as marble. Oh, how many, many times in that long ride did Dolly think of her old lover, poor, fond, slighted Joe. How many, many times did she recall that night when she ran into his arms from the very man now projecting his hateful gaze into the darkness where she sat, and leering through the glass in monstrous admiration. And when she thought of Joe, and what a brave fellow he was, and how he would have rode boldly up and dashed in among these villains now, yes, though they were double the number. And here she clenched her little hand and pressed her foot upon the ground. The pride she felt for a moment in having won his heart faded in a burst of tears, and she sobbed more bitterly than ever. As the night wore on, and they proceeded by ways which were quite unknown to them, for they could recognize none of the objects of which they sometimes caught a hurried glimpse, their fears increased, nor were they without good foundation. It was not difficult for two beautiful young women to find, in their being borne they knew not whither by a band of daring villains who eyed them as some among these fellows did, reasons for the worst alarm. When they at last entered London by a suburb with which they were wholly unacquainted, it was past midnight, and the streets were dark and empty. Nor was this the worst, for the carriage stopping in a lonely spot, Hugh suddenly opened the door, jumped in, and took a seat between them. It was in vain they cried for help. He put his arm about the neck of each, and swore to stifle them with kisses if they were not as silent as the grave. "I come here to keep you quiet," he said, "and that's the means I shall take. So don't be quiet, pretty mistresses. Make a noise, do, and I shall like it all the better." They were proceeding at a rapid pace, and apparently with fewer attendants than before, though it was so dark, the torches being extinguished, but this was mere conjecture. They shrunk from his touch, each into the farthest corner of the carriage, but shrink as Dolly would, his arm encircled her waist and held her fast. She neither cried nor spoke, for terror and disgust deprived her of the power, but she plucked at his hand as though she would die in the effort to disengage herself, and crouching on the ground, with her head averted and held down, repelled him with a strength she wondered at as much as he. The carriage stopped again. "Lift the swan out," said Hugh to the man who opened the door, as he took Miss Haredale's hand, and felt how heavily it fell. "She's fainted." "So much the better," growled Dennis. It was that amiable gentleman. "She's quiet. I always like 'em to faint, unless they're very tender and composed." "Can you take her by yourself?" asked Hugh. "I don't know till I try. I ought to be able to. I've lifted up a good many in my time," said the hangman. "Up then." "She's no small weight, brother. None of these here fine gals are. Up again. Now we have her." Having by this time hoisted the young lady into his arms, he staggered off with his burden. "Look ye, pretty bird," said Hugh, drawing Dolly towards him. "Remember what I told you. A kiss for every cry. Scream if you love me, darling. Scream once, mistress. Pretty mistress, only once if you love me." Thrusting his face away with all her force, and holding down her head, Dolly submitted to be carried out of the chaise and borne after Miss Haredale into a miserable cottage, where Hugh, after hugging her to his breast, set her gently down upon the floor. Poor Dolly! Do what she would, she only looked the better for it, and tempted them the more. When her eyes flashed angrily and her ripe lips slightly parted to give her rapid breathing vent, who could resist it? When she wept and sobbed as though her heart would break, and bemoaned her miseries in the sweetest voice that ever fell upon a listener's ear, who could be insensible to the little winning pettishness which now and then displayed itself, even in the sincerity and earnestness of her grief? When, forgetful for a moment of herself, as she was now, she fell on her knees beside her friend, and bent over her, and laid her cheek to hers, and put her arms about her, what mortal eyes could have avoided wandering to the delicate bodice, the streaming hair, the neglected dress, the perfect abandonment and unconsciousness of the blooming little beauty? Who could look on and see her lavish caresses and endearments, and not desire to be in Emma Haredale's place, to be either her or Dolly, either the hugging or the hugged? Not Hugh, not Dennis.
"I tell you what it is, young women," said Mr. Dennis. "I ain't much of a ladies' man myself, nor am I a party in the present business further than lending a willing hand to my friends. But if I see much more of this here sort of thing, I shall become a principal instead of an accessory, I tell you candid."
"Why have you brought us here?" said Emma. "Are we to be murdered?" Murdered! cried Dennis, sitting down upon a stool and regarding her with great favour. Why, my dear, who'd murder such chickabiddies as you? If you was to ask me now whether you was brought here to be married, there might be something in it. And here he exchanged a grin with Hugh, who removed his eyes from Dolly for the purpose. No, no, said Dennis, there'll be no murdering, my pets. Nothing of that sort. Quite the contrary. You are an older man than your companion, sir, said Emma, trembling. Have you no pity for us? Do you not consider that we are women? I do indeed, my dear, retorted Dennis. It would be very hard not to, with two such specimens afore my eyes. Ha, ha! Oh, yes, I consider that. We all consider that, miss. He shook his head waggishly, leered at Hugh again, and laughed very much, as if he'd said a noble thing and rather thought he was coming out. There'll be no murdering, my dear, not a bit on it. I tell you what, though, brother, said Dennis, cocking his hat for the convenience of scratching his head, and looking gravely at Hugh. It's worthy of notice as a proof of the amazing equalness and dignity of our law, but it don't make no distinction between men and women. I've heard the judge say sometimes to a highwayman or housebreaker as they tied the lady's neck and heels, you'll excuse me making mention of it, my darlings, and put him in a cellar, that he showed no consideration to women. Now, I say that there judge didn't know his business, brother, and that if I had been that there highwayman or housebreaker, I should have made answer. What are you talking of, my lord? I showed the women as much consideration as the law does, and what more would you have me do? If you was to count up in the newspapers the number of females as has been worked off in this here city alone in the last 10 year, said Mr. Dennis thoughtfully, you'd be surprised at the total. Quite amazed, you would. 'Tis a dignified and equal thing, a beautiful thing. But we've no security for its lasting. Now that they've begun to favour these here papists, I shouldn't wonder if they went and altered even that, one of these days. Upon my soul, I shouldn't. The subject, perhaps from being of too exclusive and professional a nature, failed to interest Hugh as much as his friend had anticipated. But he had no time to pursue it, for at this crisis Mr. Tappertit entered precipitately, at sight of whom Dolly uttered a scream of joy and fairly threw herself into his arms. "I knew it! I was sure of it!" cried Dolly. "My dear father's at the door. Thank God! Thank God! Bless you, Sim! Heaven bless you for this!" Simon Tappertit, who had at first implicitly believed that the locksmith's daughter, unable any longer to suppress her secret passion for himself, was about to give it full vent in its intensity, and to declare that she was his forever, looked extremely foolish when she said these words, the more so as they were received by Hugh and Dennis with a loud laugh, which made her draw back and regard him with a fixed and earnest look. "Miss Haredale," said Sim, after a very awkward silence, "I hope you're as comfortable as circumstances will permit of." "Dolly Varden, my darling, my own, my lovely one, I hope you're pretty comfortable likewise." Poor little Dolly. She saw how it was, hid her face in her hands, and sobbed more bitterly than ever. "You meet in me, Miss V," said Simon, laying his hand upon his breast, "not apprentice, not a workman, not a slave, not the victim of your father's tyrannical behavior, but the leader of a great people, the captain of a noble band, in which these gentlemen are, as I may say, corporals and sergeants. You behold in me not a private individual, but a public character, not a mender of locks, but a healer of the wounds of his unhappy country. Dolly V, sweet Dolly V, for how many years have I looked forward to this present meeting? For how many years has it been my intention to exalt and ennoble you? I redeem it. Behold in me your husband. Yes, beautiful Dolly, charmer, enslaver. Yes, Tappertit,
is all your own." As he said these words, he advanced towards her. Dolly retreated till she could go no farther, and then sank down upon the floor. Thinking it very possible that this might be maiden modesty, Simon essayed to raise her, on which Dolly, goaded to desperation, wound her hands in his hair, and crying out amidst her tears that he was a dreadful little wretch and always had been, shook and pulled and beat him until he was fain to call for help most lustily. Hugh had never admired her half so much as at that moment. "She's in an excited state tonight," said Simon, as he smoothed his rumpled feathers, "and don't know when she's well off. Let her be by herself till tomorrow, and that'll bring her down a little. Carry her into the next house." Hugh had her in his arms directly. It might be that Mr. Tappertit's heart was really softened by her distress, or it might be that he felt it in some degree indecorous that his intended bride should be struggling in the grasp of another man. He commanded him, on second thoughts, to put her down again, and looked moodily on as she flew to Miss Haredale's side, and clinging to her dress, hid her flushed face in its folds. "They shall remain here together till tomorrow," said Simon, who had now quite recovered his dignity. "Till tomorrow. Come away."
"Aye," cried Hugh. "Come away, Captain. Ha, ha, ha."
"What are you laughing at?" demanded Simon sternly.
"Nothing, Captain, nothing," Hugh rejoined.
And as he spoke and clapped his hand upon the shoulder of the little man, he laughed again, for some unknown reason, with tenfold violence. Mr. Tappertit surveyed him from head to foot with lofty scorn. This only made him laugh the more, and turning to the prisoners said, "You'll take notice, ladies, that this place is well watched on every side, and that the least noise is certain to be attended with unpleasant consequences. You'll hear, both of you, more of our intentions tomorrow. In the meantime, don't show yourselves at the window or appeal to any of the people you may see pass it, for if you do, it'll be known directly that you come from a Catholic house, and all the exertions our men can make may not be able to save your lives." With this last caution, which was true enough, he turned to the door, followed by Hugh and Dennis. They paused for a moment, going out, to look at them clasped in each other's arms, and then left the cottage, fastening the door, and setting a good watch upon it, and indeed all round the house.
"I say," growled Dennis, as they walked away in company, "that's a dainty pair. Muster Gashford's one is as handsome as the other, eh?"
"Hush!" said Hugh hastily. "Don't you mention names. It's a bad habit."
"I wouldn't like to be him, then, as he don't like names, when he breaks it out to her, that's all," said Dennis. "She's one of them fine, black-eyed, proud girls, as I wouldn't trust at such times with a knife too near 'em. I've seen some of that sort afore now. I recollect one that was worked off many year ago, and there was a gentleman in that case, too, that says to me, with her lip a-trembling, but a hand as steady as ever I see one,
'Dennis, I'm near my end, but if I had a dagger in these fingers, and he was within my reach, I'd strike him dead afore me.'
Ah, she did, and she'd have done it, too."
"Strike who dead?" demanded Hugh.
"How should I know, brother?" answered Dennis. "She never said, not she."
Hugh looked for a moment, as though he would have made some further inquiry into this incoherent recollection. But Simon Tappertit, who'd been meditating deeply, gave his thoughts a new direction. "Hugh," said Sim, "you've done well today. You shall be rewarded. So have you, Dennis. There's no young woman you want to carry off, is there?"
"No," returned that gentleman, stroking his grizzly beard, which was some 2 inches long. "None in particular, I think."
"Very good," said Sim. "Then we'll find some other way of making it up to you. As to you, old boy," he turned to Hugh, "you shall have Miggs, her that I promised you, you know, within 3 days. Mind, I pass my word for it."
Hugh thanked him heartily, and as he did so, his laughing fit returned with such violence that he was obliged to hold his side with one hand and to lean with the other on the shoulder of his small captain, without whose support he would certainly have rolled upon the ground. This ends chapter 59. Chapter 60 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 60. The three worthies turned their faces towards the boot, with the intention of passing the night in that place of rendezvous, and of seeking the repose they so much needed in the shelter of their old den. For now that the mischief and destruction they had purposed were achieved, and their prisoners were safely bestowed for the night, they began to be conscious of exhaustion, and to feel the wasting effects of the madness which had led to such deplorable results. Notwithstanding the lassitude and fatigue which oppressed him now, in common with his two companions, and indeed with all who had taken an active share in that night's work, Hugh's boisterous merriment broke out afresh whenever he looked at Simon Tappertit, and vented itself, much to that gentleman's indignation, in such shouts of laughter as bade fair to bring the watch upon them, and involve them in a skirmish, to which in their present worn-out condition they might prove by no means equal. Even Mr. Dennis, who was not at all particular on the score of gravity or dignity, and who had a great relish for his young friend's eccentric humours, took occasion to remonstrate with him on this imprudent behaviour, which he held to be a species of suicide, tantamount to a man's working himself off without being overtaken by the law, than which he could imagine nothing more ridiculous or impertinent. Not abating one jot of his noisy mirth for these remonstrances, Hugh reeled along between them, having an arm of each, until they hove in sight of the boot, and were within a field or two of that convenient tavern. He happened by great good luck to have roared and shouted himself into silence by this time. They were proceeding onward without noise, when a scout who had been creeping about the dishes all night to warn any stragglers from encroaching further on what was now such dangerous ground, peeped cautiously from his hiding-place, and called to them to stop. "Stop? And why?" said Hugh. "Because," the scout replied, "the house was filled with constables and soldiers, having been surprised that afternoon. The inmates had fled, or been taken into custody, he could not say which. He had prevented a great many people from approaching nearer, and he believed they had gone to the markets and such places to pass the night. He'd seen the distant fires, but they were all out now. He'd heard the people who passed and repassed speaking of them too, and could report that the prevailing opinion was one of apprehension and dismay. He had not heard a word of Barnaby, didn't even know his name, but it had been said in his hearing that some man had been taken and carried off to Newgate. Whether this was true or false, he could not affirm. The three took counsel together on hearing this, and debated what it might be best to do. Hugh, deeming it possible that Barnaby was in the hands of the soldiers, and at that moment under detention at the boot, was for advancing stealthily and firing the house. But his companions, who objected to such rash measures unless they had a crowd at their backs, represented that if Barnaby were taken, he had assuredly been removed to a stronger prison. They would never have dreamed of keeping him all night in a place so weak and open to attack. Yielding to this reasoning, and to their persuasions, Hugh consented to turn back and to repair to Fleet Market, for which place, it seemed, a few of their boldest associates had shaped their course, on receiving the same intelligence. Feeling their strength recruited and their spirits roused, now that there was a new necessity for action, they hurried away, quite forgetful of the fatigue under which they had been sinking but a few minutes before, and soon arrived at their new place of destination. Fleet Market at that time was a long, irregular row of wooden sheds and penthouses occupying the center of what is now called Farringdon Street. They were jumbled together in a most unsightly fashion in the middle of the road, to the great obstruction of the thoroughfare and the annoyance of passengers, who were fain to make their way, as they best could, among carts, baskets, barrows, trucks, casks, bulks, and benches, and to jostle with porters, hucksters, wagoners, and a motley crowd of buyers, sellers, pickpockets, vagrants, and idlers. The air was perfumed with the stench of rotten leaves and faded fruit, the refuse of the butcher's stalls, and offal and garbage of 100 kinds. It was indispensable to most public conveniences in those days that they should be public nuisances likewise, and Fleet Market maintained the principle to admiration. To this day, perhaps because its sheds and baskets were a tolerable substitute for beds, or perhaps because it afforded the means of a hasty barricade in case of need, many of the rioters had straggled, not only that night, but for 2 or 3 nights before. It was now broad day, but the morning being cold, a group of them were gathered round a fire in a public house, drinking hot purl and smoking pipes, and planning new schemes for tomorrow. Hugh and his 2 friends, being known to most of these men, were received with signal marks of approbation and inducted into the most honorable seats. The room door was closed and fastened to keep intruders at a distance, and then they proceeded to exchange news. "The soldiers have taken possession of the boot, I hear," said Hugh. "Who knows anything about it?" Several cried that they did, but the majority of the company having been engaged in the assault upon the warren, and all present having been concerned in one or other of a night's expeditions, it proved that they knew no more than Hugh himself, having been merely warned by each other, or by the scout, and knowing nothing of their own knowledge. "We left a man on guard there today," said Hugh, looking round him, "who is not here. You know who it is, Barnaby, who brought the soldier down at Westminster. Has any man seen or heard of him?" They shook their heads and murmured an answer in the negative, as each man looked round and appealed to his fellow, when a noise was heard without, and a man was heard to say that he wanted Hugh, that he must see Hugh. "He is but one man," cried Hugh to those who kept the door. "Let him come in."
"Aye, aye," muttered the others. "Let him come in, let him come in."
The door was accordingly unlocked and opened. A one-armed man, with his head and face tied up with a bloody cloth, as though he'd been severely beaten, his clothes torn and his remaining hand grasping a thick stick, rushed in among them, and panting for breath demanded which was Hugh. "Here he is," replied the person he inquired for. "I am Hugh. What do you want with me?"
"I have a message for you," said the man.
"You know one Barnaby?"
"What of him?"
"Did he send the message?"
"Yes.
"He's taken. He's in one of the strong cells in Newgate. He defended himself as well as he could, but he was overpowered by numbers. That's his message." "When did you see him?" asked Hugh hastily. "On his way to prison, where he was taken by a party of soldiers. They took a by-road and not the one we expected. I was one of the few who tried to rescue him, and he called to me and told me to tell Hugh where he was. We made a good struggle, though it failed. Look here." He pointed to his dress and to his bandaged head, and still panting for breath, glanced round the room, then faced towards Hugh again. "I know you by sight," he said, "for I was in the crowd on Friday, and on Saturday, and yesterday, but I didn't know your name. You're a bold fellow, I know. So was he. He fought like a lion tonight, but it was of no use. I did my best, considering that I want this limb." Again he glanced inquisitively round the room, or seemed to do so, for his face was nearly hidden by the bandage. And again facing sharply towards you, grasped his stick as if he half expected to be set upon, and stood on the defensive. If he had any such apprehension, however, he was speedily reassured by the demeanor of all present. None thought of the bearer of the tidings. He was lost in the news he brought. Oaths, threats, and execrations were vented on all sides. Some cried that if they bore this tamely, another day would see them all in jail. Some that they should have rescued the other prisoners, and this would not have happened. One man cried in a loud voice, "Who'll follow me to Newgate?" And there was a loud shout and general rush towards the door. But Hugh and Dennis stood with their backs against it, and kept them back, until the clamor had so far subsided that their voices could be heard, when they called to them together that to go now in broad day would be madness, and that if they waited until night and arranged a plan of attack, they might release not only their own companions, but all the prisoners, and burn down the jail.
"Not that jail alone," cried Hugh, "but every jail in London. They shall have no place to put their prisoners in. We'll burn them all down, make bonfires of them every one. Here," he cried, catching at the hangman's hand, "let all who are men here join with us. Shake hands upon it. Barnaby out of jail, and not a jail left standing. Who joins?"
Every man there. And they swore a great oath to release their friends from Newgate next night, to force the doors and burn the jail, or perish in the fires themselves. This ends chapter 60.